At the start of his journey, the young man discovers an S-rank platinum ore, recognizing its potential to craft exceptional armor and swords. Surrounded by crates filled with various ores, he methodically sorts through them, noting the ranks of each piece. Among the collection, he identifies a B-rank ore and a C-rank one, reminding himself that 5 more remain to be checked. The scene sets the stage for his meticulous and hopeful quest to gather valuable materials. Suddenly, the young man is interrupted by a stern voice demanding more ore appraisals. Another 1,000 pieces must be finished by tomorrow. Taken aback and barely dressed, he tries to protest, but the commanding figure, revealed as aristocrat Anne cuts him off sharply. She reminds him that the war with the Grouse Empire is imminent, and they will need plenty of weapons ready. With no room for delay, she orders the young man to get moving immediately, leaving him no choice but to comply. As night falls over the building where the ores are stored, despite his exhaustion and aching body, the young man pushes himself to continue appraising the endless piles of ore. He insists he can't stop, driven by the fear of going unpaid and hungry once more. Though his body screams for rest, he reminds himself that this grueling task is his job, his only means of survival. As he struggles to lift another heavy crate, a shadowy figure watching from the upper balcony breaks the silence with a calm but firm warning. "You should stop." The sudden voice catches him off guard, hinting that someone else has taken notice of his relentless determination and physical limits. As the young man struggles to keep up with the overwhelming demand to appraise another 1,000 ores by tomorrow, aristocrat Anne stern orders leave no room for hesitation. Exhausted and barely able to stand, he pushes himself through the night, haunted by the looming war with the Grouse Empire and the desperate need for weapons. Suddenly, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness appears on the upper balcony, catching him off guard. The mysterious visitor warns him that continuing to rely on magic will lead to his death, revealing that he has already witnessed the young man's abilities. Despite the dim light obscuring the stranger's face, the young man steels himself, deciding to carry on with the appraisal, unsure of who this enigmatic figure is or what fate awaits him. Just as the young man struggles to keep up with the relentless demand to appraise another 1,000 ores by tomorrow, the stern voice of aristocrat Anne cuts through the air, reminding him that the war with the Grouse Empire is near and they will need plenty of weapons. Exhausted and barely able to stand, he tries to protest, but she orders him to get moving immediately, leaving no room for hesitation. As night falls, he pushes himself to continue despite his aching body, haunted by the looming conflict. Suddenly, a cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, calmly suggesting he should stop and even inviting him to come to the Empire. Shocked, the young man realizes the stranger is from the enemy nation, the very force they are preparing to fight. Though the guards nearby remain oblivious, he wonders why someone from the enemy would be here and who this mysterious visitor truly is. Despite the pain and danger, he steels himself, caught between suspicion and the harsh reality of his situation. Just as the young man is overwhelmed by the demand to appraise another 1,000 ores by tomorrow, aristocrat Anne commanding voice cuts through the night, reminding him that the war with the Grouse Empire is fast approaching and they urgently need weapons. Despite his exhaustion and barely holding himself together, he is ordered to keep moving without delay. As he struggles to catch his breath, a shadowy figure suddenly appears on the upper balcony, revealing himself as a military officer from the enemy empire. The young man is stunned to realize the stranger has been watching him closely and has even noticed his use of magic appraisal, something no one else has ever detected before. The officer warns him that shouting is useless since the soldiers outside are drunk and passed out, and advises him to be more cautious with his magic, urging him to carefully choose his targets. Taken aback, the young man bows deeply, explaining that appraisal is his habit and instinct. The chilling encounter leaves him shaken, caught between suspicion and the harsh reality of the looming war and his precarious position. As the young man struggles under the weight of his impossible task, aristocrat Anne stern command echoes through the ore storage yard. Another 1,000 ores must be appraised by tomorrow. She reminds him coldly that the war with the Grouse Empire is imminent, and their need for weapons is urgent. Despite his exhaustion and protests, she orders him to keep moving without delay, leaving no room for mercy. Night falls, and just as he braces himself to continue, a cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, revealing himself as an enemy officer who has been watching him closely. The stranger acknowledges the young man's rare ability to appraise not only ores but even people, a skill that has piqued his interest. He offers a chilling proposal: join the Empire, where the young man could live a normal life and even rise to nobility, an opportunity far beyond his current existence. Skeptical and weary, the young man questions the sincerity of this convenient offer. Suspecting a recruitment attempt, the officer admits he is not here to sweet talk but simply to present a choice. With the weight of his harsh reality pressing down, the young man faces a crossroads between the life he knows and the uncertain promise of a new path. The young man is abruptly ordered to appraise another 1,000 ores by tomorrow, with aristocrat Amariza sternly reminding him that the war with the Grouse Empire is imminent and their need for weapons is urgent. Despite his exhaustion and protests, she commands him to keep moving without delay. As night deepens, the atmosphere shifts to a grand, shadowy hall where the cloaked enemy officer reveals more of his intentions. He explains that their nation values strength above all else, where birth and status mean nothing and skill alone determines advancement. He acknowledges the young man's grueling workload and insists he deserves far more recognition for it. The officer offers a tempting proposition. In their nation, the young man's talents would be truly valued, and he could rise beyond his current station. The young man, though skeptical, admits that the idea sounds persuasive, leaving him to weigh the harsh reality of his current life against the uncertain promise of a new path. The young man is abruptly called out by aristocrat Amariza, who orders him to appraise another 1,000 ores by tomorrow, despite his shock and exhaustion. She reminds him coldly that the war with the Grouse Empire is drawing near, and their need for weapons is urgent, with no room for delay. She commands him to keep moving. As night falls, the atmosphere shifts when a cloaked figure appears in the storage hall, announcing he will be waiting at the south gate at midnight. Before leaving, he drops a small, mysterious object on the floor, calling it a gift and urging the young man to use it as a basis for his judgment. The young man, startled by the voice and the presence of Amariza, watches as the object bounces and emits a faint hum. Suddenly, a distant cheer echoes, toasting the glory of his excellency, underscoring the tense and uncertain path that lies ahead. The young man is abruptly called out once again, ordered to appraise another 1,000 ores by tomorrow. Aristocrat Amariza's stern voice cuts through the air as she reminds him coldly that the war with the Grouse Empire is drawing near, and their need for weapons is urgent, despite his shock and exhaustion. There is no room for delay. He must keep moving. As night falls, the scene shifts dramatically to a lavish room where the young man suddenly finds himself facing a high noble. The noble raises a glass in a toast, laughing and celebrating the profits that have soared ever since the commoner was made an appraiser. The young man, stunned, realizes this is recorded footage of the noble's conversation. The noble admits they only carried out the orders of his excellency but seems eager to see how long the young man will last under such pressure. The weight of his situation presses down harder than ever, caught between the relentless demands of war and the cold ambitions of those in power. The young man is once again ordered to finish appraising another 1,000 ores by tomorrow, the weight of the demand pressing down on him relentlessly. Aristocrat Amariza appears, her stern voice cutting through the air as she reminds him coldly that the war with the Grouse Empire is drawing near, and their need for weapons is urgent. There is no room for delay. He must keep moving, yet behind the scenes a cruel conversation unfolds. Some nobles discuss squeezing every last bit of labor from the commoner before he dies, acknowledging his value but caring little for his well-being. The young man, drenched in sweat and exhaustion, struggles with the harsh reality of his life. He questions whether he is meant to keep working under such ruthless conditions, risking his life for those who see him as nothing more than a tool. Flashbacks reveal how he was once lured with promises of food and money, only to be dragged into forced labor, a fate common for children of commoners who lose their parents and end up living on the streets. The grim truth of his existence weighs heavily as he faces the brutal system that exploits him without mercy. The young man is once again summoned urgently, told to finish appraising another 1,000 ores by tomorrow. Aristocrat Amariza's cold, commanding voice cuts through the air as she reminds him that the war with the Grouse Empire is fast approaching, and their need for weapons is dire, despite his shock and exhaustion. There is no room for delay. He must keep moving. Later, in the quiet darkness, the young man reflects on the brutal reality he's endured. Many like him were caught and tortured. But his aptitude for appraisal allowed him to survive. He never had the power or the choice before. All he ever wanted was a normal life. Now, faced with a rare opportunity to decide his own fate, he contemplates the offer to join the Empire. Determined, he resolves that if there's a chance for a better future, then he will take it. Just as the young man is overwhelmed by the relentless demands to appraise yet another 1,000 ores by tomorrow, Aristocrat Amariza's cold voice cuts through the air, reminding him that the war with the Grouse Empire is fast approaching and their need for weapons is urgent. Despite his shock and exhaustion, there is no room for delay. He must keep moving. Later, under the cover of night at the south gate, the young man waits anxiously, wondering if the mysterious figure will arrive sooner than expected. Suddenly, a rustle in the trees catches his attention, and he spots the cloaked figure perched above him. The man apologizes but the young man reassures him that he is right on time. This secretive meeting hints at deeper plans unfolding in the shadows, as the young man stands at a crossroads between his harsh reality and the uncertain future that lies ahead. Just as the young man is ordered once again to appraise another 1,000 ores by tomorrow, aristocrat Amarize's cold voice cuts through the air, reminding him that the war with the Grouse Empire is fast approaching and their need for weapons is urgent. Despite his shock and exhaustion, there is no room for delay. He must keep moving. Later, under the quiet moonlit sky, the young man waits anxiously near the south gate, wondering if the mysterious figure will arrive sooner than expected. Suddenly, a cloaked man appears, introducing himself as Ars Bellart and expressing relief that the young man came. As they begin to walk through the forest, Ars explains that the young man's appraisal magic can even locate people. Revealing the true extent of his power, with a calm confidence, Ars offers to get him out of the city, promising they can talk more as they go, setting the stage for a new path beyond the harsh demands and dangers he has faced so far. As they walk through the quiet forest, Ars Bellart introduces himself properly, expressing relief that the young man showed up as planned. He explains that the young man's appraisal magic is powerful enough to locate people, revealing the true scope of his abilities. Ars then shares details about his own skills and talents, showing a magical profile that lists his role as an imperial officer with exceptional infiltration and swordsmanship abilities. But his greatest talent lies in archery. The young man wonders if he should focus on archery instead of swordplay, but Ars quickly reassures him that effort matters more than innate talent, encouraging him that he's fine just as he is. With this newfound understanding and support, they continue deeper into the forest, setting the stage for the young man's escape from the city and the uncertain journey ahead. As they journey deeper into the forest, Ars Bellart reveals more about the young man's unique appraisal magic, explaining that it can even locate people, a power far beyond simple item evaluation. Ars then shares his own magical profile, highlighting his skills as an imperial officer with exceptional infiltration and swordsmanship, though his greatest talent lies in archery. When the young man wonders if he should focus on archery instead, Ars reassures him that effort and determination matter more than innate talent, encouraging him to trust in his own path. Ars then explains that starting from zero in appraisal magic simply guides the user toward easier targets, and the young man admits he can't appraise himself. He just happened to be born with the talent. As they reach a midpoint in their journey, Ars hands over a letter of introduction, instructing the young man to present it upon arrival and promising that he will be guided to the Empire from there, with a horse and cart waiting. Nearby, the young man prepares to leave behind his harsh past and step into an uncertain future, hopeful that this new path will finally offer him the freedom and choice he's long been denied. As they pause beneath the moonlit sky, the young man expresses his gratitude for being accepted despite his limited ability. He can only appraise. He admits that his memories of the kingdom are mostly bitter, but this moment stands out as a rare good memory. The two stand silently, gazing at the distant city lights, a symbol of the harsh world the young man is leaving behind. Suddenly, Ars Bellart extends his hand toward him, signaling the next step in their journey and the promise of a new beginning beyond the shadows of his past. Under the glow of the full moon, Ars Bellart finally acknowledges the young man's true potential, assuring him that his ability is genuine. It was only the harsh environment that held him back. As they shake hands, the young man admits this is true, recognizing how much his surroundings have limited him. Ars, cloaked in shadow, reflects silently on the boy's future, expressing high hopes that he may become someone who stands firmly by Her Majesty's side. With this quiet but powerful moment, the young man steps forward into a new chapter, leaving behind the constraints of his past and moving toward a destiny filled with promise and purpose. 10 days have passed since the young man began his journey away from the city. As dawn breaks, he is roused from sleep by a companion who points out that the imperial capital is now within sight. Stirring awake, the young man is reminded of the reality he stepped into. Having defected to the Empire, he now faces a new life and uncertain future. Despite the weight of this realization, there's a quiet determination in his eyes as the cart moves steadily forward, carrying him toward the next chapter of his story. After 10 days on the road, the young man is finally roused from his sleep as dawn breaks, and his companion points out that the imperial capital is now within sight. The sprawling city of Calisome, the heart of the Grouse Empire, rises majestically in the distance, its towering spires and fortified walls signaling a new chapter in his journey. As the cart moves steadily forward, the young man faces the reality of his defection, leaving behind his past and stepping into an uncertain future under the Empire's rule. Despite the weight of this moment, a quiet determination settles over him, marking the beginning of a path filled with promise and the hope for freedom he has long sought. As the cart steadily approaches its destination, the sprawling imperial capital of Calisome finally comes into view, its towering spires and fortified walls rising majestically against the horizon. The young man, roused from sleep by his companion's quiet announcement, takes in the sight with a mix of awe and resolve. This city marks the beginning of a new chapter, one where he must leave behind the bitterness of his past and embrace the uncertain future that awaits under the Empire's rule. Though the weight of his defection presses on him, a quiet determination settles within, fueling his hope for freedom and the chance to carve out his own destiny in this vast, imposing city. As the young man finally reaches the imperial capital, he finds himself standing before the grand city Major Bellart had described. Towering spires and intricate architecture dominate the skyline, a stark contrast to the harsh world he left behind. Walking through the bustling streets filled with townsfolk and merchants, he takes in the lively atmosphere, feeling the weight of this new beginning settle over him. Looking up at the impressive buildings around him, he quietly acknowledges that this is the place where his future truly begins, a place full of unknown challenges, but also the promise of freedom and purpose. Arriving at the imposing gates of the Imperial military base, the young man approaches with a mix of anticipation and caution. He presents a letter of introduction, explaining that he was referred by Major Bellart. The guard, surprised to hear the name, takes the letter and examines it carefully. This moment marks the young man's official entry into the Empire's military domain, a critical step on his new path. The sound of horses' hooves echoes nearby as a carriage passes through the gate, signaling the constant movement and activity within these fortified walls. With the letter accepted, the young man prepares to navigate this new environment, where his fate and future will begin to take shape under the Empire's watchful eye. As the young man presents his letter of introduction at the Imperial military base, a soldier immediately doubts his claim, scoffing that Major Bellart would never vouch for someone as scrawny as him. The letter is thrown to the ground, and the young man struggles to defend himself, insisting the referral is genuine. Just as the tension escalates, a commanding presence enters the room, Major Rudolph, bringing an abrupt halt to the confrontation. The arrival of this authoritative figure shifts the atmosphere, signaling that the young man's fate is about to be decided under the watchful eyes of those who hold true power within the Empire. Just as the young man struggles to prove the authenticity of his referral from Major Bellart, a soldier harshly dismisses him, mocking his scrawny appearance and tearing the letter to the ground. The tension escalates quickly, but before it can spiral further, a commanding figure steps in, Major Rudolph. With a calm yet authoritative presence, Rudolph addresses the young man by name, confirming he has received a report from Major Bellart. He orders the soldier to return to his duties and assures the newcomer that he will personally oversee his introduction to the base. Grateful and relieved, the young man follows Rudolph as the major offers to show him around, marking the beginning of his official integration into the Empire's military ranks and the next phase of his uncertain but hopeful journey. Just as the young man's claim of referral from Major Bellart is met with harsh skepticism and his letter is torn to the ground, the tense confrontation is abruptly ended by the arrival of Major Rudolph. With a calm but commanding presence, Rudolph confirms he has indeed received a report from Bellart and orders the soldier to stand down. He then personally takes charge of the young man's introduction to the base, offering to show him around. As they walk through the halls, Rudolph apologizes for their missed meeting earlier but compliments how well the uniform fits. The young man examines the letter from Bellart, which outlines a rigorous plan to train him from zero, assign him subordinates, and utilize his unique human appraisal magic over 800 times daily. Rudolph acknowledges this rare ability with genuine interest, noting it's certainly unique. Though the young man humbly downplays his role as just an appraiser, Rudolph's intrigue signals the start of a new chapter where his talents will be put to the test within the Empire's military. Major Rudolph steps in just in time to stop the harsh soldier from dismissing the young man's referral from Major Bellart. Calm and authoritative, Rudolph confirms he has received the report and orders the soldier to return to his duties. Turning to the newcomer, he introduces himself and offers to personally show him around the base. As they walk through the military grounds, Rudolph explains that the young man will enlist as a candidate officer and that if he achieves results in missions, he will be promoted. Then, without hesitation, Rudolph assigns him his first mission: to use his appraisal magic to select and train one child from the Protective Facilities senior group into a capable talent, thereby strengthening their forces. This challenge marks the beginning of the young man's true test within the Empire, where his unique abilities will be put to use in shaping the future of their military. As the young man and Major Rudolph walk through the military base, Rudolph explains that in a month there will be an entrance exam for the military academy. His task is clear. He must ensure that the trainee he chooses from the Protective Facilities senior group passes this exam. The young man, intrigued by the challenge, confirms his unique ability to appraise people, which Rudolph acknowledges with interest. Given the responsibility, he decides to begin by assessing 7 candidates, intending to determine if they measure up to the standards required. This marks the start of his mission to cultivate talent and prove his worth within the Empire's military ranks. Major Rudolph confirms he has received the report from Major Bellart and instructs the soldier to return to his duties, putting an end to the young man's tense confrontation. Introducing himself warmly, Rudolph offers to personally show the newcomer around the base. As they walk through the military grounds, Rudolph explains the young man's role as a candidate officer and the importance of his upcoming mission to select and train a promising child from the Protective Facilities Senior Group, ensuring they pass the Military Academy's entrance exam in a month. The young man, intrigued, demonstrates his unique appraisal magic, which Rudolph acknowledges with genuine interest. This moment marks the beginning of his critical task to cultivate talent and prove his worth within the Empire's military ranks, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. Major Rudolph steps forward with a calm and confident demeanor, immediately recognizing the young man as a Rudo and confirming he has received a report from Major Bellart. He swiftly orders the soldier who was confronting Arudo to return to his duties, diffusing the tension. Turning to Arudo, Rudolph introduces himself warmly and offers to personally show him around the base. As they walk through the grounds, the Major observes Arudo's focused expression with genuine interest. Eager to see the results of his appraisal mission, Arudo begins assessing 7 promising candidates from the Protective Facilities Senior Group, each with distinct skills. Shora excels in wide-area magic, Golters demonstrates strong close-range magic, Jelbin is skilled in spear technique, Karina shows aptitude in archery, Lurist has speed enhancement abilities, and Ralph specializes in close combat. Despite the talents of all these youths, Arudo's appraisal reveals that one among them stands out above the rest, hinting at a pivotal choice that will shape the future of their military forces. With such focus and determination, the stage is set for Arudo's critical role in nurturing the Empire's next generation of warriors. As Arudo continues his mission to find the perfect candidate to train for the Military Academy entrance exam, he carefully evaluates each promising youth from the Protective Facilities Senior Group. Among the 7 talented individuals, Shora with her wide-area magic, Golters excelling in close-range magic, Jelbin skilled in spear technique, Karina adept at archery, Lurist with speed enhancement, and Ralph specializing in close combat. Each shows potential. Yet, despite their promise, Arudo's appraisal reveals one candidate who truly stands out. When he turns his attention to Sarah, a red-haired girl renowned for her exceptional swordsmanship and hailed as a genius since the facility's inception. Arudo acknowledges her remarkable talent. However, he decides against choosing her, reasoning that training someone already brilliant wouldn't reflect his own growth or efforts. With this insight, Arudo's quest to nurture a new talent takes on deeper meaning, setting the stage for a challenging journey ahead as he seeks to shape a future warrior who will rise through his guidance. As Arudo continues his careful evaluation of the promising candidates, his attention turns to Sarah, the red-haired girl known for her exceptional swordsmanship and hailed as a genius since the Protective Facility's inception. While her talent is undeniable, Arudo decides against choosing her, reasoning that training someone already brilliant wouldn't truly reflect his own growth or efforts. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a struggling trainee, a girl who is clearly falling behind during physical training. Despite her earnest efforts, she is slow and exhausted, drawing harsh whispers from her peers who question her presence and talent. One mocks her as an idiot, while another wonders why she is even there if she lacks ability. The instructor sternly warns her that at this pace, she risks repeating the year. Undeterred, she pushes forward, determined to improve despite the discouragement. This contrast between the standout prodigy and the struggling underdog highlights the challenges Arudo faces in selecting and nurturing the right candidate, setting the stage for a journey that will test both his judgment and the potential of those he chooses to guide. After thoroughly assessing the candidates, Arudo seeks clarification from Major Rudolph about what it truly means to raise someone. The Major confirms that it's not just about physical ability but encompasses any quality that makes a candidate valuable to the army. When Arudo asks if the Major has already found someone suitable, Rudolph's expression hints that the answer is yes. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, a young trainee named Lily struggles to keep up, collapsing from exhaustion as a concerned peer checks on her. Despite her difficulties, the determination to improve remains clear, underscoring the harsh realities and varied potential among those Arudo must consider. This moment highlights the weight of Arudo's mission, not only to identify raw talent but to nurture and develop it into something truly useful for the Empire's future. As Arudo steps onto the training grounds, he immediately draws the attention of the assembled trainees. Whispers ripple through the crowd, some recognizing the badge marking him as a candidate officer, others doubting his strength based on his appearance. Despite the scrutiny, Aruto remains composed, though inwardly aware of their stares. A voice nearby encourages him to walk with more confidence, reminding him that perception matters as much as skill. With renewed resolve, Aruto prepares to face the challenge ahead, ready to prove himself among these promising but judgmental peers. As Aruto steps onto the training grounds, the gathered trainees immediately take notice, whispering among themselves about the candidate officer with the distinctive badge. Some doubt his strength based on his appearance, while others recognize his elite status. Amidst the murmurs, a voice urges him to walk with more confidence, reminding him that perception is as important as skill. Just then, a commanding figure interrupts the training. Addressing the crowd with a clear purpose, Major Rudolph announces that one among them will be chosen as Aruto's assistant, a role that instantly sparks excitement and speculation. Many trainees quickly assume the red-haired Sarah, known for her exceptional swordsmanship and hailed as a prodigy, will be the lucky choice. Yet, as the Major extends his hand toward Aruto, the moment of decision hangs in the air, setting the stage for a surprising turn in this pivotal selection process. As Aruto steps onto the training grounds, whispers ripple through the crowd, some impressed by his elite status, others skeptical of his seemingly weak appearance. Despite the murmurs, he keeps his composure, encouraged by a voice reminding him to walk with confidence. Suddenly, Major Rudolph interrupts the gathering with an important announcement. One trainee will be chosen as Aruto's assistant. Everyone immediately assumes the red-haired prodigy Sarah will be selected, given her exceptional swordsmanship and reputation as a genius since the facility's inception. However, to everyone's surprise, the Major calls out the name of Lily, the struggling trainee who had been barely keeping up and collapsing from exhaustion earlier. The unexpected choice leaves the crowd stunned, setting the stage for an intriguing partnership between Aruto and the underdog candidate. Just as everyone expected Sarah, the red-haired prodigy, to be chosen as Aruto's assistant, the Major surprises the crowd by calling out Lily's name instead. The struggling trainee, who had been barely keeping up and collapsing from exhaustion earlier, is stunned by the announcement. Confused murmurs ripple through the gathered trainees, with many questioning why Lily was selected over the more obviously talented candidates. The Major quickly moves to dismiss the others, ordering all trainees, except Lily, to continue their training. As the crowd disperses, some voices express disbelief, wondering why the underdog was chosen. Meanwhile, Aruto is encouraged to maintain confidence as he prepares to work with Lily, setting the stage for an unexpected partnership that could challenge assumptions about talent and potential. As the trainees begin to disperse after the surprising announcement that Lily will be Aruto's assistant, a tense confrontation unfolds. One of the trainees, clearly upset, demands to know why Lily was chosen despite being considered a failure. She clenches her fist, refusing to accept the decision and questioning the wisdom of selecting someone so unproven. The atmosphere grows charged as others react with shock and concern, whispering about the potential danger of such a choice. Yet, before the dissent can escalate, a commanding voice cuts through the tension, ordering silence and emphasizing that this is a direct order with no room for objections. The firm declaration leaves no doubt that the decision is final, and despite the doubts and protests, Lily herself calmly states that she doesn't mind, accepting the role with quiet resolve. This moment sets the stage for a challenging dynamic between the determined underdog and those who doubt her, highlighting the stakes and the strict hierarchy within the training grounds. As the trainees disperse, murmurs of disbelief linger in the air over Lily's unexpected selection as Aruto's assistant. The tension escalates when a frustrated trainee openly challenges the decision, accusing Lily of being a failure unworthy of the role. The crowd's whispers grow louder, filled with doubt and concern about the wisdom of choosing someone so unproven. Yet before the dissent can spiral further, a commanding voice silences the crowd, making it clear that the decision is final and not up for debate. Amidst the charged atmosphere, Lily accepts her new role with quiet determination, showing no resentment toward the skeptics. Later, Aruto addresses the lingering questions directly, explaining that Lily isn't a failure but rather someone who simply doesn't fit the current environment. He emphasizes that she has untapped potential, hinting that her true strengths are yet to be revealed. This moment marks the beginning of a challenging but promising partnership, setting the stage for both to defy expectations and grow beyond the judgments of their peers. Lily, still grappling with the disbelief around her selection, questions the Major about what he meant by raising someone. Suspecting it involves more than just physical ability, Aruto, standing nearby, confirms that the Major's goal is to nurture potential in any form. As long as the trainee proves useful to the army, the Major then reveals that in 1 week, there will be a mock battle between Lily and another candidate, Marlia, with the outcome determining whether an appeal can be made. Against the decision, Though Lily seems uncertain, Aruto quietly resolves to prove her worth, confident that the others simply don't understand her true abilities. With the Major's firm stance and the upcoming challenge set, the stage is prepared for Lily to confront her doubts and the skepticism of those around her, as she and Aruto prepare to face the trials ahead. As the trainees line up, whispers ripple through the crowd about Aruto's selection as an elite candidate, with many noting the distinctive badge marking his status, despite the attention. Aruto feels the weight of their stares but is quickly urged to carry himself with more confidence. Nearby, the Major confirms that his goal is to nurture potential beyond mere physical ability, emphasizing that usefulness to the army is what truly matters. When asked if he has already found someone to train, Aruto quietly affirms that he has. The scene shifts to the upcoming challenge. A mock battle between Lily and another candidate named Marlia, set to determine if an appeal against the earlier decision is possible. Lily, still uncertain but determined, thanks the Major for the opportunity and vows to win. The Major, watching closely, expresses his anticipation for the results and places his trust in Aruto to guide her. As the sun shines over the training grounds, the stage is set for this pivotal confrontation, with both Lily and Aruto ready to prove their worth and defy the doubts cast upon them. As the trainees gather, Aruto steps forward, marked by the distinctive badge that brands him as an elite candidate. Whispers ripple through the crowd, some questioning his seemingly weak appearance, while others recognize the weight of his status. A commanding voice cuts through the murmurs, urging Aruto to carry himself with more confidence. Nearby, the Major clarifies his philosophy. Raising someone isn't just about physical strength, but about nurturing potential in any form. As long as the trainee proves useful to the army, when asked if he has already found someone to train, Aruto quietly confirms that he has. Later, he meets Lily, who introduces herself with a shy but determined demeanor. As they exchange greetings, Aruto shortens her title to Lily for ease, and she eagerly accepts. Suddenly, a sharp voice from a nearby trainer urges them to hurry, calling them scum and pushing them along, a reminder of the harsh environment they face. Despite the pressure, Lily asks Aruto if he can appraise people, revealing her curiosity about his abilities. Aruto admits he is an appraiser, and when she requests a detailed appraisal of her, he agrees, setting the stage for a deeper understanding of her potential. This moment marks the beginning of their partnership, with both ready to face the challenges ahead and prove their worth beyond the doubts cast by others. As the sun casts a gentle glow over the training grounds, the atmosphere shifts to a quieter, more focused moment. Aruto, now recognized as an executive candidate, receives praise for his status, though he humbly downplays it. With a calm yet determined demeanor, he asks Lily if it's all right to proceed, and she readily agrees. Then, narrowing his magical power with precision and strength far beyond what he showed when observing the others, Aruto prepares to appraise Lily in detail. This refined focus signals a deeper understanding and a more powerful connection forming between them, setting the stage for Lily's true potential to begin unfolding under Aruto's guidance. As Aruto prepares to appraise Lily in detail, he focuses his magical power with precision, aiming to see all aspects of her potential. The appraisal reveals her stats. At 15 years old, she has full life and magic power, with notable stamina and luck, but relatively low strength and defense. Her aptitude shines in support magic, rated S, while her skills in general magic and cooking are decent but unremarkable. Despite lacking any special skills, this detailed insight into Lily's abilities sets the foundation for understanding her true potential beyond surface impressions, marking a crucial step in their journey together. As the training candidates gather, a young man named Alto introduces himself with a calm demeanor, catching the attention of those around him, despite his composed appearance. A gruff trainer nearby harshly scolds the group, calling them scum and urging them to hurry, underscoring the tough environment they face. Alto, however, surprises the blonde-haired girl, Lily, by revealing that he is an appraiser, a rare talent capable of evaluating others' abilities. Intrigued, Lily asks if he can appraise people in detail, to which he agrees. Meanwhile, Aruto stands among the trainees, marked by his elite candidate badge, drawing whispers and mixed reactions about his seemingly weak appearance. Yet, he is encouraged to carry himself with confidence, embodying the Major's belief that true potential goes beyond mere physical strength. As Alto prepares to reveal the appraisal results, the focus shifts to Lily's stats. At 15 years old, she possesses full life and magic power, with notable stamina and luck, but low strength and defense. Her standout talent lies in support magic, rated S, highlighting her unique potential despite lacking combat prowess. The appraisal confirms what Alto expected, and as he contemplates sharing the results with Lily, The scene sets the stage for her journey to prove her worth in this harsh training ground. As Lily reads the appraisal results with wide-eyed surprise, Aruto reassures her that she truly has magical talent and that with effort, she can become strong. This recognition feels especially meaningful to her, as being acknowledged by others is a rare and uplifting experience after so much doubt. Aruto reflects on his own journey, recalling how his ability was recognized despite difficult circumstances, and how the environment sometimes obstructs true potential. With a renewed sense of purpose, he suggests they start by practicing magic together. Before diving into training, he wants to gather more information and asks if there's a library or some resource nearby. Lily eagerly agrees, ready to take the first steps toward unlocking her abilities under Aruto's guidance. Story. As the training candidates gather, a composed young man named Alto introduces himself, immediately drawing attention despite the harsh scolding from a nearby trainer who calls them scum and urges them to hurry. Alto surprises the group by revealing that he is an appraiser, a rare talent capable of evaluating others' abilities. Intrigued, Lily asks if he can appraise people in detail, and he agrees without hesitation. Meanwhile, Aruto stands among the trainees, marked by his elite candidate badge, drawing whispers about his seemingly weak appearance. Despite this, he is encouraged to carry himself with confidence, embodying the major's belief that true potential goes beyond physical strength. As Alto prepares to reveal the appraisal results, the focus shifts back to Lily, whose stats confirm her unique potential. Full life and magic power at 15 years old, with notable stamina and luck, but low strength and defense. Her standout talent lies in support magic, rated S, highlighting her promise despite lacking combat prowess. This appraisal sets the stage for her journey to prove her worth in the harsh training ground. With renewed determination, Aruto suggests they begin practicing magic together but first wants to gather more information. He leads Lily to a vast classroom that was once an emergency food storage, now converted into a library filled with books on a wide range of topics, from swordsmanship guides to cooking recipes seeking a mother's taste, and even a list of the top 100 Imperial City pancakes, the sheer. As the grueling training session begins, the candidates are ordered to hydrate and warned that those ranking 10th or lower must do extra push-ups, sit-ups, and squats afterward. The intense atmosphere feels like a true meritocracy, pushing everyone to their limits. Meanwhile, Lily struggles to organize the library, finding the heavy crates of books difficult to manage. Despite the challenge, she perseveres, knowing that tidying up is not just for her own benefit. Watching her efforts, Aruto quietly resolves to help her develop her talent, understanding that her growth is important not only for herself, but for the future they both share. As Aruto arrives at the library where Lily is struggling to organize the heavy crates of books, he offers to help, but she insists she can manage on her own. Watching her determination, he approaches the vast shelves filled with countless volumes and begins to use his appraisal ability with a gentle, careful touch, scanning the books to identify the most useful resources. Soon, he points out an introductory book tucked away in a box, guiding Lily toward the perfect starting point for her studies. This moment marks a quiet but important step in their journey, as they prepare to deepen their knowledge and skills together in this new environment. As they sift through the vast collection of books, Lily's eyes light up when she discovers an introductory book, confirming that appraisal magic can indeed help locate useful resources. Together, they delve into the pages, uncovering detailed explanations of support magic, spells that can enhance muscle strength, improve vision, and even eliminate negative thoughts, while also weakening enemies by reducing their speed or obstructing their chance. Absorbing this knowledge, Aruto turns to Lily and asks if there's any particular magic she wants to try, opening the door for her to explore her unique talents and take the next step in her journey to harness her support magic abilities. As Lily and Aruto continue their study of support magic, she expresses concern about her stamina, recalling how she was lapped in the marathon. To address this, Aruto suggests they focus on enhancing her power and speed. Encouraged, Lily agrees to try the technique, and they dive into practicing the spell together. Aruto carefully instructs her to narrow her magic power and then spread it throughout her body, guiding her through the activation process. With determination, Lily follows his lead, ready to see how this new approach can improve her physical abilities and help her overcome her previous limitations. As the training intensifies, Lily sits quietly at a desk, her hands clasped together in a moment of calm focus. Snow gently falls around her, creating a serene atmosphere that contrasts with the harshness of the training grounds. This peaceful scene hints at her inner resolve and determination to grow stronger, setting the stage for the challenges and growth that lie ahead in her journey. Aruto reassures Lily that if she can master various support spells, It will greatly benefit her in mock battles and future missions. Encouraged by this, Lily asks how her progress looks, and Naruto confirms it's a success, noting her improved magic power and strength thanks to aptitude correction. He then suggests they try practicing with the materials they found earlier, without hesitation. Lily prepares herself and dives into the challenge, determined to push her limits and grow stronger. As Lily struggles with a heavy crate of books, she suddenly notices it moving on its own. To her surprise, the crate slides smoothly across the floor, something it hadn't done before. Naruto smiles and explains that this progress is the direct result of Lily's hard work and dedication. However, she humbly credits Lord Alto for his assistance, acknowledging the support that helped her achieve this breakthrough. This moment highlights the growing strength and teamwork between Lily and Alto, marking a significant step forward in her training and confidence. Lily, determined to improve, insists she'll try harder despite Naruto warning her that she just used more than half of her magic power. As she focuses, she notices her magic power increasing, reaching 20 out of 39 points. Naruto analyzes the situation and realizes that one magic activation consumes 20 points, and that it takes about 3 minutes to recover one magic point, making continuous use impossible for now. When Lily asks where Alto has been, Naruto points out that the appraisal results they've been waiting for have finally arrived, marking another step forward in their training and understanding of their magical limits. As they continue their training, Naruto suggests appraising the magic itself, a concept that initially puzzles Lily. Only Naruto can see the appraisal results, and this time he focuses on Lily's magic power rather than her directly. The appraisal reveals that her power-up spell is ranked S, increasing her strength stat by a notable margin thanks to aptitude correction. This insight confirms the effectiveness of her magic and highlights the potential for further growth. With this valuable information in hand, they gain a clearer understanding of her abilities and the path ahead, reinforcing their determination to push forward in mastering support magic. As the day's training wraps up, Lily is gently reminded that it's time to stop for now, and she's also informed that Mr. Sanzai wants her to visit Major Rudolph's room. With a polite farewell, she decides to continue reading the book on her own, determined to deepen her understanding. Walking down the corridor alone, she reflects on her progress. Though her magic power limit has increased through repetitive practice, she realizes that the effects of support magic don't stack to overcome training. Candidate Marlria. She knows she must raise her level and enhance her magic's effects, setting her sights on the challenges ahead with renewed resolve. Meanwhile, in a more formal setting, a discussion unfolds about Lord Alto. The executive candidate, Mr. Sanzai, is asked for his opinion, and though his first impression is that Alto seems unreliable, he acknowledges the young man's magic power is abnormally high. When questioned about who Alto really is, it's revealed that he's a gift from a colleague, someone with an extraordinary aptitude. Astonishingly, Alto uses appraisal magic over 800 times a day, a fact that leaves those present in disbelief. As the conversation continues, more documents are presented, hinting at further impressive details about Alto's capabilities and the extent of his magical prowess, setting him apart as a uniquely powerful figure in their midst. In a quiet room filled with books and official documents, the appraisal results of the training candidates are carefully reviewed. The list not only details their names and specialties but also reveals an astonishing ability: the power to appraise people themselves. This revelation surprises the onlookers, as appraisal magic was thought to be limited to objects, not living beings. The documents clearly state that this ability cannot be used on moving objects. Yet somehow, this unique talent defies that rule. As the discussion unfolds, it becomes clear that this breakthrough challenges the conventional understanding of appraisal magic. The person behind this extraordinary skill is none other than Lord Alto, whose capabilities continue to astonish those around him. With a confident smile, he hints at the potential impact of such a rare gift, inviting curiosity about what he might accomplish with it, signaling a new and unexpected direction in the story's unfolding events. As the appraisal results are carefully examined, it becomes clear that Lord Alto's magic power is truly extraordinary, far beyond what anyone expected. Mr. Sanzai admits that while Alto initially seems unreliable, his magic aptitude is a remarkable gift from a colleague, and the fact that he uses appraisal magic over 800 times a day leaves everyone stunned. This revelation challenges the conventional understanding of appraisal magic, especially since Alto can appraise people directly, a feat thought impossible. Meanwhile, a quiet conversation reveals that Alto himself may be unaware of just how unique his abilities are. The discussion hints at a deeper reason for his unfamiliarity with social norms, and it's emphasized that any decision to reveal or conceal his powers in the future will require his consent. This moment underscores the complexity of Alto's situation and sets the stage for how his rare talents might shape the path ahead. As the training candidates line up, the atmosphere is tense but filled with anticipation. Among them stands Alto, who introduces himself quietly, though his demeanor is notably different from when he was in the kingdom. Despite some disdainful remarks from others, Alto remains composed. Suddenly, he surprises everyone by revealing he is an appraiser and asks if he can appraise Lily in detail. This catches her off guard, but she agrees. Meanwhile, the gathered candidates are observed closely, with some whispering about Alto's elite status and others noting the presence of a candidate officer. As the appraisal begins, it becomes clear that Alto's magic power is steadily increasing, and he carefully monitors his magic points, aware that continuous use is limited by recovery time. The results of the appraisal reveal the talents of various candidates, including the red-haired Sarah, whose swordsmanship is ranked S. The focus sharpens on the promising individuals, but one candidate stands out above the rest. In a private moment, Mr. Sanzai expresses his desire for Lily to become Arudo's direct subordinate, helping him understand the unique nature of his powers. Though he clarifies this is not an order, the request carries weight. Lily, moved and determined, accepts the role with enthusiasm, eager to support Arudo and face the challenges ahead. In a quiet, intimate setting, Mr. Sanzai and Lily share a moment over tea, the atmosphere calm yet charged with unspoken understanding. Without hesitation, Mr. Sanzai presents Lily with a key, symbolizing trust and responsibility. He entrusts her with the important role of supporting Arudo, making it clear that he counts on her to be a reliable source of strength for him. Blushing but resolute, Lily accepts the mission wholeheartedly, expressing her willingness to rise to the challenge and stand by Arudo's side. This exchange marks a pivotal moment, solidifying their alliance and setting the stage for the challenges that lie ahead. As the next training exercise begins, Alto proposes a bold new challenge, casting 2 spells simultaneously. Though taken aback, Lily quickly agrees, determined to keep up, with focused determination. She activates both a power boost and a speed boost at once, the magical energy glowing intensely around her. This ambitious attempt marks a significant step forward in their training, pushing the limits of their abilities and setting the stage for what lies ahead. As the training intensifies, Alto pushes the boundaries by attempting to cast 2 spells simultaneously, a power boost and a speed boost. Lily watches in amazement as his strength and speed visibly increase, confirming the success of this ambitious feat. Though she admits the process is exhausting, the results are undeniable. Meanwhile, Alto reflects on his steadily growing maximum mana pool, noting that while the magic's maximum level remains unchanged, his capacity to sustain it is improving. Determined to keep advancing, he considers trying a technique he recently read about, hoping it will help him break through his current limits and continue evolving his abilities. After their intense training sessions, Alto suggests to Lily that they try a different kind of exercise, one that involves defeating monsters. Curious, she asks what exactly they will be doing, and he reveals a book that explains how breaking through one's limits comes from battling and overcoming monsters. Intrigued by the idea, Lily inquires if there's a nearby place where they can hunt monsters, eager to put this new method into practice. This marks a shift in their training approach, as they prepare to face real challenges that will push their abilities even further and help them grow stronger together. Lily contemplates the next step in their training, realizing that to truly grow stronger, they'll need to face real monsters. She points out that the army manages a forest where such creatures reside, but they'll need permission from Major Rudolph to enter. Without hesitation, Alto agrees, eager to begin this new phase of their journey. Their excitement is palpable as they prepare to take on this challenge together, ready to push their limits and evolve beyond what they thought possible. As they walk through the bustling town, Lily remarks on how much the people truly trust Arudo, a trust that surprises him since such openness is rare. Their conversation is interrupted when they meet Major Rudolph, who grants them access to the army's forest for their upcoming monster hunting training. He also offers practical support, suggesting they hire an adventurer as a porter if needed. Before they part ways, the Major gives Arudo permission to recruit anyone he finds suitable during their mission, emphasizing the importance of building a strong team. With this official backing, Arudo reflects on the significance of having a subordinate like Lily by his side as they prepare to face the challenges ahead. Their journey into the forest marks a new chapter in their growth, fueled by trust, opportunity, and the promise of greater strength. As they stroll through the town, Lily points out the closest guild to the military base, a place bustling with activity and potential. Inside, the atmosphere is lively yet filled with the quiet determination of those training and working hard. Among the crowd, a weary worker sighs about the endless weeding tasks, lamenting the poor pay, while a woman nearby looks on thoughtfully, perhaps contemplating her own path. This glimpse into the guild's daily life underscores the contrast between the ordinary struggles of many, and the extraordinary journey that Aruto and Lily are about to embark on, setting the stage for the challenges and alliances that await them beyond these walls. As Aruto and Lily continue their preparations, they realize they need someone to help carry their luggage for the upcoming mission. While discussing this, a young woman watches them from a distance, clearly intrigued by their presence. Aruto approaches the bustling guild, where adventurers gather and share tales of their recent quests. The atmosphere is lively, with some boasting about completing high-rank missions, while others complain about mundane tasks like weeding. Despite the ordinary struggles around them, Aruto remains focused on finding capable allies to support their journey, knowing that assembling the right team will be crucial for the challenges ahead. As Aruto steps into the bustling guild hall, he takes a moment to observe the merit-based system that governs the ranks here. Members are clearly divided into upper and lower classes based on their skills and achievements, creating a competitive atmosphere where only the most capable rise to the top. This structure is on full display as he watches various adventurers going about their business, some training diligently while others exchange stories of their exploits. Nearby, a young woman points out that the destination for their upcoming mission is the Army's forest, a place known for its dangerous monsters. The realization sets in that this is where their true test will begin, pushing them beyond mere training into real combat scenarios. With this understanding, Aruto prepares himself mentally for the challenges ahead, knowing that this next phase will demand everything he has and more. As Aruto and Lily continue their preparations for the upcoming mission, a sudden commotion catches their attention. A woman with glasses and a determined expression suddenly lunges toward Aruto, startling him. After a brief moment of confusion, she falls to the ground, brushing herself off with a casual air. Aruto, puzzled, wonders who she is. The woman quickly holds up a sign that reads, "I'll do anything," looking for work, revealing herself as an adventurer named Firen. Despite her eagerness, Aruto remains cautious, sensing something suspicious about her bold approach. This unexpected encounter adds a new layer of complexity to their mission, as they consider whether to bring this mysterious figure along on their journey into the dangerous forest. Just as tensions rise, the woman with glasses suddenly drops to the floor, reaching out toward the feet of the group as she urgently demands to be appraised. Her desperation is clear, and without hesitation, the command is given. In times like these, appraise. The air shimmers with magical energy as the appraisal magic activates, revealing the true nature of this mysterious figure. The woman, now addressed as Miss Firen, looks up with a mix of determination and vulnerability, her presence adding an unexpected twist to the unfolding mission. This sudden encounter forces the group to reconsider their plans, as Firen's eagerness and unknown capabilities could either be a valuable asset or a hidden risk in the dangerous trials that lie ahead. Just as the group contemplates the addition of Miss Firen to their team, the scene shifts to a tense moment where Firen is confronted by a stern woman named Rube. This isn't the first time Firen has been reprimanded for directly soliciting clients, a clear violation of guild rules. Despite Firen's desperate pleas to be heard, Rube remains firm, warning her that this is the 8th time she's been caught and that such behavior cannot be tolerated. The guild's harsh reality is laid bare as other adventurers mock Firen's misfortune, warning her to avoid becoming a low-class adventurer like her. The weight of these words hangs heavily in the air, with some older adventurers quietly acknowledging that Firen's fate could easily be theirs someday. This moment underscores the unforgiving nature of the guild system and the precarious position Firen finds herself in, adding a layer of urgency and complexity to the mission that Aruto and his companions are about to undertake. As the tension in the guild hall rises, a desperate cry for help echoes from a young woman caught in a difficult situation. Calling out to Aruto for rescue, he remains silent, his gaze steady as the chaos unfolds around him. A close-up of his clenched fist reveals the weight of his resolve. Meanwhile, the woman with glasses, Miss Firen, continues to plead with the stern guild official, Rube, insisting that she has no money and that this guild is her only chance to find work. Despite her frantic protests and repeated attempts to gain sympathy, Rube remains unmoved, walking away as Firen collapses to the floor in exhaustion. Aruto and his companions watch the scene unfold, the harsh realities of the guild system and the struggles of low-ranking adventurers laid bare before them. This moment underscores the difficult choices and uncertain alliances that lie ahead as they prepare for the dangerous mission into the Army's forest. As a desperate cry for help echoes through the guild hall, Aruto remains silent, his clenched fist revealing the resolve building within him. Nearby, Miss Firen pleads with the stern guild official, Rube, insisting she has no money and that the guild is her only chance to find work. Despite her frantic efforts, Rube remains unmoved and walks away, leaving Firen collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. Watching this harsh reality unfold, Aruto and his companions are reminded of the unforgiving nature of the guild system and the struggles faced by low-ranking adventurers. Just then, Aruto makes a decisive choice, surprising those around him as he confidently declares, "I choose that person." The stunned reactions of Firen and another woman underscore the weight of his decision, setting the stage for new alliances and challenges ahead. After making his surprising decision to choose Miss Firen, Aruto reveals to his companions that he had secretly appraised her earlier. Intrigued by her potential, to their astonishment, he announces that her archery skill ranks at an S level, matching his own elite status. This revelation explains why he selected her for the team, seeing her as a valuable asset despite her desperate circumstances. When asked if he plans to recruit her, Aruto confirms his intention, leaving the responsibility to his companion to handle the arrangements. Meanwhile, Firen, now relaxed and enjoying a delicious hamburger steak, seems to momentarily forget the harshness of her recent struggles, highlighting the unexpected turn her fate is about to take as she joins Aruto's group. As the tension from the guild hall fades, the scene shifts to a quieter moment where Miss Firen finally gets to enjoy a meal, savoring a hamburger steak with genuine gratitude. She admits it's the first time she's had something like this, a small but meaningful comfort after her recent hardships. Seated together, Aruto gently steers the conversation back to the mission, assuring her that he will take care of the job. Then, with a sincere and straightforward question, Lily asks Firen if she would like to become Aruto's subordinate. The directness of the offer catches Aruto off guard, but he quickly supports it, pointing out Firen's natural talent for archery and asking if she was aware of her skill. Despite the bluntness of the proposal, the moment marks a turning point for Firen, signaling her official inclusion into Aruto's team and the beginning of a new chapter in their journey. After Aruto's surprising decision to recruit Miss Firen, the atmosphere shifts as she questions how he could possibly know about her talent for archery. Aruto reveals that his former job was as an appraiser, explaining his ability to recognize her potential despite her own doubts. Firen admits she has never even touched a bow and lacks both a weapon and money, making her situation seem even more precarious. Understanding this, Aruto calmly suggests that they need to appraise her abilities in more detail to truly gauge her skills. This moment marks a new beginning for Firen, as she prepares to step into a role she never imagined, guided by Aruto's confidence and insight. As a desperate cry for help pierces the guild hall, Aruto remains composed, his clenched fist a silent testament to his growing determination. Nearby, Miss Firen desperately pleads with the guild official Rube, explaining that she has no money and that the guild is her only hope for finding work, despite her earnest appeals. Rube turns away coldly, leaving her collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. Witnessing this harsh reality, Aruto surprises everyone by decisively choosing Firen. For his team, the stunned reactions of Firen and another woman highlight the gravity of his choice. Aruto then reveals to his companions that he had appraised Firen earlier and discovered her archery skill is at an elite S rank, matching his own. This explains why he sees her as a valuable asset despite her desperate situation. Firen, now relaxed and savoring a hamburger steak, momentarily forgets her hardships, signaling a turning point in her fate. As the group settles, Lily straightforwardly offers Firen the chance to become Aruto's subordinate, a proposal Aruto quickly supports, emphasizing her natural talent. Firen admits she's never even held a bow and lacks both weapon and funds, but Aruto calmly suggests a more detailed appraisal to truly gauge her abilities. Then, in a lighthearted moment, Lily announces a special, limited-time offer. If Firen becomes Aruto's subordinate, her room and board will be provided for free, including. With a gentle yet earnest expression, Lily turns to Miss Firen and asks if she would become Aruto's subordinate alongside her. Overwhelmed and touched, Firen covers her mouth in surprise before eagerly agreeing, her gratitude shining through as she thanks Lily profusely. The two clasp hands firmly, united in their resolve to support Aruto together, without missing a beat. Lily suggests they head out to buy Firen a weapon, a crucial step in preparing her for the challenges ahead. Firen readily agrees, marking the beginning of her new journey as part of Aruto's team and the promise of a fresh start filled with hope and determination. With Firen now officially part of Aruto's team, the next step is clear. She needs a weapon to match her newfound role. Lily leads the way, and together with Aruto, they head to the weapon shop. Firen, still adjusting to her new reality, finds a suitable bow, symbolizing the start of her training and transformation. As they leave the shop, the trio shares a moment of camaraderie and encouragement. Aruto expresses his excitement to train together before their journey into the forest begins, while Firen, motivated and grateful, promises to give it her all. This marks the beginning of a new chapter for all three, united by purpose and ready to face the challenges ahead. As the group approaches, a sudden shout breaks the calm. Major Lulubelle has returned, and her presence immediately draws attention. The soldiers quickly point her out, recognizing her significance. Meanwhile, a confident and somewhat menacing figure steps forward with a sly grin, asking pointedly which candidate Rudolph favors. The tension rises as the question hangs in the air, hinting at deeper rivalries and the high stakes involved in this selection process. As the group walks together, a sudden shout breaks the calm. Major Lulubelle has returned, and her presence immediately commands attention. Soldiers quickly point her out, recognizing the significance of her arrival at the same time. A confident man with a sly grin steps forward, his eyes gleaming with challenge as he asks pointedly which candidate Rudolph favors. The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at the underlying rivalries and high stakes involved in this selection process. Setting the stage for the next phase of their journey. As the group walks together, their attention is suddenly drawn by a shout announcing the return of Major Lulubelle. Her commanding presence immediately captures the gaze of the soldiers around, signaling her importance. At the same time, a confident man with a sly grin steps forward, his eyes sharp and challenging as he asks pointedly which candidate Rudolph favors. The question hangs in the air, thick with rivalry and tension, hinting at the high stakes involved in the ongoing selection process. The scene sets the stage for the next phase of their journey, where alliances and rivalries will shape the path ahead. Just as tensions rise among the candidates, Major Lulubelle makes a dramatic return, her commanding presence instantly silencing the crowd. She scolds the group harshly, condemning their petty behavior and reminding them that belittling others only reveals their own weakness. Her fierce reprimand shakes everyone to their core, emphasizing the seriousness of their mission. Amidst this, the Major zeroes in on Arudo, recognizing him as Rudolph's favored candidate. With a stern yet curious gaze, she addresses him directly, prompting Arudo to introduce himself with quiet confidence. This moment marks a turning point, as the Major's arrival and sharp words set a new tone, challenging the group to rise above their rivalries and focus on what truly matters. Just as the tension among the candidates reaches a boiling point, Major Lulubelle returns with an imposing presence that instantly commands silence. Her sharp eyes scan the group before she lashes out, condemning their petty attempts to belittle one another as nothing more than a sign of weakness. Her fierce reprimand cuts through the atmosphere, reminding everyone that the military is no place for the weak. Turning her attention to Arudo, she acknowledges the rumors that Rudolph has taken a liking to him and demands to know what he truly represents. Standing firm, Arudo introduces himself with quiet confidence, signaling a pivotal moment where the Major's stern words set a new standard, challenging the candidates to rise above rivalry and focus on the gravity of their mission ahead. The atmosphere grows tense as Major Lulubelle returns, her commanding presence immediately silencing the crowd. She lashes out at the candidates, condemning their petty attempts to belittle one another as a sign of weakness, reminding them that the military is a domain for the strong, not a place for those who need protection. Her fierce reprimand shakes everyone, emphasizing the seriousness of their mission. Then, turning her sharp gaze to Arudo, she acknowledges the rumors that Rudolph favors him and demands to know what he truly represents. Standing firm, Arudo introduces himself with quiet confidence, signaling a pivotal moment where the Major's stern words set a new tone, challenging the group to rise above rivalry and focus on what truly matters ahead. As the tension lingers from Major Lulubelle's fierce reprimand, the group regains composure, but the atmosphere remains charged. One of the candidates steps forward, addressing Major Rube with a question that cuts through the uncertainty. He asks if the military truly has no need for those who raise the strong of the future, implying the importance of educators in shaping the next generation. Rube listens intently before responding that educators are indeed necessary. But the question then shifts. Must an educator themselves be strong? The young candidate's thoughtful inquiry challenges the conventional view of strength within the military, hinting at a deeper discussion about the qualities required not just to fight, but to nurture and lead. This moment opens a new perspective on what it means to serve and contribute to the Army's future, setting the stage for a broader understanding of strength beyond mere combat prowess. As the tension from Major Lulubelle's harsh words still lingers, a young candidate steps forward to challenge the prevailing notion of strength within the military. He questions whether the Army truly has no place for those who raise the strong of the future, hinting at the vital role educators play in shaping the next generation. Rube listens carefully before responding, pointing out that while educators are indeed necessary, the real question is whether an educator must themselves be strong. The older man with the scars and commanding presence agrees that disciples surpassing their masters is not uncommon, and he asks if the candidate is implying he is a first-rate educator. The young man calmly clarifies that he isn't making such a bold claim, but he does believe he has a keen eye for recognizing people's potential. More so than even the three gatekeepers standing nearby, this exchange opens a new perspective on what it means to serve the military, emphasizing that strength isn't just about physical power but also about nurturing and guiding others toward greatness. Story. The conversation takes a sharp turn as the older man with scars, clearly a figure of authority, lashes out at the candidates for their weakness, condemning their attempts to put others down as a sign of frailty. His fierce words cut through the tension, reminding everyone that the military demands strength, not softness. Then, his gaze fixes on Arudo, acknowledging the rumors that Rudolph favors him and demanding to know what he truly represents. Arudo responds with quiet confidence, introducing himself firmly, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. As the tension simmers, a young candidate steps forward to challenge the narrow definition of strength within the military. He questions whether the army truly has no place for those who nurture the strong of the future. Hinting at the importance of educators, Rube listens carefully and agrees educators are necessary but counters by asking if an educator must themselves be strong. The older man with scars nods, noting that disciples surpassing their masters is common, and questions if the candidate considers himself a top-tier educator. The young man humbly denies this but claims he has a keen eye for potential, even more so than the three gatekeepers nearby. This exchange broadens the understanding of strength beyond physical power to include nurturing and leadership. Seizing the moment, Arudo confidently points out that certain girls among the candidates have more potential than others. He proposes teaming up with three of them, a suggestion that the scarred man accepts, revealing that the academy entrance exam will. The tension breaks as Major Lulubelle returns, his presence immediately noticed by the candidates, with a sly smile. He eyes the group and asks which one is Rudolph's favorite, stirring curiosity and unease. Meanwhile, the older man with scars, clearly a commanding figure, lashes out at the candidates for their weakness and petty attempts to belittle others, calling it a sign of frailty unfit for the military. His fierce reprimand cuts through the atmosphere, demanding strength and resolve. Then, his gaze sharpens as he turns to Arudo, acknowledging the rumors that Rudolph favors him and demanding to know what he truly represents. Arudo responds with calm confidence, introducing himself firmly and signaling a shift in the dynamic. As the group processes this, the older man invites the rest to join him for drinks, lightening the mood slightly. Yet, the weight of the moment lingers, especially on one candidate who stands apart. His expression serious and conflicted. Nearby, too, young women apologize to Arudo for their inability to help, expressing their frustration at feeling useless despite their efforts. The scene closes on this somber note, highlighting the challenges and self-doubt that even the strongest candidates face as they prepare for what lies ahead. As the candidates regroup, the atmosphere remains heavy with the memory of Major Rube's intense pressure, which none of them felt capable of overcoming. One of the young women admits how shocked she was just to see him in person, while another reassures that there was nothing they could do against such overwhelming force. Suddenly, Arudo notices a change. Lily's magic level has increased, surprising him and prompting a closer look. The display reveals that Lily has reached level 3, with significant boosts in both power and speed. This unexpected growth hints at her untapped potential and leaves Arudo and the others quietly impressed as they continue forward, aware that the challenges ahead will demand even more strength and resolve. Story. The atmosphere shifts as Major Lulubelle makes a dramatic return, his confident presence immediately drawing attention. With a sly grin, he eyes the group and provocatively asks which one is Rudolph's favorite, stirring a mix of curiosity and tension among the candidates. Meanwhile, the older man with scars continues to assert the harsh realities of military life, condemning weakness and petty rivalries as unacceptable. His fierce reprimand underscores the demand for true strength and resolve. Turning his sharp gaze to Arudo, he acknowledges the rumors of Rudolph's favoritism and challenges Arudo to reveal what he truly stands for. Arudo meets this challenge with quiet confidence, introducing himself firmly and shifting the dynamic within the group. As the tension eases slightly, the older man invites everyone to join him for drinks, offering a brief respite from the intensity. Yet, the weight of expectations remains heavy, especially on one candidate who stands apart, his expression serious and conflicted. Nearby, two young women apologize to Arudo for their perceived shortcomings, expressing frustration at feeling powerless despite their efforts. The scene closes on this somber note, highlighting the internal struggles and self-doubt that even the strongest candidates face as they prepare for the trials ahead. Later, as the group regroups, the memory of Major Rube's overwhelming pressure lingers, leaving the candidates feeling incapable of meeting his standards. One young woman admits how intimidating it was just to see him in person, while another reassures that no. The mood lightens as the candidates arrive at their new living quarters. Their excitement palpable. One of the young women, clearly thrilled, asks if she can really live here, and Naruto reassures her with a confident yes. Their relief is evident as they realize they can finally leave behind the hardships of camping out. As they settle in, Naruto admits he's still unfamiliar with bows and asks for a tour of the classroom. Lily eagerly agrees, but before they head off, she pauses with a serious expression, telling Naruto there's something important she needs to share. This moment hints at deeper developments to come, underscoring the growing bonds and trust forming among the group as they prepare for the challenges ahead. The candidates arrive at their new living quarters, their excitement evident as one of the young women marvels at the idea of actually living there. Naruto reassures her with a confident yes, and the group breathes a collective sigh of relief, glad to leave behind the hardships of camping out. As they settle in, Naruto admits his unfamiliarity with bows and asks for a tour of the classroom. Lily eagerly agrees but then pauses, her expression turning serious as she tells Naruto there's something important she needs to discuss. Sitting down together, she reveals her concern about his appraisal magic. She reminds him that just as he worked as an appraiser in his previous life, this city also has many appraisers, hinting at challenges or competition that may lie ahead for Naruto in this new environment. The candidates' excitement grows as they arrive at their new living quarters, marveling at the comfort and relief of leaving behind their rough camping life. One of the young women, eyes wide with wonder, asks if she can really live there, and Naruto confidently assures her that they can. As they begin to settle in, Naruto admits his unfamiliarity with bows and requests a tour of the classroom. Lily eagerly agrees but then grows serious, revealing she has something important to discuss. Sitting together, she shares a startling insight about appraisal magic in this city. While Naruto has experience as an appraiser, Lily explains that unlike him, the local appraisers cannot appraise living beings, only objects. Their results are limited to names, prices, and ranks for items, making appraisal of people impossible. She then reveals that Naruto's unique appraisal ability is considered a military secret, highlighting just how rare and valuable his skill truly is. This revelation deepens the mystery surrounding Naruto's power and hints at the challenges and intrigue that await them in this new environment. As the group settles into their new living quarters, excitement fills the air. One of the young women, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Naruto reassures her with a confident yes. The relief of leaving behind the hardships of camping out is palpable. When Naruto admits he's unfamiliar with bows and requests a tour of the classroom, Lily eagerly agrees but then grows serious, revealing she has something important to discuss. Sitting down together, she shares a startling insight about appraisal magic in this city. Unlike Naruto, who has experience appraising living beings, the local appraisers can only evaluate objects, names, prices, and ranks, but not people. She explains that Naruto's unique ability to appraise living things is considered a military secret, making his skill rare and valuable. However, before Naruto can clarify, a harsh voice interrupts, dismissing his appraisal as nothing special. The man insists that any appraiser can do what Naruto claims and that being proud of such a skill is embarrassing. This confrontation forces Naruto to reflect on his past as an appraiser, highlighting the challenges and skepticism he faces in this new environment, even as his extraordinary talent sets him apart. As the candidates marvel at their new living quarters, one young woman can't believe she can actually live there, and Naruto reassures her with a confident yes. Their relief at leaving behind the hardships of camping out clear. When Naruto admits he's unfamiliar with bows and asks for a tour of the classroom, Lily eagerly agrees but then grows serious, revealing she has something important to discuss. Sitting down together, she presses Naruto about his appraisal magic, asking what results he got. Back in his previous life, he hesitates, admitting it was over 10 years ago and that if his ability had been strong, he would surely remember. Lily suggests that perhaps his powers were suppressed back then, which would explain why his results weren't revealed. This conversation deepens the mystery around Naruto's unique appraisal skill, hinting at a past filled with hidden challenges and setting the stage for the trials that lie ahead. As the group steps into their new living quarters, the excitement is palpable. One of the young women, her eyes shining with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Naruto reassures her with a confident yes, the relief of leaving behind their rough camping life evident. When Naruto admits he's unfamiliar with bows and requests a tour of the classroom, the woman with glasses eagerly agrees but then grows serious. Over a quiet moment, she explains that her aptitude lies with the bow and that she's never heard of anyone being able to appraise people before. She admits she steered the conversation away from Naruto's unique ability earlier because they weren't sure if their comrade Firen would join them. Naruto listens as she reveals that appraisal magic in this world is limited to objects, names, prices, ranks, but appraising living beings like people is unheard of. The woman apologizes for the diversion, but Aruto assures her it's no problem. As she reflects on the rarity of his skill, she quietly admits she didn't notice anything unusual before, deepening the mystery surrounding Aruto's appraisal magic and hinting at the challenges and revelations still to come. As the group steps into their new living quarters, the excitement is clear. One young woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Aruto reassures her with a confident yes, marking the end of their rough camping days. When Aruto admits he's unfamiliar with bows and asks for a tour of the classroom, the woman with glasses eagerly agrees but then grows serious. She presses Aruto about his appraisal magic, curious about the results he got in his previous life. He hesitates, explaining it was over 10 years ago and that if his ability had been strong, he would surely remember. She suggests his powers might have been suppressed back then, which would explain the lack of clear results. Then, she reveals a startling truth. Appraisal magic in this world is limited strictly to objects, names, prices, and ranks, but appraising living beings like people is unheard of. Aruto reflects on this as she continues, explaining that rather than being unusual, his ability to appraise human aptitudes and abilities is a unique skill belonging only to him. This revelation deepens the mystery surrounding Aruto's power, highlighting just how rare and valuable his talent truly is, and setting the stage for the challenges and intrigue that lie ahead. The group steps into their new living quarters and one of the young women, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there. Aruto reassures her with a confident yes, marking a clear end to their rough camping days. As they settle in, the woman with glasses grows serious and presses Aruto about his appraisal magic, curious about the results he had in his previous life. He hesitates, explaining it was over 10 years ago and that if his ability had been strong, he would surely remember. She suggests his powers might have been suppressed back then, which would explain the lack of clear results. Then, she reveals a startling truth. Appraisal magic in this world is limited strictly to objects, names, prices, and ranks, but appraising living beings like people is unheard of. Aruto reflects on this as she continues, explaining that rather than being unusual, his ability to appraise human aptitudes and abilities is a unique skill belonging only to him. This revelation deepens the mystery surrounding Aruto's power, highlighting just how rare and valuable his talent truly is. The woman then asks if he intends to announce this ability to the public, warning that doing so could propel him to the rank of major or even higher. Aruto confirms that by announce, she means letting the world know he can appraise people, and she smiles knowingly, hinting at the significant impact this revelation could have on his future. As they step into their new living quarters, the excitement is unmistakable. One of the young women, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Aruto reassures her with a confident yes, marking a clear end to their rough camping days. The woman with glasses, still curious about Aruto's unique appraisal magic, presses him further when she hears that his ability could appraise people, something unheard of in this world where appraisal magic is limited to objects. Her surprise grows. She even connects his power to the huge, scarred man they encountered earlier, asking if he might be the one Aruto appraises. Aruto, however, calmly denies any intention of announcing his rare skill to the public, choosing instead to keep it a secret, grateful for her understanding. He thanks her, setting the stage for the careful balance he'll need to maintain as he navigates the challenges ahead with this extraordinary ability hidden beneath the surface. As the group steps into their new living quarters, the excitement is palpable. One young woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Aruto reassures her with a confident yes, signaling the end of their rough camping days. The atmosphere lightens as gratitude is exchanged, but the woman with glasses soon grows serious again. She presses Aruto about his appraisal magic, curious if he plans to reveal his unique ability to appraise people, a power unheard of in this world where appraisal magic is limited strictly to objects. Aruto hesitates, explaining that going public with such a rare skill carries risks. The young woman agrees, warning that revealing this ability would make many enemies despite the potential for rapid advancement. She looks to Aruto for confirmation, and though caught off guard, he acknowledges the truth in her words. This moment underscores the delicate balance Aruto must maintain as he navigates the challenges ahead, keeping his extraordinary talent hidden while preparing for the uncertain future it promises. As the group steps into their new living quarters, the excitement is clear. One of the young women, her eyes shining with disbelief, asks if she can really live there. Aruto reassures her with a confident yes, signaling the end of their rough camping days and the start of a more stable life. Yet, The woman with glasses quickly shifts the mood, pressing Naruto about his appraisal magic and whether he plans to reveal his unique ability to appraise people. A power unheard of in this world where appraisal magic is limited strictly to objects. Naruto hesitates, recalling what going public would mean. A life of constant appraisals, endless quotas, and exhaustion, much like the difficult life he once endured in the kingdom, despite the potential for rapid advancement. He knows the risks and confirms he has no intention of announcing his rare skill openly. The woman with glasses and the blonde girl exchange a glance, the latter clearly overwhelmed by the gravity of Naruto's secret. Still, Naruto smiles and decides he'll simply have to be careful not to get noticed when appraising people, unaware of just how delicate and dangerous this balance will be to maintain going forward. As they step into their new living quarters, the group is filled with awe and excitement. The woman with glasses, clearly amazed, asks if she can really live here, and Naruto reassures her with a confident yes, marking a hopeful end to their rough camping days. The atmosphere is light and grateful, but before long, the focus shifts back to their training plans. They agree to start by looking for a book on archery, with everyone eager to help and improve. Just as they settle into this new routine, a young woman approaches with a serious expression, politely interrupting to deliver a message she was told to bring. This unexpected arrival hints at new developments on the horizon, setting the stage for the challenges and mysteries that lie ahead. The group steps into their new living quarters, and the awe is immediate. The woman with glasses, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Naruto confirms with a warm smile, assuring her that their rough camping days are finally over. The excitement is tangible as they embrace this fresh start, but just as the mood lightens, a young woman enters with a serious expression, interrupting politely to deliver a message. She informs Naruto that before they depart for the military forest, Major Rudolph has something important to say and requests that Naruto come alone to his room in 2 hours. The trio exchanges uneasy glances, wondering if the summons is connected to recent events at the gate or if it concerns Naruto himself, setting a tense anticipation for what's to come. As the group steps into their new living quarters, awe and excitement fill the air. The woman with glasses, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Naruto warmly confirms that their rough camping days are finally behind them. The sense of relief and hope is palpable as they embrace this fresh start. She thanks Naruto sincerely, expressing her gratitude for this new opportunity, while the others share in the joy of leaving their hardships behind. Yet, even in this moment of happiness, the challenges ahead remain clear, and the group prepares to face them together. As the group steps into their new living quarters, the awe is immediate. The woman with glasses, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Naruto warmly confirms that their rough camping days are finally behind them. The excitement is palpable as they embrace this fresh start, with heartfelt thanks exchanged and a shared sense of relief. Yet, the moment is quickly interrupted by the sudden arrival of Major Lulubelle, who returns with a commanding presence that immediately shifts the atmosphere. Her arrival sparks a tense exchange with Rudolph, a scarred and stern military man whose fierce demeanor fills the room. He lashes out, calling out the weakness of others who try to appear stronger by putting others down, revealing his blunt but honest nature. The tension between the two hints at a deeper rivalry or history, as Lulubelle's return clearly unsettles Rudolph. Meanwhile, Naruto stands quietly, introduced formally to the Major, and the weight of the situation settles in. This encounter underscores the challenges ahead, as the group must now navigate not only their own growth, but also the complex dynamics of those in power around them. As the group steps into their new living quarters, a wave of awe and excitement washes over them. The woman with glasses, her eyes wide with disbelief, asks if she can really live there, and Naruto warmly assures her that their days of rough camping are finally behind them. The sense of relief and hope is palpable as they embrace this fresh start, exchanging heartfelt thanks and sharing in the joy of leaving their hardships behind. But the moment of happiness is abruptly shattered when a commanding presence enters. Major Lulubelle returns, her arrival immediately shifting the atmosphere. A tense confrontation unfolds between her and Rudolph, the scarred military man whose fierce demeanor fills the room. He lashes out, accusing others of putting people down to appear stronger, revealing a blunt honesty that hints at a deeper rivalry or history between the two. Amidst this charged exchange, Naruto stands quietly, formally introduced to the Major, feeling the weight of the situation settle heavily around him. Meanwhile, the woman with glasses, sensing the tension, prepares herself as the blonde girl encourages her to stay strong. With a determined nod, she activates her power, steeling herself for the challenges that lie ahead. This encounter not only underscores the complex dynamics of those in power, but also sets the stage for the trials the group must face together as they navigate their new reality. The group steps into their new living quarters, and the woman with glasses can't hide her amazement, asking if she can really live there. Aruto reassures her with a smile, confirming that their days of rough camping are finally over. Gratitude fills the air as they celebrate this fresh start, bidding farewell to their hardships. Then, the atmosphere shifts as Major Lulubelle returns, her presence commanding attention. A tense confrontation erupts between her and the scarred, stern Rudolph, who lashes out, accusing others of putting people down to appear stronger. A blunt honesty that hints at a deeper rivalry. Aruto quietly introduces himself amidst the charged exchange, feeling the weight of the situation. Meanwhile, the woman with glasses steels herself, activating her power as the blonde girl encourages her to stay strong. Later, Aruto asks her to try drawing her bow again. Though hesitant at first, she manages to pull the bowstring back, surprised by her sudden increase in strength. This breakthrough marks a hopeful step forward, even as the challenges and complex power dynamics around them loom large. The woman with glasses stands in awe as she holds her bow, asking if she can really live in their new quarters. Aruto reassures her warmly, confirming that their days of camping out are finally over. Gratitude and excitement fill the air as they celebrate this fresh start, bidding farewell to their hardships. The blonde girl beams with joy, amazed by the progress they've made, while the woman modestly denies having done anything special, crediting Aruto for their success. Aruto encourages them both, explaining that Lily is a support magic user and telling them he'll go check on Major Rudolph. He advises the woman to cast a spell on herself if she struggles with the bow again. Showing his steady support, with determination, they all prepare to face the challenges ahead, ready to give their best in this new chapter. Story. The group steps into their new living quarters, and the woman with glasses can't hide her amazement, asking if she can really live there. Aruto warmly reassures her that their days of camping out are finally over, filling the air with gratitude and excitement as they celebrate this fresh start. The blonde girl beams with joy, amazed by the progress they've made, while the woman modestly credits Aruto for their success. Encouraged by Aruto, she tries drawing her bow again, initially hesitant but surprised by her newfound strength. This breakthrough marks a hopeful step forward, even as the complex power dynamics around them loom large. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Major Lulubelle returns, her commanding presence immediately drawing attention. A tense confrontation erupts between her and the scarred, stern Rudolph, who lashes out, accusing others of putting people down to appear stronger. A blunt honesty that hints at a deeper rivalry. Amidst this charged exchange, Aruto quietly introduces himself, feeling the weight of the situation settle heavily around him. Meanwhile, the woman with glasses steels herself, activating her power as the blonde girl encourages her to stay strong. Later, Aruto is summoned by Lord Alto, who apologizes for the sudden call and hands him a bundle of water magic herbs, asking him to pick them up if he goes to the military forest. Though curious, Aruto obediently accepts the task, with permission to use appraisal magic if needed. This moment signals the next step in. Aruto finds himself in a formal meeting with Lord Alto, who explains the urgent need for magic herbs following a massive forest fire that nearly got out of control. The army's stock of these herbs has been depleted, and despite requests sent to all guilds, supplies haven't caught up. Lord Alto hands Aruto a bundle of water magic herbs, noting their rank as C, and asks him to collect more if he comes across any during his travels. To Aruto's surprise, this task isn't merely an assignment. Lord Alto intends to buy any herbs Aruto finds, offering him an opportunity rather than a duty. Though caught off guard, Aruto listens carefully, realizing this mission marks the next step in his journey amid the ongoing challenges they face. The woman with glasses steps into their new living quarters, her eyes wide with amazement as she asks if she can really live there. Aruto reassures her warmly, confirming that their days of camping out are finally behind them. The blonde girl beams with joy, thrilled by the progress they've made, while the woman humbly credits Aruto for their success. Just then, Major Lulubelle returns, her commanding presence immediately drawing attention. A tense confrontation erupts between her and the scarred Rudolph, who lashes out with biting words, accusing others of putting people down to appear stronger. A harsh honesty that reveals a deeper rivalry amidst the charged atmosphere. Aruto quietly introduces himself, feeling the weight of the moment. Later, Aruto is summoned by Lord Alto, who apologizes for the sudden call and hands him a bundle of water magic herbs, explaining the urgent need for these herbs after a devastating forest fire depleted the army's supplies. Lord Alto offers to by any herbs Aruto finds during his travels, turning the task into an opportunity rather than a mere assignment. Though caught off guard, Aruto listens carefully, realizing this mission marks the next step in his journey. As the meeting concludes, Lord Alto entrusts Aruto with managing the condition-based pricing for the herbs. Confident in his knowledge and dedication, with a determined smile, Aruto promises to do his utmost, ready to face the challenges ahead as he steps further into his new role. Aruto finds himself in a formal meeting where Lord Alto reveals that the urgent matter at hand isn't about the gate incident as Aruto had assumed. Instead, Lord Alto explains that he hasn't seen Major Ruble in several days and takes this opportunity to hand Aruto an appointment order. Something he had planned to introduce eventually. This unexpected document marks a significant turning point, hinting at new responsibilities and deeper intrigue ahead for Aruto as he steps further into the complex world around him. Aruto and his companions step into their new living quarters, the woman with glasses overwhelmed with joy as she asks if she can really live there. Aruto warmly reassures her, confirming that their days of camping out are finally behind them, and the blonde girl beams with happiness at their progress. Just then, Major Lulubelle returns, her commanding presence immediately drawing attention. A tense confrontation erupts between her and the scarred Rudolph, who lashes out with biting words, accusing others of putting people down just to appear stronger. A harsh honesty that reveals a deeper rivalry amidst this charged atmosphere. Aruto quietly introduces himself, feeling the weight of the moment. Later, Aruto is summoned once again by Lord Alto, who reveals that the urgent matter at hand isn't about the gate incident as Aruto had assumed. Instead, Lord Alto mentions he hasn't seen Major Ruble in several days and takes this opportunity to hand Aruto an appointment order, officially appointing Miss Firen as his subordinate. This unexpected document, sealed with approval from military executives and printed on hard-to-obtain parchment, marks a significant turning point for Aruto. He realizes such a complicated document couldn't have been prepared in just 2 hours, hinting at deeper intrigue and new responsibilities awaiting him as he steps further into the complex world around him. As Aruto reflects on the appointment order he received, he realizes that those in power must have known they would bring Miss Firen back before they even returned to the army. His companion points out that Aruto is moving quickly. He hasn't even met Ruble yet, but already knows about the gatekeeper's test. The same companion shares his anticipation for the upcoming trial match with the corporals, hinting at the challenges ahead. He also warns Aruto that Ruble might try to snatch him away, a natural concern given the circumstances. This conversation underscores the rapid pace at which Aruto's new responsibilities and connections are unfolding, setting the stage for the trials and intrigues that lie ahead. Aruto and his companions step into their new living quarters, where the woman with glasses can't hide her excitement, asking if she can really live there. Aruto warmly confirms that their days of camping out are finally over, and the blonde girl beams with happiness at their progress. Suddenly, Major Lulubelle returns, her commanding presence immediately drawing attention. The scarred Rudolph lashes out, accusing others of putting people down just to appear stronger, revealing a deeper rivalry. Between them, amidst this tense moment, Aruto quietly introduces himself, feeling the weight of the situation. Later, as Aruto reflects on the rapid changes in his life, he contemplates the appointment order he received, realizing that those in power must have anticipated Miss Firen's return before it even happened. He wonders if factions are trying to prevent him from being taken, and though the promotion seems like a hassle, he understands the necessity given his origins from an enemy nation. Unlike Amelisa, the people watching him now pose a different kind of danger. With this realization, Aruto steps forward into a complex web of intrigue and responsibility, aware that being watched carries risks far beyond what he has faced before. As Aruto walks along a quiet path, an arrow suddenly strikes the nearby wall with a sharp thud. The archer, filled with excitement, cheers at the perfect shot, praising Firen for her incredible aim. Watching this, Aruto smiles, feeling a surge of confidence despite the weight of being constantly observed. He boldly declares that being watched is nothing new to him and welcomes the surveillance with open arms. Just then, a familiar voice calls out a warm welcome back, reminding him that even under watchful eyes, he remains undeterred and ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As Aruto walks along a quiet path, an arrow suddenly strikes the wall nearby with a sharp thud, signaling a perfect shot. The archer, filled with excitement, cheers loudly, praising Firen for her incredible aim. Watching this, Aruto smiles, feeling a surge of confidence despite the constant surveillance he faces. With a bold grin, he declares that being watched is nothing new to him and welcomes the scrutiny with open arms. Just then, a familiar voice calls out a warm welcome back, reminding him that no matter the watchful eyes upon him, He remains undeterred and ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The next day, deep within the military forest, the team prepares for their exploration mission. Aruto lays out the plan clearly. They have 40 minutes until Lily's magic wears off, and if 3 or more enemies close in or if the situation becomes too dangerous, they must retreat immediately. Both Major Lulubelle and Amelisa listen attentively, affirming their understanding. With a calm but determined smile, Aruto sets the boundaries, specifying a 100-meter radius for their operation. The group steels themselves, ready to face whatever challenges the forest might hold within that limited window of time. As the team prepares to venture deeper into the military forest, Aruto takes charge, laying out a clear plan for their exploration. He reminds everyone that Lily's magic will only last for 40 minutes, and if 3 or more enemies approach or the situation becomes too dangerous, they must retreat without hesitation. Both Major Lulubelle and Amelisa listen closely, affirming their understanding of the strict boundaries set for their mission. With determination, Aruto instructs them to thin out their mana and spread it wider, creating a protective barrier around them. As they activate the spell, a shimmering dome envelopes the trio, shielding them from the surrounding wilderness. From the outside, the forest appears peaceful, but within this magical bubble, they stand ready to face whatever threats may lurk beyond the trees during their limited window of time. As the team ventures deeper into the military forest, Aruto activates a magical barrier to protect them during their limited 40-minute window. The forest outside seems calm, but inside their shimmering dome, they remain alert and ready for any threat. Suddenly, multiple magical pings appear around them, signaling potential dangers or points of interest. Aruto studies the readings carefully and reassures his companions that there are no strong monsters nearby, allowing them to proceed with cautious optimism. Major Lulubelle and Amelisa look on, trusting Aruto's judgment as they prepare to face whatever lies ahead within the forest's mysterious depths. As the team moves cautiously through the forest, they begin gathering information on their surroundings. Using magical scouting, they detect the closest monster nearby, along with 2 others guarding a patch of valuable water magic herbs. With a clear plan in mind, they decide to take out the nearest monster first, then quickly collect the herb. If time allows, they will confront the remaining 2 monsters before making their way back. The group carefully studies a rough map of the area, plotting their route to maximize efficiency and safety within the limited time they have. As the group explores the library, Major Lulubelle asks Aruto if he can sense where monsters might be hiding. Confidently, he explains that he uses his appraisal magic the same way he did when searching for the Bow Book, treating monsters like books to be found. This surprises Lulubelle, who reflects on how quickly he locates their targets. Without hesitation, Aruto pinpoints a monster hidden in a box nearby, prompting the team to move swiftly toward the discovery. The efficiency of his appraisal magic continues to impress, reinforcing their trust in his unique abilities as they prepare for the challenges ahead. Even Major Lulubelle can't help but acknowledge how absurd Aruto's appraisal ability truly is, noting that it's no wonder his power is considered military secret level. She questions the strange habit of appraising monsters they haven't even detected yet, highlighting how unusual Aruto's approach is. Despite this, Firen gently points out that Lily has been struggling with the same confusion, and reassures her that since Aruto doesn't follow common sense, they'll just have to get used to his unconventional methods. The team shares a moment of understanding, ready to face the challenges ahead with Aruto's unique skills leading the way. As the team prepares to move deeper into the forest, Aruto turns to Lily with a request. Can she cast a power-up spell on Firen? Though hesitant at first, Lily admits she's never used her staff to cast before but is eager to try. Encouraged by the team, she focuses and utters the command, "Power up!" Gripping her staff tightly, the atmosphere shifts subtly as the spell takes effect, signaling a new level of readiness for the challenges ahead. With the team ready to push deeper into the forest, Lily steps forward, determined to support her comrades in a new way. Though she's never cast a spell using her staff before, she focuses intently and confidently utters the command, "Activating." As magical energy swirls around her, the atmosphere shifts, signaling a fresh surge of power that promises to bolster their strength for the challenges ahead. After Lily casts the power-up spell, the team quickly notices an unexpected side effect. Not only does Firen's strength increase, but Lily's own power rises as well. Aruto confirms that her mana consumption was only for a single cast, suggesting the boost extends through the staff to allies nearby. They speculate it likely benefits only friends, and Aruto admits he can't confirm it through appraisal, but he might have been boosted too. Seeing this, they agree to investigate further once they return, hoping to find clues in the staff techniques book. With this new understanding, The group prepares to continue their mission, now armed with a fresh advantage that could turn the tide in their favor. As the team ventures deeper into the forest, a sudden magical signal alerts them to the presence of a nearby monster. Ameliza's eyes widen in surprise as Aruto calmly raises his hand, activating his appraisal magic to pinpoint the exact location of the threat. The tension rises as they prepare to confront whatever lurks just out of sight, relying on Aruto's unique ability to detect dangers before they even appear. As the team moves deeper into the forest, Aruto suddenly signals for silence, urging everyone to stay alert. Major Lulubelle and Ameliza exchange curious glances, sensing the tension in the air. Without hesitation, Aruto activates his appraisal magic, scanning the area with sharp focus. Hidden just beyond the bushes, they spot the monster they've been tracking. The trio crouches low, eyes fixed on the creature as it lingers nearby, confirming their target. With the monster finally revealed, the group prepares to engage, their earlier planning and newfound powers ready to be put to the test in this critical moment. As the team crouches quietly behind some bushes, they spot a lowly slime monster of rank F slowly approaching. Aruto quickly urges everyone to keep their voices down so the creature won't notice them. Just then, the blonde woman leans in to whisper something privately to Aruto, asking if she may have a moment alone with him. The tension lingers as the group prepares for what lies ahead, their focus sharpened by the presence of the slime and the mysterious request. As the team crouches quietly behind the bushes, Aruto suggests they try an experiment with the staff's crystal to better understand the power-up effect. He asks Firen to touch the crystal, and she agrees, holding it carefully as instructed. Ameliza watches closely, curious about what this might reveal. With everyone focused, Firen closes her eyes, concentrating on the staff's energy, hoping to unlock more of its mysterious potential. This moment of calm and cooperation hints at the deeper connection between their magic and the staff, setting the stage for what lies ahead in their mission. As the group settles down in the forest clearing, Lily suddenly realizes she can hear Aruto's voice inside her mind, surprised but intrigued. She confirms this telepathic connection, and Aruto asks since when she had developed such an ability. Lily explains that it happened earlier when Aruto's hand touched her staff, and she felt as if she could hear his inner voice. This unexpected bond opens a new avenue of communication between them, deepening their connection and promising to be a valuable asset as they continue their mission in the forest. As the team prepares to face the slime monster, Major Lulubelle reflects on the unusual telepathic connection Lily has developed with Aruto, recognizing its potential value for infiltration or negotiations. Despite the unease about being watched, they steel themselves for the upcoming battle. Aruto asks if they believe they can defeat the slime, and though nervous, Lily commits to doing her best, with roles assigned. Firen to support Lily and Aruto keeping watch. The group quietly takes their positions in the forest, ready to confront the threat ahead with newfound resolve and teamwork. As the tension in the forest thickens, the moment for their first real battle arrives. Without hesitation, the young mage grips her staff tightly and dashes forward, eyes locked on the approaching threat. With a commanding shout, she urges her companions to fall down, signaling the start of their confrontation. The air crackles with anticipation as the team braces themselves, ready to put their newfound powers and teamwork to the test against the lurking danger ahead. As the tension reaches its peak, the young mage wastes no time, gripping her staff tightly and charging at the approaching slime monster. With a powerful swing, she strikes the creature, but the impact barely seems to faze it. Realizing the distance is too great for an effective hit, the young mage quickly dashes forward, her determination unwavering. Meanwhile, her companion watches with wide eyes, the urgency of the battle sinking in as they prepare for the next move in this critical confrontation. As the slime monster slowly approaches, the young mage wastes no time, gripping a chunk of the creature and hurling it forward with precision. Her companion, standing close by, reacts swiftly, launching an arrow imbued with magic that streaks through the air toward their target. The combined assault catches the slime off guard, forcing it to react to their coordinated attack. This moment marks the beginning of their battle, showcasing their growing teamwork and determination to overcome the threat lurking in the forest. As the slime monster inches closer, the archer takes careful aim, drawing her bowstring back with unwavering focus. Her arrow flies true, slicing through the air toward the gelatinous foe. The slime shifts and slides across the ground, its slow advance unrelenting. Suddenly, the young mage's eyes widen in alarm, sensing something off about the creature's movement. Before she can react further, the middle-aged man with the scarred face calls out urgently, warning her by name. The tension spikes. As the slime's approach becomes more threatening, and the team braces for the next phase of their battle, fully aware that this encounter is far from over. With a determined cry, the young mage lunges forward and hurls a chunk of the slime monster with all her strength. The slime splashes across the ground. Momentarily disrupted by the attack, gasping for breath, she steadies herself as the tension in the air begins to ease. Her companion steps closer, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling that the immediate danger has passed. The slime, now retreating into a shallow pit, seems to be withdrawing, giving the team a brief moment to catch their breath. The young mage looks up, meeting her companion's calm gaze, and he tells her she can relax now. This small victory marks a turning point in their battle, as they prepare for whatever challenges lie ahead with renewed confidence and unity. As the battle with the slime monster reaches a critical point, the young mage and her companions find themselves catching their breath after a coordinated attack. The archer's precise shot had landed perfectly, disrupting the creature's advance. Firen, however, surprises everyone by calmly drawing a knife and stepping forward. Her expression serene yet determined. The young mage's eyes widen in shock as she calls out to Firen, questioning her sudden move, but Firen simply smiles, relieved that Lily is safe, showing that her priority lies in protecting her friend above all else. This unexpected action adds a new layer of tension and resolve to the group's fight, signaling that their teamwork and courage will be tested even further as they face the challenges ahead. After their intense battle with the slime monster, the group shifts focus to dismantling the creature efficiently. The archer explains that breaking down the slime quickly preserves its freshness, an important skill for anyone working as a porter. The former adventurer among them handles a well-maintained, sharp knife with care, revealing it as a keepsake from her father. This moment of calm and practical teamwork highlights their growing bond and the skills they've brought together to survive and thrive beyond the fight. As the group discusses how to preserve the slime's freshness, they realize that chilling it would be ideal, but they have no means to do so here. The young mage learns that the skin tightening and decay slowing down makes a huge difference in preservation. Suddenly, he recalls that there might be a river nearby which could provide the perfect solution. His companions react with surprise and hope, as the possibility of a nearby river could change their situation dramatically. Following their discussion about preserving the slime's freshness, the group realizes that chilling it would be ideal, but they lack the means to do so in their current location. Suddenly, the young mage recalls the possibility of a nearby river, which could provide the perfect solution. To their surprise, they soon find the river flowing through the forest, confirming its existence. The companions exchange glances, noting that this is the mage's first time in this forest. As they continue, the young mage spots a rare magic herb called water spirit grass growing nearby. When asked if it's normal to find such herbs so quickly, he admits that it is not, hinting at the unusual nature of their surroundings. With the river and the magic herb at hand, the group gains a renewed sense of hope and practical means to preserve their hard-won prize, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As they continue their journey, the group reflects on the rarity of finding a river so easily in the forest. The young mage admits that this is far from normal, explaining that securing a water source is one of the biggest challenges on expeditions. So much so that having the ability to locate one is practically military-level classified information. When asked how he found the river, he sheepishly admits he had already guessed its location, just in case. His companions, clearly exhausted, plead with him not to sigh, showing their mixed feelings about the situation. This moment underscores the mage's unique skills and the unusual circumstances they face, even as they press forward with cautious optimism. Story. As the tension rises, the young mage finds himself under close scrutiny, realizing that unlike Amelisa, the people watching him see him as a serious threat. Despite this, he remains composed, understanding that this attention is part of a larger test of his insight and abilities. Soon, he is introduced to Major Lulabelle, whose presence brings a sense of relief and hope. She warmly welcomes him, assuring that he can truly live here, marking a turning point from their previous hardships. Meanwhile, Rudolph, a grizzled and scarred veteran, lashes out at those who belittle others to boost their own image, warning that such behavior only reveals weakness. The young mage, Arudo, steps forward to introduce himself, signaling his readiness to face the challenges ahead. The atmosphere shifts as the group prepares for a formal appraisal, a critical moment that will determine their standing and future. Arudo's first impression of the appraisal candidate, Lord Alto, is one of disbelief due to the sheer magnitude of his magic power, which is far beyond normal limits. The young mage learns that Lord Alto has been using appraisal magic excessively, a practice that astonishes everyone present. As the appraisal begins, Arudo is encouraged to walk with more confidence despite the intimidating stares from others. When asked if he can appraise people, Arudo admits that while it feels awkward to simply say appraisal, he relies on intuition, A sixth sense honed through experience with this newfound story: as the appraisal test unfolds, Aruto senses the weight of scrutiny unlike anything Ameliza faces, realizing that the people watching him see him as a serious threat. This intense observation is part of a larger challenge to test his insight and abilities. Just then, Major Lulubelle arrives, her presence bringing a wave of relief and hope as she warmly welcomes Aruto, assuring him that he can truly live here now. Meanwhile, Rudolph, the battle-hardened veteran, lashes out at those who belittle others to inflate their own image, warning that such behavior only exposes their weakness. Aruto steps forward to introduce himself, signaling his readiness to face whatever lies ahead. The atmosphere shifts as the group prepares for a formal appraisal, a crucial moment that will determine their standing. Aruto's first impression of Lord Alto, the appraisal candidate, is one of disbelief at the sheer magnitude of his magic power, which far exceeds normal limits. He learns that Lord Alto has been excessively using appraisal magic, astonishing everyone present, encouraged to walk with confidence despite intimidating stares. Aruto admits he relies on intuition rather than formal appraisal. A sixth sense honed through experience. Suddenly, two aggressive tusk dogs appear. Their rank marked as E, posing a dangerous threat. Thanks to Aruto's keen observation, the group is alerted just in time. Major Lulubelle acknowledges the danger and resolves to give her all in the fight. Ahead as the tusk dogs charge. As the tension mounts, two aggressive tusk dogs suddenly charge at the group. Their rank marked as E, signaling a serious threat. Without hesitation, the blonde woman swiftly activates her speed-enhancing magic. Shouting, "Activating speed up!" she dashes forward with remarkable agility, ready to confront the beasts head-on. The dogs pursue relentlessly, but her quick reflexes and magic give her the edge in this sudden battle, setting the stage for a fierce and fast-paced encounter. Just as the group braces for the appraisal, two fierce tusk dogs suddenly charge at them, their snarling faces and sharp claws signaling real danger. Without missing a beat, the blonde woman swiftly activates her speed-enhancing magic. Shouting that she's activating speed up, she dashes forward with incredible agility, meeting the beasts head-on. The tension spikes as she prepares to strike, her determination clear in her focused expression, setting the stage for a fierce and fast-paced battle against the relentless attackers. Just as the tension reaches its peak, two fierce tusk dogs burst onto the scene, charging aggressively toward the group. Without hesitation, the blonde woman quickly channels her magic, activating a speed-enhancing spell that sharpens her reflexes and boosts her agility. With a determined shout, she dashes forward to confront the snarling beasts head-on. Ready to defend everyone from the imminent threat, the battle is set to be fast and intense, as she prepares to strike down the relentless attackers with precision and courage. As the appraisal test continues, Aruto reflects on the intense scrutiny he faces, realizing that unlike Ameliza, who is watched with curiosity, he is perceived as a serious threat by those around him. This heavy observation is part of a deeper challenge to test his insight and abilities. Just then, Major Lulubelle returns, her cheerful presence bringing a wave of relief and hope as she warmly welcomes Aruto, assuring him that he can truly live here now. Meanwhile, Rudolph, the battle-hardened veteran, lashes out at those who belittle others to boost their own image, warning that such behavior only exposes their weakness. Aruto steps forward to introduce himself, signaling his readiness to face whatever lies ahead. Suddenly, two fierce tusk dogs charge at the group, their snarling faces and sharp claws signaling real danger. Without hesitation, the blonde woman activates her speed-enhancing magic, shouting that she's activating speed up, and dashes forward with incredible agility to confront the beasts head-on. The tension spikes as she prepares to strike, her determination clear in her focused expression. With a powerful swing of her weapon, she lands a decisive blow on one of the dogs, breaking its jaw and subduing it, while Aruto watches with a confident smile, ready for whatever comes next. With the tusk dogs now defeated, their vitality completely drained, the group takes a moment to assess the aftermath. Their movements had been sharper and more coordinated than when they faced the slime earlier, a testament to their S-rank status. One of the dogs lies pierced by an arrow, felled in a single, precise shot from the blonde woman, whose skill and speed proved decisive. As the dust settles, the focus shifts to the task at hand, harvesting the magic herb that had drawn them here. The young man, steady and confident, urges the blonde to finish the job, signaling that their immediate danger has passed and the mission can proceed. The scene closes with a sense of calm determination, the group ready to move forward after overcoming this fierce challenge. Just as the blonde woman prepares to strike again, she suddenly calls out to stop, insisting she can handle the situation alone. The young man protests, urging her to, but she's already knocking an arrow, determined to finish the fight. However, the tension quickly dissipates when another member of the group points out that the tusk dogs are already down. Their threat neutralized, one lies motionless, pierced by a single, precise arrow, while the other was subdued by the staff-wielding girls. Skillful strike, the group breathes a collective sigh of relief, impressed by the swift and efficient takedown. With the immediate danger past, they can finally focus on their mission, ready to move forward with renewed confidence and calm determination. After the fierce battle with the tusk dogs, the group takes a moment to reflect on their progress. The blonde woman informs the others that both she and her companion have leveled up, their skills having surpassed expectations during the fight. The young man praises their teamwork, calling it a great frontline and rearline combo, and the two women happily acknowledge his contribution, insisting that it was a team effort of 3, not just 2. With their confidence renewed, the young man suggests they take the water spirit grass they've come for and head back, while offering to handle any remaining threats from the tusk dogs. The group moves forward with a clear sense of purpose, ready to complete their mission and face whatever challenges lie ahead. As night falls over the city, a quiet moment unfolds in a well-appointed office where a young man presents a gift to a battle-hardened veteran. The older man, Rudolph, greets him warmly with a knowing smile, acknowledging the good mood of the younger visitor, Major Rubel. Their reunion carries a sense of respect and familiarity, hinting at a shared history and mutual understanding. This peaceful exchange contrasts with the earlier intensity of their mission, underscoring the bonds forged through trials and the promise of new challenges ahead. In a lavish room, Major Rubel relaxes with a glass of wine as he reviews detailed reports from the military forest. He shares with the battle-hardened veteran Rudolph that Bellart sent quite an intriguing young man, whose recent efforts have stirred his excitement after a long time. The documents reveal the quality and preservation ratings of various creatures they encountered. The slime jelly rated as S, while the task dog's pelts received B and SS grades. More impressively, the young man managed to identify the precise locations of the elusive water spirit grass. As Rubel leans back, clearly impressed, Rudolph acknowledges the young man's potential, hinting at the significance of these findings and the promise they hold for future endeavors. In a quiet moment away from the battlefield, the young man reflects on the challenges he's faced, wondering if the factions opposing him are trying to prevent his rise. Despite his origins from an enemy nation, he acknowledges the watchful eyes on him are far more dangerous than those on Ameliza. Meanwhile, Major Lulubelle arrives, her presence immediately recognized and welcomed by the group. Excited and relieved, she expresses her joy at finally leaving behind the camping life and settling into a proper home, a sentiment shared by the others. The atmosphere lightens as they prepare to move forward, leaving past hardships behind. Elsewhere, Major Rubel relaxes with a glass of wine, discussing recent reports with the veteran Rudolph. They analyze the high ratings of the creatures encountered, noting the slime jelly's S rank and the tusk dog's pelts graded from B to SS. The young man's ability to pinpoint the water spirit grass's location impresses them both, hinting at his growing influence. Their conversation turns to the potential impact of his rising power, with Rudolph predicting that many will aspire to serve under him, raising the overall caliber of trainees. Despite the older man's gruff exterior, there's a clear respect for the young man's potential, setting the stage for future developments as the story moves forward. After reviewing the impressive results from the recent mission, the conversation between the veteran Rudolph and Major Rubel turns to the next challenge ahead. Rudolph points out that the remaining obstacle is interpersonal combat, a test many soldiers struggle with despite their training. He emphasizes that while such a trial ideally wouldn't be necessary, it's an unavoidable hurdle in military life. Rubel acknowledges this but remains confident, believing their young candidate won't back down from the challenge. As they toast to the future, the weight of expectations hangs in the air, setting the stage for the next phase of growth and proving one's worth beyond mere battlefield prowess. As the morning light filters through the window, the young man wakes abruptly, scolding himself for his habit of oversleeping, determined to shake off his lethargy. He reminds himself that today's mission demands his full attention. Eliminating a dangerous criminal, with resolve settling in, he rises from bed, ready to face the challenges ahead without delay. The young man is handed a grave new mission, to eliminate a criminal who has been targeting and murdering children. The weight of the task is clear. This isn't just about capture, but outright killing. Though it's his first time facing a human target mission, reinforcements will arrive the next morning to support him, and he has the discretion to involve his subordinates as he sees fit. The severity of the case strikes him deeply, especially since the culprit's crimes are as unforgivable as those of Ameliza, making this mission intensely personal and urgent. Early one morning, the young man is roused by the noisy commotion outside his door. surprised that he hasn't woken up yet. He reminds himself to stay quiet, suspecting he might still be asleep, but the persistent noise pulls him from bed, stretching and rubbing his head. He notes the unusual early morning disturbance and wonders about the kind of person causing it, despite the reinforcements arriving soon. He reflects on their likely experience with missions like his. As the door opens, he greets the newcomer with a mix of curiosity and relief, ready to face whatever this new day and mission will bring. As the young man contemplates the weight of being watched and the factions trying to prevent his rise, he acknowledges the unique danger he faces compared to Ameliza. Just then, Major Lulubelle arrives, her cheerful presence lifting the group's spirits as she expresses her excitement about finally moving into a proper home and leaving the camping life behind. The mood brightens with this fresh start, but the tension returns quickly when a stern, commanding figure bursts in, scolding the young man for being late and making a lady. The sharp reprimand comes from a confident woman who demands to see the mission papers, setting a tone of urgency and discipline. Despite the harsh words, a sibling-like exchange unfolds, with the younger girl insisting that casual talk is normal between sparring partners, while the older sister insists on respect for superiors. This dynamic hints at a deeper relationship and the challenges ahead as they prepare to face the next mission together. The young man wrestles with the pressure of being constantly watched and the factions trying to block his rise, realizing that unlike Ameliza, the danger surrounding him is far more intense. Just as these thoughts weigh on him, Major Lulubelle arrives with a bright smile, excited about finally moving into a proper home and leaving behind their camping days. The mood lightens as they step inside, marveling at the comfort of their new surroundings. However, the tension returns quickly when a stern woman bursts in, sharply reprimanding the young man for being late and demanding to see the mission papers. Despite the harsh tone, a sibling-like banter unfolds between two girls, one insisting casual talk is normal between sparring partners, while the other stresses respect for superiors, hinting at the complex relationships within their group. Soon, the young man meets the reinforcements arriving to support his mission, surprised to discover that one of them is a trainee candidate like Lily, who had previously filed an objection, apologizing for his sister's tendency to jump to conclusions. He introduces himself as still only a cadet candidate. As they settle in, tea is served, and the atmosphere softens, offering a brief moment of calm before the challenges ahead. The scene opens with Major Lulubelle in a precarious situation, bound and gagged, struggling fiercely against her restraints. Her muffled protests fill the room as two young men hold her firmly, one of them accusing her of being the one who suddenly hugged him the moment they met. A charge she denies with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. The tension between them is palpable, but beneath the surface, there's a strange camaraderie and teasing dynamic at play. Despite the awkwardness, it's clear that these interactions are part of the complex relationships shaping their mission and daily lives, hinting at the challenges and unexpected moments that lie ahead for this group as they navigate their duties and personal bonds. The young man finds himself in an awkward predicament as Major Lulubelle is tied up and gagged, struggling against her restraints with muffled protests. Two young men hold her firmly, accusing her of suddenly hugging one of them the moment they met, a claim she denies with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Despite the tension, there's an underlying teasing camaraderie among them, revealing the complex dynamics within their group. Emotions often come out as a kind of skip with her, making the situation both frustrating and oddly endearing. Realizing the need to move forward, the young man apologizes and asks if she can be untied. A girl nearby agrees to help, and once Lulubelle is freed, he suggests they discuss the mission ahead, preparing to face the challenges that await with a renewed sense of unity and determination. As the group settles into their new home, the young man notices the striking resemblance between two girls sitting across from him, confirming they are siblings with nearly identical eyes. The conversation quickly turns playful yet pointed as one girl chides the other for forgetting her sparring partner's name. The younger girl, clearly outspoken, corrects him with a loud declaration of her name, Milo, catching everyone off guard. The young man laughs it off, admitting his mistake and asking for her name again, acknowledging her bold personality. This light-hearted exchange reveals the close bonds and spirited dynamics within the team as they prepare for the challenges ahead. As the conversation turns to the mission, a determined young woman steps forward, making it clear that she wasn't summoned herself but came along with her sister, who was specifically called for the task. With a fierce resolve, she insists that while she may tag along, she will handle everything on her own and is eager to prove her true strength. This declaration sets a serious tone, highlighting her confidence and the intensity she brings to the upcoming challenge, signaling that the mission will test not only their skills but their resolve as well. Tensions flare as a determined young woman confronts the young man, accusing him of underestimating her simply because he chose Lily instead. She boldly vows to make him regret that decision. Her fierce declaration cutting through the room. The atmosphere quickly shifts to playful chaos when her sister, clearly exasperated, threatens to tie her up to stop the outburst, despite the warning. The younger sister insists she might need to use more force next time, adding a humorous edge to the sibling rivalry. Meanwhile, Major Lulubelle and the young man observe this exchange, with the Major commenting on how this is all about Aruto making Lily his subordinate. The young woman's frustration seems to be vented at the Major, who sips her tea calmly, noting that she's just taking it out on her. This scene perfectly captures the complex and spirited dynamics within the group, blending rivalry, respect, and camaraderie as they prepare to face the challenges ahead. As the group continues to settle in, the young man advises against treating their new teammates harshly, especially since even Milo, known for her bluntness, has spoken up. He introduces Marlia and Milo, who have arrived as reinforcements for the mission, asking everyone to look after his sister. The two siblings sit side by side, with Marlia crossing her arms in a typical older sister fashion while Milo remains more reserved. Major Lulubelle then presents her subordinates, Lily and Firen, expressing delight at how cute Milo and Marlia are. The warm introductions and mutual respect hint at the growing bonds within the team, setting a hopeful tone as they prepare to face the challenges ahead together. As the group gathers in a quiet room, the conversation naturally shifts to the mission ahead. A young woman breaks the silence, asking Aruto directly about the details of today's task. He hesitates before revealing the grim nature of their objective. The target is children. The weight of this revelation hits hard, especially for the woman who reacts with shock and disbelief, struggling to process the idea of eliminating a murderer who preys on the innocent. Aruto's resolve is clear: he cannot forgive such cruelty, setting a serious and somber tone for the mission. This moment underscores the harsh realities they face and the difficult choices that lie ahead, binding the team together in their shared determination to confront the darkness threatening their world. As the group settles into their new quarters, Major Lulubelle confidently assures everyone that she can take down their target with a single arrow, prompting applause from her subordinate, Lily. However, the young man quickly interjects, warning against underestimating the challenge. The conversation then shifts to the nature of their mission, revealing that the culprit is known to flee at the presence of adults, making it crucial to deploy the right team. He introduces Marlia and Milo, the reinforcements who arrived specifically for this task, asking everyone to look after his sister. The two siblings sit quietly, with Marlia adopting a protective stance while Milo remains reserved. Major Lulubelle presents her own subordinates, Lily and Firen, expressing delight at the newcomers and the growing camaraderie within the group. This moment of preparation underscores the delicate balance of strength and strategy they must maintain as they brace themselves to confront a dangerous foe who preys on children, setting the stage for a mission that will test their resolve and teamwork to the fullest. As the team continues to prepare for their dangerous mission, the young man introduces Marlia and Milo, the reinforcements who arrived specifically for this task, asking everyone to look after his sister. Marlia sits with her arms crossed, embodying the protective older sister, while Milo remains quiet and reserved. The atmosphere lightens as Major Lulubelle presents her own subordinates, Lily and Firen, expressing delight at the newcomers and the growing camaraderie within the group. Then, the young woman steps forward with a bold plan. She and Lily will act as captives to lure the target in. Though the young man acknowledges the plan's danger, he considers it a viable strategy and turns to Lily for her thoughts, setting the stage for a risky but necessary move to confront their elusive enemy. As the team continues to prepare for the mission, the young man introduces Marlia and Milo, the reinforcements who have arrived specifically for this task, asking everyone to look after his sister. Marlia sits with her arms crossed, clearly taking on the protective older sister role, while Milo remains quiet and reserved. The atmosphere lightens when Major Lulubelle presents her own subordinates, Lily and Firen, expressing how cute she finds Marlia and Milo. The young woman then enthusiastically pledges to do her best, praising Aruto for being entrusted with such an important mission. Aruto, feeling the weight of responsibility, decides to leave Milo in Firen's care. Firen confidently accepts the responsibility, but when Aruto asks Milo if she's okay with the arrangement, he immediately regrets it, thinking it might have been better to entrust Firen to Milo instead. Despite his doubts, the team's bonds and preparations continue to strengthen as they brace themselves for the difficult task ahead. As the team settles into their new quarters, the atmosphere is lightened by Major Rubel's introduction of Marlia and Milo, the reinforcements specially brought in for the mission. He asks everyone to look after his sister, Marlia, who sits protectively with her arms crossed. while Milo remains quiet and reserved. Major Lulubelle then proudly presents her own subordinates, Lily and Firen, expressing how adorable she finds the two newcomers. The warmth and camaraderie among the group grow as they prepare for the dangerous task ahead. Suddenly, tension spikes when Milo collapses, prompting immediate concern from everyone. Marlia rushes to his side, shouting his name in alarm. It quickly becomes clear that Milo's medicine, which he desperately needs, is missing from his pocket. Without hesitation, Major Lulubelle commands Lily to fetch water and Firen to prepare a bed. While she takes charge of the situation, the team's readiness and quick response highlight their deepening bonds and the urgency of the mission that lies before them. Suddenly, Milo collapses, his face pale and drenched in sweat, signaling a serious health crisis. The group quickly realizes that the medicine he desperately needs is missing from his belongings, heightening the urgency of the situation. Marlia immediately rushes to his side, her protective instincts kicking in as she calls out to him in alarm. Major Lulubelle takes swift command, ordering Lily to bring water and Firen to prepare a bed. While the others watch anxiously, the young man, clearly shaken, contemplates whether to use his appraisal magic to help Milo, but hesitates, weighing the risks. With a heavy heart, he silently prays for Milo's recovery, the weight of the mission and the bonds between them all pressing down as they face this unexpected and critical challenge together. As the team gathers, the young man introduces Marlia and Milo, the reinforcements brought specifically for the mission, asking everyone to look after his sister. Marlia sits with her arms crossed, clearly protective, while Milo remains quiet and reserved. Major Rubel then proudly presents his own subordinates, Lily and Firen. Expressing how adorable he finds the newcomers, the mood lightens with smiles and greetings, strengthening the group's camaraderie. However, beneath the surface, the young man reflects on the gravity of the situation and the risks tied to his unique appraisal ability. He knows that his power is treated as a military secret, something beyond common sense, and that revealing it publicly could bring serious dangers. Despite the challenges, the team's bonds grow stronger as they prepare to face the perilous mission ahead, united by trust and determination. As the tension from Milo's sudden collapse lingers, the young man takes a deep breath and asks Marlia to step aside, apologizing to Lily and Firen before revealing his plan. Despite their surprise, he calmly announces that he will use his appraisal magic to help Milo. The room falls silent as the young man activates his power, a glowing magical circle appearing before him. This moment marks a critical turning point as he decides to risk exposing his secret ability in order to save his comrade and push forward with their dangerous mission. With the weight of the mission pressing down on him, the young man takes a decisive step forward, revealing his plan to use his appraisal magic to save Milo. Despite the risks of exposing such a secret ability, he activates the glowing magical circle before him, hope shining in his eyes. This bold move marks a turning point as he embraces the power he's kept hidden, determined to protect his comrade and ensure their mission can continue. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation, the team silently watching as the magic unfolds, united by the urgency of the moment and the strength of their bonds. The young man uses his appraisal magic to analyze Milo's condition, revealing that the boy's mana level has dropped into the negatives, which explains his deteriorating state. Seeing this, he explains that if they can replenish Milo's mana and shift it back into positive territory, there's a good chance he will recover. Marlia listens intently, her worry easing slightly as she asks if that's really possible. The young man reassures her that, at least for now, Milo's condition should improve. With this approach, this moment brings a glimmer of hope to the group, as they prepare to support Milo's recovery and face the challenges ahead together. As the tension eases slightly, the young man gently reassures Marlia that her deep concern for her little brother is natural and heartfelt, not a weakness. She blushes, clearly moved by his words, admitting that Milo is her only little brother and of course she cares deeply for him. The warmth of this moment brings a rare smile to both their faces, and the young man softly asks what she plans to do next. The quiet bond between them strengthens, underscoring the importance of family and trust as they prepare to face the challenges ahead together. The young man turns to Lily, asking if she can perform mana support to help Milo recover. Lily, initially surprised, quickly explains that mana support involves raising the target's magic stat to temporarily increase their mana capacity. Understanding the urgency, she agrees to give it a try. The young man reassures everyone that if Milo's mana recovers, his symptoms should improve, bringing a renewed sense of hope to the group as they rally together to aid their comrade in this critical moment. As the team settles into the tense atmosphere, the young man formally introduces Marlia and Milo, the reinforcements sent specifically for the mission. Marlia stands firm with crossed arms, clearly protective of her younger brother, while Milo remains quiet and reserved. Major Rubel then proudly presents his own subordinates, Lily and Firen, expressing his fondness for the newcomers and lightening the mood with friendly greetings. Marlia, feeling the weight of responsibility, quietly asks Lily to take care of Milo, her concern evident but resolute. Lily responds with a bright smile and confident assurance, promising to do her best to support Milo's recovery. This exchange strengthens the bonds within the group, as they prepare to face the challenges ahead together, united by trust and determination. As the group prepares for the mission, the young man introduces Marlia and Milo, reinforcements sent specifically for this task. Marlia stands protectively beside her younger brother, her arms crossed with a serious expression, while Milo remains quiet and reserved. Major Rubel then presents his own subordinates, Lily and Firen, greeting the newcomers warmly and lightening the mood. Marlia quietly asks Lily to take care of Milo, her concern evident but steady, and Lily responds with a bright smile and confident promise to support his recovery. The team's bonds grow stronger as they prepare to face the challenges ahead together, united by trust and determination. Later, as they step aside to discuss the mission in private, Marlia's expression hardens with resolve. She acknowledges the urgency and weight of what lies ahead, quietly but firmly declaring that she will put an end to the obstacles threatening their success. This moment underscores her unwavering commitment and the seriousness with which they all approach the dangerous path before them. In a quiet but tense conversation, Marlia reveals a dark truth. She once stabbed the man who used to be her father in self-defense. Though she doesn't go into detail, the weight of her past is clear. The young man listens carefully, understanding the gravity of her experience. He then informs her that reinforcements will be sent the next morning to support their mission. When he asks if she can handle the task alone, she questions whether the test is really about taking someone's life. He confirms that eliminating a murderer is indeed the purpose of this trial, acknowledging her insight. While he says it's fine if she wants to go solo, he hints there may be reasons to consider otherwise. This exchange underscores the dangerous path ahead and the heavy burdens each of them carries as they prepare for what's to come. In a private meeting, the young man listens intently as the commanding officer explains the nature of their country's meritocratic system. He emphasizes that even the decision to accept or decline a mission is considered part of one's ability. Soldiers with enough strength and judgment are often allowed to prioritize their own choices. The officer reassures him that if he follows orders, the responsibility for the outcome will rest with the leadership, not the individual. This conversation highlights the weight of personal agency within the rigid military structure, setting the stage for the difficult decisions and challenges that lie ahead. The young man is cautioned not to underestimate the people he'll be working with, as even Milo, usually quiet, speaks up more than expected. He introduces Marlia and Milo as reinforcements for the mission, with Marlia firmly asking Lily to take care of her brother. Lily warmly accepts, and Major Rubel proudly presents his own subordinates, Lily and Firen, who greet the newcomers with friendly enthusiasm. The atmosphere lightens as everyone exchanges greetings, and the bonds within the group grow stronger. Later, the young man reflects on the political tensions surrounding him, aware that factions may be watching his every move. Unlike Eliza, who seems to be under a different kind of scrutiny, he contemplates the challenges ahead, feeling the weight of being from an enemy nation but determined to prove himself. In a private meeting, the commanding officer explains the meritocratic system, emphasizing that even choosing to accept or decline missions is part of one's ability. He warns that while following orders shifts responsibility to leadership, acting on personal judgment means shouldering the consequences alone. The young man listens carefully, understanding that freedom comes with responsibility, and acknowledges the gravity of the choices he must make as he prepares to face the trials ahead. As the conversation deepens, it becomes clear that the quiet girl standing before the young man is a backup sent by Major Rubel himself, tasked with ensuring their mission does not fail. She watches over the group with a calm but determined presence, embodying the silent strength needed in times of crisis. Understanding the gravity of her role, the young man acknowledges her importance and assures her that in case of emergency, they will rely on her support. This moment solidifies the fragile but growing trust within the team, as each member prepares to face the daunting challenges ahead with renewed resolve and the knowledge that they are not alone. Story. The young man introduces Marlia and Milo as reinforcements for the mission, explaining their roles with a hint of reassurance despite their quiet demeanor. Marlia firmly asks Lily to take care of her brother, a request met with warm acceptance, while Major Rubel proudly presents his own subordinates, Lily and Firen, who greet the newcomers with friendly enthusiasm. The atmosphere lightens as the group exchanges greetings, strengthening their bonds. Meanwhile, the young man reflects on the political tensions surrounding him, Aware that factions are watching his every move, unlike Amelisa, who faces a different kind of scrutiny, he contemplates the challenges ahead, feeling the weight of being from an enemy nation but determined to prove himself. In a private meeting, the commanding officer explains the meritocratic system, emphasizing that even the choice to accept or decline missions is part of one's ability, and warns that acting on personal judgment means shouldering the consequences alone. The young man listens carefully, understanding the gravity of his decisions. As the conversation deepens, it becomes clear that the quiet girl standing before him is a backup sent by Major Ruble, tasked with ensuring their mission does not fail. She watches over the group with calm determination, embodying the silent strength needed in times of crisis. The young man acknowledges her importance and assures her that they will rely on her support if needed, solidifying the fragile but growing trust within the team as they prepare to face the daunting challenges ahead. Story. As the group settles into their new dynamic, the young man introduces Marlia and Milo, the reinforcements sent to support their mission. Marlia, with a firm yet sincere tone, asks Lily to look after her brother, a request that Lily warmly accepts, reinforcing the sense of camaraderie among them. Major Ruble then proudly presents his own subordinates, Lily and Firen, who greet the newcomers with cheerful enthusiasm, lightening the mood and strengthening the bonds within the team. Meanwhile, the young man remains aware of the political tensions surrounding him, knowing that unlike Amelisa, who faces a different kind of scrutiny, he is being watched closely by factions wary of his origins from an enemy nation. This awareness weighs heavily on him, but he remains determined to prove his worth. In a private conversation, the commanding officer explains the meritocratic system they operate under, emphasizing that even the choice to accept or decline missions is a reflection of one's ability. He warns that while following orders transfers responsibility to leadership, acting on personal judgment means bearing the consequences alone. The young man listens intently, understanding the gravity of these decisions. As the discussion deepens, it becomes clear that the quiet girl standing nearby is a backup sent by Major Ruble himself, silently ensuring the mission's success. Her calm and determined presence embodies the silent strength needed in times of crisis. Recognizing her importance, the young man assures her that they will rely on her support. As the days of relentless training pile up, the young man and Marlia find themselves reflecting on the grueling pace. 5 days straight of intense effort. He wonders if he can keep up, but Marlia confidently assures him that this streak won't continue, revealing a surprising determination. She plans to eliminate their opponent today. Taken aback, he protests, insisting that such a feat isn't right, but she calmly insists that it's not just about him. It's about both of them. With a firm resolve, she declares that they are the ones who will bring this to an end, leaving no doubt about her commitment. The young man, though hesitant, decides to accept her perspective, ready to face whatever comes next alongside her. As the team prepares to move forward, the young man suggests they confirm the details of today's crime scene. His companion questions if this is a pre-announced murder case, but he reveals that Major Ruble had already pinpointed the location. Surprised, the young man wonders how Ruble managed such a feat, but admits he has no idea. Reflecting on the Major's unassuming appearance, he notes that Ruble doesn't look like someone capable of such precise deductions. This realization underscores a valuable lesson. People cannot be judged by appearances alone. With this newfound respect for Major Ruble's abilities, the group steels themselves to investigate the case ahead. The young man points out the location of today's crime scene near the south gate, commending the effort it took to narrow it down. His companion notes that the culprit tends to flee whenever adults approach, drawing a parallel to him. This observation sparks a curious thought about whether someone else might have tracked the crime scene down. A strange but intriguing possibility. As they discuss this, the young man reflects on the unexpected precision of Major Ruble's deductions, realizing that appearances can be deceiving and that the Major's quiet demeanor hides a sharp intellect. With this renewed respect, the team prepares to investigate the case, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As the conversation unfolds, the young man learns more about the team structure. Marlia points out that Major Ruble, like others, has his own capable subordinates, just as the young man has Lily and the so-called pervert with him. This revelation prompts him to consider that Major Ruble likely commands a group of skilled individuals as well. With this new understanding, the young man and Marlia prepare to move forward, ready to continue their mission with the knowledge that they are not alone in their efforts. As the investigation reaches its climax, Lara suddenly sneezes, prompting concern from her companion who wonders if she has caught a cold. Lara quickly reassures him that she is fine, but with a calm and resolute expression, she declares that the mission is now complete. Standing amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle, She surveys the fallen bandits around them and notes that the particular culprits they were after were not among those defeated. This moment underscores the complexity of their task and hints at deeper layers to the mystery they are unraveling, setting the stage for what lies ahead. After a period of rest, the young man apologizes for worrying everyone, but reassures them that he's feeling much better now. His companions express relief, noting that he would normally be bedridden all day. As he sits up, a sudden ping draws his attention, signaling that their mission is truly complete. Nearby, Lara sneezes, prompting concern from her companion who wonders if she's caught a cold. She quickly assures him she's fine and calmly declares the mission accomplished. Standing amidst the fallen bandits, she observes that the specific culprits they were after were not among those defeated, highlighting the complexity of their task and hinting at deeper layers to the mystery they are unraveling. As the negative energy weighing on Milo begins to lift, his mana capacity steadily recovers, showing clear signs of improvement. The appraisal of his abilities not only confirms this progress but also brings a sense of relief and joy to those around him. However, the moment quickly turns lively as Marlia, unable to contain her excitement, playfully clings to him, prompting a mix of amusement and mild frustration. Despite the teasing, this scene highlights the growing strength and camaraderie within the group, marking a hopeful step forward in their journey. As Milo lies resting, his body quietly absorbs mana, a delicate process crucial to his recovery. The source of his ailment seems to be a mysterious object lodged in his abdomen, and everyone knows that mishandling it could worsen his condition. Despite the risks, the group understands they cannot remain idle. They must find alternative ways to gather more information to protect Milo, whose progress is already showing signs of improvement thanks to Lily's support. Determined not to let anything happen to him, Milo takes a steady step forward, resolved to keep moving despite the uncertainty ahead. As Milo examines a book on appraisal magic, he considers the possibility of using it to enhance his mana capacity. With a hopeful smile, he asks Marlia and Lara if they want to try training to increase their mana as well. Marlia looks thoughtful while Lara offers an encouraging smile, suggesting that boosting their mana could help lessen the suffering if another episode occurs. This moment marks a turning point, as the group begins to focus on strengthening themselves through training, determined to face future challenges with greater resilience and unity. As Lara suddenly sneezes, her companion quickly asks if she has caught a cold, but she reassures him that she's fine and calmly declares the mission complete. Standing amid the fallen bandits, she notes that the specific culprits they were after were not among those defeated, underscoring the complexity of their task and hinting at deeper mysteries yet to unravel. Meanwhile, Milo's condition continues to improve as the negative energy weighing on him lifts and his mana capacity steadily recovers, bringing relief and joy to those around him. Marlia, unable to contain her excitement, playfully clings to him, highlighting the growing camaraderie within the group. Despite the mysterious object lodged in his abdomen that caused his ailment, Milo remains determined to push forward. As he studies a book on appraisal magic, he considers using it to increase his mana capacity and invites Marlia and Lara to train alongside him. Lara offers an encouraging smile, suggesting that boosting their mana could help lessen future suffering. With newfound resolve, Milo clenches his vest and declares that he will endure any training necessary, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As the group wraps up their mission, Lara suddenly sneezes, prompting a concerned companion to ask if she has caught a cold. She quickly reassures him that she's fine and calmly declares the mission complete. Standing among the fallen bandits, she notes that the specific culprits they were after were not among those defeated, emphasizing the complexity of their task and hinting at deeper mysteries still to uncover. Meanwhile, Milo's condition continues to improve as the negative energy weighing on him lifts and his mana capacity steadily recovers, bringing relief and joy to those around him. Marlia, unable to contain her excitement, playfully clings to him, showcasing the growing camaraderie within the group. Despite the mysterious object lodged in his abdomen that caused his ailment, Milo remains determined to push forward. As he studies a book on appraisal magic, he proposes using it to increase their mana capacity and invites Marlia and Lara to train alongside him. With a hopeful smile, he hands over the book and encourages them to start practicing to boost their mana. Lara offers an encouraging smile, and Milo, filled with resolve, promises to do his best, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead with newfound strength and unity. As the group prepares to part ways, a sense of responsibility settles over them. Milo, Marlia, and Lara stand together, ready to face the next phase of their journey. With a firm resolve, Milo announces his departure, signaling a new chapter ahead. Lara, with a calm but determined expression, steps forward alongside him, while Marlia looks on with quiet support. Before leaving, Milo entrusts his care to Miss Firen, who salutes confidently, accepting the duty to watch over him. Marlia cheerfully encourages Firen, expressing her trust and gratitude. This moment underscores the deepening bonds within the group and their shared commitment to protect one another as they move forward into uncertain challenges. As the group gathers, Milo explains the appraisal magic he recently cast on himself and Lily. He describes it as a spell that makes the target less noticeable to those around them, essentially erasing their presence. Marlia quickly grasps the concept, likening it to hiding oneself from view. Milo elaborates that the magic works by reversing the flow of mana, which also reverses the spell's effect. He compares it to the stealth of a scout, concealing visible parts of oneself, the opposite of appraisal magic, which reveals hidden parts of others. Though Milo stumbled upon this magic by accident and doesn't fully understand it yet, he sees its potential and shares this insight with the group, setting the stage for new strategies and growth in their journey ahead. As the group settles into a quieter moment, Milo points out a black cat nearby, recalling how it hissed at Marlia earlier. Despite their close proximity, the cat seems completely unaware of their presence, a curious detail that highlights the subtle effects of the appraisal magic Milo recently cast. However, the sound of their footsteps betrays their position, reminding them that while the magic can conceal their visibility, it cannot mask every sensory detail. This realization underscores both the potential and the limitations of their newfound abilities, setting the stage for the challenges and growth that lie ahead. As they move through the quiet streets, the group reflects on the limits of the appraisal magic Milo recently cast. While it effectively conceals their presence visually, it doesn't render them truly invisible. They realize that voices and footsteps can still give them away, so maintaining distance from those they want to hide from is crucial. Milo points out that unless someone consciously tries to sense them, like Marlia, who is farther away and unaware of their presence, they remain undetected. However, he acknowledges a significant drawback. The magic doesn't work against high-level monsters or detection-type mages, who would likely notice them immediately. This sobering realization underscores the challenges ahead, reminding them that while their new abilities offer an edge, they are far from invincible in this dangerous world. As Lara sneezes, Milo quickly checks on her, but she insists she's fine, signaling the mission's completion. Standing among the defeated bandits, Lara notes that the specific targets they sought were not among them, highlighting the lingering mystery and complexity of their task. Meanwhile, Milo continues to recover, his mana capacity steadily returning despite the mysterious object still lodged in his abdomen. Encouraged by his progress, he shares a book on appraisal magic with Marlia and Lara, inviting them to train together to increase their mana capacity. Lara responds with a warm smile, and Milo, filled with determination, promises to give his best. As they prepare to part ways, Milo announces his departure, signaling a new chapter. Lara steps forward with calm resolve, while Marlia watches with quiet support. Before leaving, Milo entrusts his care to Miss Firen, who confidently accepts the responsibility, with Marlia expressing her trust and gratitude. Later, Milo explains the appraisal magic he cast on himself and Lily, describing it as a spell that erases their presence from others' perception by reversing the flow of mana. Marlia quickly understands, comparing it to hiding oneself from view. However, the group realizes the magic has limitations. While it conceals them visually, sounds like footsteps can still give them away, and it doesn't work against high-level monsters or detection mages. This sobering insight underscores both the potential and the challenges of their new abilities. As Lara sneezes, Milo quickly checks on her, but she insists she's fine, signaling that their mission is complete. Standing amidst the defeated bandits, Lara points out that the specific targets they were after were nowhere to be found, leaving the mystery of their task unresolved. Meanwhile, Milo continues to recover, his mana capacity gradually returning despite the strange object still lodged in his abdomen. Encouraged by this progress, he shares a book on appraisal magic with Marlia and Lara, inviting them to train together to boost their mana capacity. Lara responds with a warm smile, and Milo, filled with determination, promises to give his best. As they prepare to part ways, Milo announces his departure, marking the start of a new chapter. Lara steps forward with calm resolve, while Marlia watches with quiet support. Before leaving, Milo entrusts his care to Miss Firen, who confidently accepts the responsibility, with Marlia expressing her trust and gratitude. Later, Milo explains the appraisal magic he cast on himself and Lily, describing it as a spell that erases their presence from others' perception by reversing the flow of mana. Marlia quickly grasps the concept, likening it to hiding oneself from view. However, The group realizes the magic has its limits. While it conceals them visually, sounds like footsteps can still give them away, and it doesn't work against high-level monsters or detection mages. This sobering insight highlights both. As they walk through the shadowy corridors, Milo explains that while dungeon scouting is useful, relying solely on it can be a waste. He points out that appraisal magic has far broader applications beyond just scouting. It's invaluable for VIP rescues, infiltration missions, and even monster hunting. Milo emphasizes that even the tailing they're currently doing benefits from this magic. He notes that using appraisal on oneself already opens up many possibilities, but the real game-changer would be if they could extend it to others as well. Marlia listens intently, clearly intrigued by the potential this magic holds, as they continue deeper into the dungeon's ominous depths. As they navigate the eerie, web-covered corridors, a tense atmosphere settles in. The blonde girl suddenly senses something wrong. Her eyes wide with alarm, Milo, noticing her distress, asks what's troubling her. She reveals that the bloodlust is leaking out everywhere. Questioning if it's intentional, Milo carefully observes the situation. Realizing that their unseen foes are nearby but holding back from attacking immediately, he deduces that if he shifts his gaze and gives them an opening, the enemies will strike more easily. With this in mind, the girl anxiously wonders what she should do next, caught between the looming threat and the need to stay cautious in this dangerous, shadowy place. As they tread deeper into the darkness, the atmosphere grows heavy with unease. Suddenly, the girl with long black hair senses a chilling presence, her eyes widening in alarm as shadowy hands emerge behind her. Reaching out like ghostly claws, the creeping menace seems to close in, and she hesitates, whispering that maybe she should turn back. The ominous threat lurking in the shadows leaves the group on edge, caught between pressing forward and the instinct to retreat from the unseen danger that stalks them in the gloom. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, swiftly covering Marlia's mouth to silence her. The man, cloaked and sinister, leers as he presses close, warning her that it's dangerous to be alone in such a place. His unsettling grin widens as he licks his lips, his hand gripping her waist possessively. The tension skyrockets as Marlia struggles against his grasp, caught in a perilous situation that threatens to spiral out of control. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges from the darkness and swiftly covers Marlia's mouth, silencing her with a firm grip. The man, cloaked and sinister, leers close, warning her that it's dangerous to be alone in such a place. His unsettling grin widens as he possessively grips her waist, sending a chill through the tense air. Despite the immediate threat, Marlia notices he hasn't attacked right away, which she finds both gross and revealing. She realizes that although he seems cautious, he's actually full of openings, giving her a rough idea of his strength. Seizing the moment, she quietly resolves to lure him into a trap, preparing to turn the tables on her captor as they move through the shadowed corridors together. As Marlia moves cautiously through the narrow, shadowed alley, a cloaked figure watches her with a sinister grin, amused by her liveliness despite the danger. The tension thickens as she senses the presence closing in. Her heart pounding with the weight of the unseen threat. Without warning, the man steps out from the darkness, his voice dripping with menace as he warns her about the dangers of being alone here. His grip tightens possessively around her waist, silencing her protests and sending a chill down her spine. Yet, beneath his threatening facade, Marlia notices his hesitation. He hasn't attacked outright, revealing cracks in his confidence. Seizing this moment, she steels herself, ready to turn the tables and lure him into a trap. The eerie silence of the alley is broken only by the echoing footsteps of her pursuer, as the dangerous game between hunter and prey begins to unfold. As Marlia cautiously steps into a narrow, shadowed alley, she quickly realizes she's reached a dead end. A hand suddenly appears from the darkness, gripping the wall beside her, and a voice remarks that this kind of trap is exactly the sort of thing their mysterious uncle enjoys. The tension is palpable as Marlia stands frozen, fully aware that she's been cornered in this grim, isolated spot, setting the stage for whatever dangerous encounter is about to unfold next. As Marlia finds herself cornered in a narrow alley, a sinister voice breaks the silence, revealing that this trap was set by their mysterious uncle. The tension escalates as a man steps forward, his unsettling grin widening while he holds a knife, taunting that the game of tag is over and asking what they should play next. His threatening presence looms as he suggests cutting his captive into pieces to force a better expression. But Marlia remains wary, warning him not to come closer. The dangerous game between them is far from over, with the threat of violence hanging heavily in the air as the man's twisted amusement contrasts sharply with the peril of the moment. In a grim, dimly lit room, a desperate plea for help breaks the silence as a young girl stands frozen, her fear palpable. A leering man approaches with a twisted grin. His intentions clear as he eyes her trembling form. He mockingly suggests starting with her smooth right leg, his hand reaching out with unsettling eagerness, despite the terror in her eyes and her inability to make a sound. He reassures her with a cruel promise to be gentle, his sinister smile widening as he closes the distance. The chilling scene captures the horrifying power imbalance and the looming threat that hangs heavy in the air, setting the stage for a tense and dangerous confrontation. Just as the sinister man lunges forward with a knife, the young girl moves with swift determination, blocking his attack with a firm hand. Her eyes blaze with fierce resolve as she warns him not to touch her with his filthy hands anymore. The tension between them crackles in the air, her defiance cutting through the looming threat as she stands her ground against the dangerous assailant. As the tension reaches its peak, a sudden outburst of pain breaks the silence. An anguished scream echoes through the air, blood drips steadily onto the floor, marking the aftermath of a brutal strike. The man, clutching his injured arm, grimaces in agony, his face twisted with fury and determination. Despite the searing pain, he swears vengeance, his voice low and filled with deadly intent. Behind him, a calm figure steps forward, her presence steady and unyielding, signaling that the confrontation is far from over and that the stakes have just been raised even higher. The man's shock is palpable as he stares wide-eyed at the girl before him, his voice trembling with disbelief as he demands to know who she really is. He insists she's no ordinary girl, his suspicion mounting as he questions her identity. Without warning, the girl's face darkens into an eerie shadow, her eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. Then, with terrifying speed and strength, she lashes out, delivering a powerful punch that catches him completely off guard. The suddenness and force of her attack leave no doubt. This girl is far more dangerous than he ever imagined, turning the tables in an instant and leaving him reeling from the unexpected assault. Without hesitation, Marlia lashes out with a fierce kick, catching the man off guard and sending him crashing backward. The force of her strike is undeniable, and he lands hard on the ground, bloodied and stunned. As he struggles to recover, the clear message is delivered. She is not someone to be underestimated, and the dangerous game has taken a sharp turn in her favor. As the tension between Marlia and her assailant reaches a breaking point, she suddenly lifts her foot and stomps down hard on him. A fierce determination burning in her eyes, the man lies defeated beneath her, his expression one of shock and disbelief as he realizes he has underestimated her. Without a hint of fear, Marlia looks down at him coldly and declares that she owes him no answers, asserting her strength and independence in the face of danger. The scene shifts briefly to the quiet rooftop above, where the calm sky contrasts sharply with the violent confrontation below, underscoring the gravity of the moment and the unyielding spirit Marlia embodies as she stands her ground. As the scene shifts to a quiet alley, Marlia calmly tends to a man bound and gagged, her hands steady as she claps to warm them. She casually remarks on the absence of two others, clearly keeping a close watch on the situation. Suddenly, the man struggles, reaching out desperately toward her, but she remains composed. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, Marlia's eyes widen in shock as the man grabs her arm, prompting her to urgently call out, insisting, "It's me! It's me!" The tension spikes instantly, leaving the moment hanging on the edge of uncertainty. The tense moment in the alley quickly shifts as the man, bound and gagged, suddenly grabs Marlia's arm in desperation. Startled, she immediately reassures him, insisting it's really her, not an enemy. The sudden contact breaks the heavy silence, and the man's panic begins to ease. Apologizing, the young man standing nearby admits he forgot to release the spell that had been keeping the man restrained, explaining that he didn't mean to scare anyone. The woman who had been tense moments before now softens, acknowledging that Aruto often acts unconsciously and never intends harm. As the group gathers, the young man reflects on the need to restore the mana flow to normal, realizing his oversight. Despite the earlier fear and suspicion, the atmosphere calms, and the companions prepare to move forward, their bond strengthened by the ordeal and the understanding that even mistakes can be forgiven in the face of their shared mission. As the group regains their composure, Lara sneezes, prompting a gentle exchange about her condition. Despite the concern, she insists she's fine, signaling the mission's completion. The scene shifts to the aftermath of a fierce battle, where the defeated bandits lie scattered on the ground. Lara notes that the key enemies they were after weren't among them, hinting at a larger threat still at large. Meanwhile, Milo and Marlia are introduced as reinforcements, with a light-hearted moment, highlighting their close bond and the protective nature of their companions. The conversation turns to strategy, with the group agreeing to stay put and for backup to arrive. ensuring they are prepared for any further danger. Throughout, the camaraderie and cautious optimism among the team shine through, underscoring their determination to see the mission through safely and successfully. As Lara sneezes, a brief concern about her health is quickly dismissed when she insists she's fine, signaling the mission's completion. The group surveys the aftermath of the battle, noting that the bandits they defeated did not include the key enemies they were after. Hinting at a larger threat still lurking, Milo and Marlia arrive as reinforcements, their presence bringing a light-hearted moment as their close bond and protective nature are highlighted. The team discusses their next steps, agreeing to hold their position and for backup to ensure they are ready for any further danger. Meanwhile, a detailed appraisal is made of a captured man named Hydro, a 38-year-old with a disturbing preference for the screams of young girls. He is identified as a member of a dark organization known as the Serpent's Descendants. Adding a new layer of menace to the situation, the group begins searching for a dropped knife, believed to be the murder weapon, with Lily and others assisting in the effort. This moment of preparation and investigation underscores the growing threat they face and the need for vigilance as they move forward. As the tension settles, the young man suddenly notices a troubling discrepancy in the kill count. 6 victims recorded, but the expected number was 10. Realizing that 4 victims are unaccounted for, panic sets in as he admits to letting his guard down. Without hesitation, he commands himself to appraise the surroundings, heightening his senses to detect any hidden threats. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with a distinctive eye patch watches silently, adding an ominous presence to the scene. The atmosphere thickens with the realization that danger still lurks nearby, and the mission is far from over. As the tension lingers, a cloaked figure kneels silently in the shadows, barely making a sound. Marlia steps forward, her tone firm as she calls out, demanding the figure's attention. The mysterious person slowly lifts their head, revealing a pale face partially hidden beneath the hood. Their eyes cold and unreadable. The atmosphere thickens with unease as the group realizes the stranger's presence could change everything, signaling that the danger they face is far from over. Suddenly, a shadowy figure lunges at Marlia from behind, catching everyone off guard. Milo shouts a warning just in time, but the attacker's strike lands with devastating force. Marlia turns in shock, unable to react quickly enough to the swift and brutal assault. The scene cuts to a wide, impactful slash, leaving the group reeling as the threat reveals itself to be far more dangerous and immediate than they had anticipated. Just as the group begins to settle, a sudden danger erupts from the shadows. Without warning, a cloaked attacker lunges at Marlia, catching everyone off guard. Milo shouts a warning, but the strike lands with brutal force, leaving the team reeling. The swift and vicious assault shatters the fragile calm, revealing that the threat they face is far more immediate and deadly than they had anticipated. As the tension escalates, the young man confronts a menacing figure clad in dark, tattered clothing, their face obscured beneath a hood and an eye patch. The two engage in a fierce struggle, the man desperately trying to hold his ground despite the growing numbness in his hand. He realizes that a direct confrontation is futile and that he must take a risky gamble to overcome this relentless foe. His thoughts reveal a grim understanding of the enemy's cruel pattern, always preying on children. With determination hardening his resolve, he prepares to risk everything in this critical moment, knowing the stakes have never been higher. The young man steels himself, refusing to let the assassin Ghidorah slip away. His voice is firm as he declares he will never let the enemy escape. Even as sweat beads on his brow and his grip tightens on his weapon, the assassin's cold, piercing eye narrows in response, sensing the resolve but also the underlying fear. The tension between them crackles in the air, the young man visibly shaken but determined not to show weakness. Just as the assassin taunts him, the young man summons his courage and prepares to face this deadly foe head-on, knowing that the outcome of this confrontation could change everything. As the group prepares to search for the dropped knife, the young man urgently warns Lily to be cautious, revealing that the enemy is not acting alone. Lily, seated and focused, listens intently while the blonde woman stands nearby, ready to assist. Suddenly, the cloaked figure with the eye patch reappears, his presence dark and foreboding. He admits to having been mistaken about the main threat, confessing that the black-haired woman is not the primary adversary as he had thought. The tension rises as the group realizes the danger is more complex than anticipated, and the young man and his allies brace themselves for the challenges ahead, their resolve tested but unwavering. The young man comes to a crucial realization. Assassin Ghidorah is not merely an accomplice to the murderer but a professional assassin in his own right. Despite the assassin's deadly skill, he acknowledges that the black-haired woman is actually stronger than him. As he scans the area, he finds no other hostile presence, but suspects there might be an ability user nearby who can evade detection. This leads him to conclude that the murderer likely did not hire the assassin directly. Instead, the assassin seems to have been hiding all along while the woman was captured. Piecing together the clues, the young man recalls a dark organization known as the Descendants of the Serpent, mentioned in the murderer's appraisal. It becomes clear that this shadowy group is behind the assassin's presence, adding a deeper layer of danger to the mission and hinting at a far more complex conspiracy at play. The young man confronts the cloaked assassin, calling him by name and challenging him directly. The assassin, caught off guard by the familiarity, questions how the young man knows his identity. With a hint of confidence, the young man teases that assassins probably don't like being addressed so openly. Despite the assassin's wary demeanor, the young man steels himself, determined to press on and shake loose the truth. He demands to know who the assassin's employer is, refusing to back down as the tension between them thickens, setting the stage for a critical revelation. As the young man faces off against the cloaked assassin, he tries to unravel the mystery behind his enemy's sudden appearance. The assassin, with his face half hidden beneath a hood and an eye patch, feigns ignorance, asking what the young man is talking about. But the tension thickens as the young man imagines the assassin's thoughts, realizing the deadly intent behind his calm facade. Suddenly, the assassin begins to channel mana, a glowing magical energy swirling around him as he prepares to infuse it into his cells. This ominous display reveals the assassin's true power and hints at the dangerous abilities he possesses, leaving the young man wide-eyed and bracing for the deadly confrontation that is about to unfold. The young man stands firm, his voice resolute as he declares he will never let assassin Ghidorah escape. The assassin, caught off guard by the determination in the young man's eyes, questions why he is so intent on stopping him. Despite the tension, the young man's grip tightens on his weapon, refusing to show any sign of weakness. The assassin's cold gaze sharpens, sensing the challenge, but he remains composed without hesitation. The young man confronts him directly, demanding to know who hired him. The assassin smirks, refusing to reveal his employer. But the young man presses on, confidently naming Kaijin as the one who must have hired the assassin. The air thickens with anticipation as the assassin's calm facade begins to crack, and a faint glow of mana starts to swirl around him, signaling the deadly power he's about to unleash. The confrontation reaches a critical point, with both sides poised for the inevitable clash that could change everything. As the tension reaches its peak, the young man confronts assassin Ghidorah directly, demanding to know who he really is and who sent him. The assassin, cloaked and shadowed, responds with a cold question of his own, asking who the young man thinks he is. Despite the intimidating presence before him, the young man stands firm, calmly stating that he is just a soldier and refusing to back down. Suddenly, the assassin launches a swift attack, throwing a dagger with deadly precision. The young man barely manages to block the blade, the clash marking the beginning of a fierce and dangerous confrontation that will test both their skills and resolve. As the tension between the young man and assassin Ghidorah escalates, the assassin suddenly lunges forward, forcing the black-haired woman to react swiftly and warn her companion to get back. Without hesitation, she draws a knife, ready to defend herself and the other woman standing behind her. The assassin, cloaked and swift, dashes through the crumbling corridor. His movements sharp and calculated, the two women follow cautiously, their eyes fixed on the shadowy figure as he presses onward. The assassin's footfalls echo ominously as he pushes forward, determined to escape or strike again. The women call out for him to stop, but he remains silent, disappearing into the shadows ahead, leaving the group on edge and the confrontation far from over. As the confrontation intensifies, assassin Ghidorah suddenly makes a break for it, sprinting down the crumbling corridor with desperate speed. The black-haired woman immediately senses his intent and warns her companion to stay back, drawing her knife in readiness to defend against any sudden attack. The two women cautiously follow, their eyes locked on the fleeing figure as he dashes through the shadows, determined to escape. Despite their calls for him to stop, the assassin remains silent, his swift footsteps echoing ominously as he disappears deeper into the darkness, leaving the tense standoff unresolved and the danger far from over. Suddenly, the assassin launches himself forward with brutal force, crashing into the ground right in front of the two women, who react with shock and alarm. The impact is so fierce it sends the assassin sprawling, and the young man watches closely, his expression steely and unwavering as the dust settles. He confirms his suspicions with a quiet but resolute declaration. Just as he had thought, the assassin's true nature and intentions are now clear, setting the stage for the next phase of their dangerous encounter. The young man lunges forward, knife in hand, declaring that silencing him is more certain than killing someone he doesn't understand. Assassin Ghidorah reacts quickly, twisting to evade the attack. But the young man is relentless, with sharp focus and determination. He counters the assassin's movements, their deadly dance intensifying as both refuse to yield. The young man's eyes burn with resolve, signaling that this confrontation is far from over and that he will stop at nothing to uncover the truth and bring the assassin down. As the tension reaches a breaking point, the assassin suddenly lunges forward with brutal force, crashing into the young man and sending them both sprawling to the ground. The impact is fierce, but the young man remains focused, quickly drawing his knife without hesitation. He drives the blade into the assassin's side, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Despite the wound, the assassin's expression hardens, signaling that this deadly confrontation is far from over. As the young man faces Assassin Ghidorah, he vows not to let him escape, his determination unwavering. The assassin, caught off guard by the young man's resolve, questions why he's so shaken. Without warning, the young man lunges forward, knife in hand, declaring that silencing the assassin is more certain than killing someone he doesn't understand. The assassin twists to evade, but the young man presses on relentlessly, their deadly clash intensifying. Suddenly, the assassin crashes to the ground, but the young man quickly drives his blade into the assassin's side, drawing a sharp cry of pain. Despite the wound, the assassin's expression hardens, signaling the fight is far from over. Then, the assassin summons a glowing magical circle beneath him, his vitality dangerously low but his will unbroken. As he defiantly accuses the young man of daring to try and kill him, the battle hangs in a tense balance, both combatants locked in a fierce struggle that could tip the scales at any moment. After the fierce clash, the young man finally notices that the assassin has stopped moving. He remains cautious, scanning the surroundings carefully for any signs of danger. The cityscape stretches out before him, quiet and seemingly free of suspicious individuals within range. He knows that if they stay put, the support unit will arrive soon, but he worries about their true intentions. If the gatekeeper is indeed the employer behind this, the arriving unit might not be allies at all. With this in mind, he resolves to get the two women to safety while he still can, aware that the situation remains precarious and the threat far from over. As the tension peaks, the assassin collapses, bleeding heavily on the ground beside the young man and the two women. Panic sets in as the bleeding refuses to stop, and the group scrambles to find a solution. The young man urges everyone to stay calm. Though he knows the situation is dire, the blonde woman insists on calling for medical help immediately, but the young man quickly insists that one of the women stay behind while he goes to summon the medics himself. Despite the urgency, he steels himself for the grim reality of the moment. Knowing this outcome was always a possibility, with no time to waste, he sets off, leaving the others to tend to the wounded assassin, their fate hanging in the balance as the danger still looms nearby. Just as the young man senses someone approaching, a glowing magical circle appears before him. But his vision blurs, preventing him from reading the appraisal. Panic rises as he realizes the arrival is too late. No one he could summon could have gotten there this fast. His companions urge him to use their speed-up ability together, hoping to move faster, but the danger remains imminent. The tension mounts as they brace themselves for whatever is coming next, caught in a desperate race against time. Story: As the young man stands firm, vowing never to let Assassin Ghidorah escape. The assassin's sharp eyes narrow in surprise at the unwavering resolve before him. The tension between them crackles, but suddenly, the assassin summons a glowing magical circle beneath him. A desperate act fueled by his dwindling strength. Despite his injury, he defiantly accuses the young man of daring to kill him, signaling that their deadly confrontation is far from over. After the fierce clash, the young man cautiously surveys the quiet cityscape, alert for any lurking threats, knowing that reinforcements might arrive soon. But their true allegiance remains uncertain. With the assassin bleeding heavily and the danger still looming, the young man decides to get the two women to safety, leaving them to tend to the wounded foe. Just as he senses someone approaching, a magical circle appears before him, but his vision blurs, preventing him from reading the appraisal. Panic rises as he realizes the arrival is too sudden to be an ally. The companions urge him to use their speed-up ability together, bracing for whatever threat is closing in. In the midst of this chaos, Marlia and the blonde woman exchange worried glances as the young man entrusts Aruto's care to Marlia, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a dark, ominous figure looms before them, its presence casting a shadow of dread over the group, signaling that the danger is far from over and a new threat has. As the young man lies injured on the ground, barely conscious, he urges the two women to run, insisting they leave him behind, but the blonde woman immediately steps forward, declaring that it's him, the young man, who must be saved. The tension spikes as a dark, menacing figure looms over them, its presence threatening and ominous. Without hesitation, the two women steel themselves, ready to face the danger head-on. They know they can't rely on anyone else now. It's up to them to confront this new threat and protect the young man, even if it means fighting alone. The scene closes on their determined faces, setting the stage for a desperate battle where courage and resolve will be their only weapons. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Major Rubel arrives on the scene, having sensed the young man's mana and the disturbance nearby. His presence brings a glimmer of hope as he quickly assesses the situation. Despite the young man being struck in two places, Rubel assures everyone that the wounds are minor. However, Marlia and the blonde woman exchange shocked glances, struggling to believe the injuries could be considered so light. Rubel's calm confidence offers a much-needed reprieve, allowing the group to catch their breath and prepare for whatever challenges lie ahead. With the immediate threat momentarily at bay, the young man acknowledges the uneasy truth that Major Rubel, despite being a potential enemy, is their only viable ally right now, summoning his remaining strength. He asks the Major to escort Marlia and the blonde woman back to the academy for safety. Rubel accepts without hesitation, his stern expression softening just enough to convey a silent understanding. As the young man watches them prepare to leave, a quiet moment of gratitude passes between him and the Major, underscoring the fragile trust forming amidst the chaos. Though the wounds and danger still linger, this uneasy alliance offers a glimmer of hope as they brace for what lies ahead. After the harrowing battle and the tense moments that followed, Aruto slowly regains consciousness in a quiet, unfamiliar place, as his eyes flutter open. He takes in the ceiling above and wonders where he is. Soon, familiar voices greet him warmly, revealing that he is in the infirmary inside the military base. Marlia and the blonde woman stand by his bedside, their faces bright with relief and happiness to see him awake. Their presence offers a comforting reassurance that, despite everything they've endured, Aruto is now safe and on the path to recovery. Aruto slowly awakens in the infirmary, wincing as he touches his bandaged wounds. Though the pain reminds him of the recent battle, relief washes over him when he realizes he's safe. Marlia gently urges him to stay quiet, warning that any sudden movement could reopen his injuries. Despite the discomfort, Aruto's gaze softens as he sees her smiling face, grateful beyond words that he has survived this ordeal and is now in the care of trusted companions. After a long unconscious stretch, Aruto finally wakes up in the infirmary, surprised to learn he's been asleep for 3 whole days. Marlia, holding a bouquet of flowers, gently reminds him how worried everyone was, especially Lily, who wouldn't stop fussing over him, despite the relief of his recovery. Aruto quickly notices something off about Marlia's leg. When he asks, she brushes it off as just a sprain, trying not to make a big deal out of it. The scene captures a quiet moment of healing and care as the group begins to recover from the chaos and danger they recently faced, their bonds growing stronger even in the aftermath of battle. As Aruto begins to regain his strength, a moment of awkwardness unfolds between him and Marlia. When he wonders if his injury might be because he shoved her earlier, she quickly denies it, leaving him to admit that it was his own carelessness that put him in danger. He acknowledges that if she hadn't shielded him, he would have been killed. Marlia, caught off guard by his sincere gratitude, struggles to respond, the tension between them softening as they share this quiet, honest exchange. This moment of vulnerability highlights the deepening bond between them, forged through the trials they've endured together. With the immediate danger behind them, the group begins to settle into a quieter moment of recovery. Marlia, the blonde woman, and Aruto stand together, their expressions a mix of relief and lingering tension. The blonde woman, clearly grateful, thanks Aruto sincerely for saving her life, her voice filled with genuine appreciation. Meanwhile, Marlia steps forward with a more serious purpose, explaining that she needs to compile a report about the recent incident. She asks Aruto to share his side of the story once he's ready, signaling the start of a new chapter where understanding and communication will be key. Aruto, feeling well enough, agrees to talk now, eager to clear the air and provide his account. As Marlia moves to gather the necessary materials for the report, the scene closes on Aruto sitting quietly, surrounded by his companions, the weight of recent events still present but now tempered by a sense of hope and cooperation. 1 week later, Aruto walks through the vast corridors of the military base alongside Marlia and the blonde woman, Lily, as they navigate the expansive facility. Aruto admits he was given directions but still lacks a clear understanding of the layout. Lily agrees, noting just how huge the military complex really is. Marlia warns them not to wander into restricted rooms, cautioning that stumbling upon classified information could lead to serious trouble. She playfully reminds Aruto that he's especially prone to such mistakes, hinting at his past blunders. Despite the warnings, the group moves forward together, their bond strengthened by the trials they've faced and the uncertain future that awaits them within these walls. As Aruto continues to navigate the sprawling military base alongside Marlia and the blonde woman, a sense of unease settles in. The blonde woman points out that classified information is already present right here within the base, urging Aruto to become truly aware of the dangers surrounding them. Despite his protests that he feels normal, both women firmly insist that he is anything but, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Their serious tone underscores that the stakes are higher than he realizes. Soon, they arrive at a stately room where Major Rudolph awaits. With a quiet knock, they are invited inside, signaling that Aruto is about to face a new challenge, one that will test his insight and resolve even further as he steps deeper into the complex web of military intrigue. As Aruto and his companions step into a grand, well-lit room, they are greeted warmly by a cheerful young man who welcomes them to their new workplace. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the trio exchanges uneasy glances, sensing an underlying tension despite the friendly greeting. The young man's enthusiasm contrasts sharply with the silent apprehension that settles over Aruto and the women beside him, who quietly wonder if they truly grasp the gravity of the situation they've been thrust into. When asked if they understand what's going on, Aruto hesitates, feeling a strange mix of curiosity and unease. The moment marks the beginning of a new chapter, where the challenges ahead will demand not only their strength but also their insight into the complex and dangerous world they now inhabit. After completing the mission, Aruto and his companions are led into a stately room where a young officer greets them warmly, presenting this space as Aruto's new workplace. The officer explains that as a reward for his success, Aruto will now be entrusted with handling classified mission information. This announcement carries significant weight, signaling a major shift in Aruto's role. The blonde woman beside him reacts with surprise, realizing the gravity of the situation. Then, the officer delivers the pivotal news. Aruto is promoted to second lieutenant, a recognition of his achievements and a clear step up in responsibility. This moment marks the beginning of a new chapter for Aruto, as he steps deeper into the complex and secretive world of military operations, fully aware that the challenges ahead will be unlike anything he's faced before. Aruto listens intently as the officer explains that his new rank of second lieutenant is equivalent to a baron among neighboring countries, essentially granting him nobility status. This means he can aspire to a noble life within their country, a promise that surprises him deeply. Though the formal promotion will only take effect after the entrance exams, Aruto is assured his acceptance is guaranteed. His companions, including the blonde woman and the bespectacled woman, warmly congratulate him, expressing their confidence that he will continue to rise in rank. This moment marks a significant turning point, as Aruto steps further into a world where his status and responsibilities are about to change dramatically. Aruto finds himself in a quiet moment of reflection, visibly unsettled despite the recent promotion that should have been cause for celebration. When asked if he dislikes the idea of nobility, he quickly denies it, explaining that his current position already feels more than enough and that the sudden elevation to noble status doesn't quite feel real. The officer acknowledges this hesitation, admitting it was an oversight that the promotion hadn't come sooner. He then challenges Aruto to consider what might have happened if more capable comrades had been present during the mission, hinting at the high expectations and the weight of responsibility now resting on Aruto's shoulders. This exchange reveals the complex emotions beneath Aruto's calm exterior, as he begins to grasp the true implications of his new role and the challenges that lie ahead. In a quiet moment following the mission, Aruto finds himself reflecting on the events that unfolded. The blonde woman gently points out that he wouldn't have been injured if the culprit had been subdued more carefully, a truth he quietly acknowledges. The officer sitting across from him reminds Aruto that with his new rank comes heavier responsibility, but also the removal of previous barriers. He will no longer be hindered by the walls of rank. The officer praises Aruto's knack for finding unique subordinates and expresses hope that he will soon have many reliable people under his command. Though Aruto feels unworthy and insists he's not the type to stand above others, he clenches his fist, showing the weight of the expectations now resting on his shoulders. This conversation marks a turning point, as Aruto begins to accept the challenges and responsibilities that accompany his promotion, stepping further into a role that demands both insight and leadership. As Aruto introduces his subordinates, he points out Marlia and Milo, who had come as reinforcements for the mission. He asks the others not to treat them as mere workers, showing his respect for their abilities. Alongside them are his other subordinates, Lily and Phidian, who bring a sense of warmth and camaraderie to the group. The atmosphere lightens as they exchange greetings, with Milo and Marlia drawing affectionate remarks for their cuteness. Soon after, Aruto finds himself alone in a quiet corridor, reflecting on the weight of his recent promotion and the scrutiny he now faces. He wonders if factions are trying to prevent him from advancing, feeling the pressure of being constantly watched. Unlike Amelisa, whose surveillance seems less threatening, Aruto senses a more dangerous vigilance aimed directly at him. Despite these concerns, he is soon joined by his companions, who express excitement at the prospect of living and working in this new environment, relieved to leave behind their previous camping-out lifestyle. Their enthusiasm is infectious, and Aruto feels a renewed sense of purpose. With a determined smile, he vows to do his very best, ready to face the challenges ahead and embrace the responsibilities that come with his new rank. As the new chapter begins, Aruto is asked to give a mission report, and he reveals a troubling discovery. There is a traitor within the military. This revelation shocks him, especially when he learns that the person questioning him already knew about it. The atmosphere grows tense as the weight of this betrayal sinks in, hinting at deeper conspiracies and dangers lurking within the ranks. Meanwhile, Aruto's earlier interactions with his subordinates show a lighter side. He introduces Marlia and Milo, who had come as reinforcements, urging others to treat them with respect rather than as mere workers. His other subordinates, Lily and Phidian, add warmth to the group, and the mood brightens as they exchange friendly greetings. Yet beneath this camaraderie, Aruto remains wary, alone in a quiet corridor. He contemplates the pressure of his recent promotion and the constant surveillance he faces. Unlike Amelisa, whose watchers seem less threatening, Aruto senses a far more dangerous vigilance aimed directly at him, making him question if factions are trying to block his advancement. Despite these concerns, his companions' excitement about settling into their new environment lifts his spirits. They eagerly look forward to leaving behind their previous camping-out lifestyle, and their enthusiasm renews Aruto's determination. With a firm resolve, he vows to do his best, ready to embrace the responsibilities and challenges that come with his new rank amid the shadows of betrayal. As the tension rises, Aruto faces a sharp confrontation when he's accused of inflicting a serious abdominal wound on one of two restrained murderers, a claim that clashes with the escort unit's report stating both were dead from a single stab to the heart. The conflicting accounts reveal a troubling discrepancy, hinting at deeper deception within the ranks. This revelation shakes Aruto, underscoring the dangerous undercurrents he must navigate as he steps further into his new role. When Aruto is confronted with accusations that he inflicted a serious abdominal wound on one of two restrained murderers, he quickly denies the claim, insisting it wasn't him. His subordinate steps in, revealing that Major Rurabel has already confirmed Aruto's innocence. The Major explains that he had long suspected internal trouble within the military, especially given the suspicious movements of the higher-ups surrounding the mission. To clarify the situation, he places two reports on the table, one directly from Aruto and another from the escort unit. The escort unit's report states that both murderers died from a single stab to the heart, contradicting the accusation against Aruto and deepening the mystery of the internal betrayal. This tense exchange underscores the dangerous political undercurrents Aruto must navigate, as he continues to uncover the truth behind the traitor lurking within the ranks. As the tense meeting continues, Major Rurabel steps in to clear Aruto's name, confirming that he was not responsible for the abdominal wound on one of the restrained murderers. The Major reveals that he had long suspected internal trouble within the military, especially given the suspicious behavior of the higher-ups involved in the mission. To shed light on the situation, he places two reports on the table, one from Aruto himself and another from the escort unit. The escort unit's report states that both murderers died from a single stab to the heart, contradicting the accusation against Aruto and deepening the mystery of the betrayal within their ranks. As they examine the documents, Aruto notices the name of the clerk who filed the suspicious report, Itar Madaroi, a figure dispatched by the upper ranks. This revelation raises more questions about the authenticity of the reports, leaving everyone uncertain whether they are dealing with false information or deliberate substitution. The atmosphere thickens with suspicion, highlighting the dangerous political games Aruto must navigate as he seeks the truth behind the traitor lurking within the military. As the tension in the room thickens, Aruto and his companions begin to piece together the puzzle behind the conflicting reports. They realize that Itar Madaroi, the clerk who filed the suspicious report, must be the one who altered the documents. Lara suggests that he rewrote the report to mislead Major Rurabel with false information, a move that seems reckless since such tampering would be exposed upon closer examination. Aruto agrees, noting that no one would deliberately leave behind evidence like this. The group reflects on the unusual nature of comparing mission reports side by side, something rarely done, which only highlights the depth of the conspiracy they are facing. With this new understanding, the danger of the traitor's manipulations becomes clearer, setting the stage for Aruto and his allies to confront the hidden enemy within their ranks. Just as the tension seems to ease, Aruto is taken aback when Major Rurabel reveals that he expects him to learn more about the appraisers and undergo training with them once things settle down. Aruto, still processing the weight of the ongoing political intrigue, is surprised by the sudden mention of training. Realizing the situation is far more complex than he initially thought, Rurabel admits he had received the report but never imagined it would escalate to this level, underscoring the seriousness of the internal troubles they face. This unexpected development signals that Aruto's path forward will involve not only uncovering hidden enemies but also mastering new skills to navigate the dangerous power plays within the military ranks. Major Rurabel calmly addresses the lingering doubts about the falsified report, explaining to Aruto that ordinary appraisers cannot identify who tampered with the document. Then, in a surprising move, he announces that Cadet Marlia and her younger brother Milo will be assigned under Aruto's command. Aruto is taken aback, questioning whether the Major persuaded Marlia to join, but Rurabel reveals it was their own request. This new development hints at shifting alliances and the strengthening of Aruto's team as they continue to navigate the treacherous political landscape within the military. Story. Major Rurabel steps forward, confirming that Aruto was not responsible for the abdominal wound on one of the restrained murderers and revealing his long-held suspicion of internal trouble within the military. He explains that the mission already seemed suspicious due to the strange behavior of the higher-ups involved. To clarify matters, he places two reports on the table, one from Aruto and another from the escort unit. The escort unit's report states that both murderers died from a single stab to the heart, contradicting the accusation against Aruto and deepening the mystery of the betrayal within their ranks. As they examine the documents, Aruto notices the name of the clerk who filed the suspicious report, Itar Madaroi, a figure dispatched by the upper ranks. Raising questions about the authenticity of the reports and whether they are dealing with false information or deliberate substitution, Lara suggests that Madaroi rewrote the report to mislead Major Rurabel. Reckless move since such tampering would be exposed upon closer examination. Aruto agrees, noting that no one would deliberately leave behind evidence like this. The group reflects on the unusual nature of comparing mission reports side by side, something rarely done, which only highlights the depth of the conspiracy they face. Just as the tension seems to ease, Rurabel surprises Aruto by saying he expects him to learn more about the appraisers and undergo training with them once things settle down, revealing the situation is far more complex than initially thought. Story. Major Rurabel steps forward to clear Aruto of blame for the abdominal wound found on one of the restrained murderers, revealing that he had long suspected internal trouble within the military. He explains that the mission itself had seemed suspicious from the start due to the strange behavior of the higher-ups involved. To shed light on the situation, he places two reports side by side, one from Aruto and another from the escort unit. The escort unit's report claims both murderers died from a single stab to the heart, contradicting the accusations against Aruto and deepening the mystery of the betrayal within their ranks. As they examine the documents, Aruto notices the name of the clerk who filed the suspicious report, Itar Madaroi, who was dispatched by the upper ranks. Raising doubts about the authenticity of the reports and whether they are dealing with deliberate misinformation, Lara suggests that Madaroi rewrote the report to mislead Major Rurabel. A reckless move, since such tampering would be exposed upon closer inspection. Aruto agrees, noting that no one would leave behind such obvious evidence intentionally. The group reflects on how unusual it is to compare mission reports side by side, something rarely done, which only highlights the depth of the conspiracy they face. Just as the tension seems to ease, Rurabel surprises Aruto by saying he expects him to learn more about the appraisers and undergo training with them once things settle down, revealing the situation is far more complex. Major Rurabel reveals a startling connection as he explains that the peculiar organization linked to the murderers they apprehended is actually the descendants of the serpent. He points out that the assassin's employer was Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper, suggesting a deeper conspiracy at play. Rurabel suspects that the mission itself was a setup, designed to eliminate Aruto under the guise of an accident. Aruto, still uneasy, questions the safety of their current situation, realizing they are right in the middle of this suspicious mission. The Major calmly assures him that everything is fine, even as the weight of the internal threat looms large. This revelation underscores the dangerous web of intrigue surrounding them, with powerful factions maneuvering behind the scenes to control or remove key players like Aruto and Rurabel during critical moments such as the entrance exam. Major Rurabel reveals a startling truth. The peculiar organization connected to the murderers they apprehended are actually descendants of the serpent. He points out that the assassin's employer was Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper, suggesting the entire mission was a setup designed to eliminate Aruto under the guise of an accident. Despite the danger lurking within their own ranks, the Major assures Aruto that things are under control. The following day, the atmosphere shifts as Aruto and his companions prepare for the entrance exam. With renewed determination, they join hands, ready to face the challenge together. As they rally their spirits, Aruto feels the subtle effects of magical support enhancing their strength and agility, signaling that this next phase will test them in ways beyond mere physical endurance. Major Rurabel reveals a chilling truth. The peculiar organization tied to the murderers they captured are actually descendants of the serpent. He points out that their employer was Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper, suggesting the entire mission was a trap meant to eliminate Aruto under the guise of an accident. Despite the danger lurking within their own ranks, the Major reassures Aruto that the situation is under control. As the tension settles, Aruto and his companions prepare for the entrance exam, their resolve strengthened by the knowledge of the conspiracy they face. During their preparations, Lily demonstrates her skill by successfully casting multiple support spells simultaneously. Though she feels embarrassed by the need to form a circle to do so, Aruto explains that touching the staff while casting reduces her fatigue and helps conceal the support magic from others, easing her concerns. With their magical support in place and their spirits united, they stand ready to face the challenges ahead, knowing that the trials will test them far beyond physical endurance. Major Rurabel lays out a chilling revelation. The peculiar organization tied to the murderers they apprehended are actually descendants of the serpent. He points out that their employer was none other than Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper, implying the entire mission was a calculated setup aimed at erasing Aruto under the guise of an accident. This deepens the sense of betrayal and danger lurking within their own ranks. Meanwhile, Aruto and his companions prepare for the entrance exam with renewed focus. They organize their training. Marlia and Lily sparring, Firen practicing her target shooting, and Milo called away for meditation. The atmosphere is tense yet determined, as everyone readies themselves for the trials ahead, fully aware that the challenges will test not only their physical abilities, but also their insight and resilience against the hidden threats surrounding them. As the weight of the conspiracy settles, a shadowy figure quietly opens a door to an empty room, the silence inside heavy with unspoken secrets. This moment of stillness contrasts sharply with the turmoil Aruto and his allies face, reminding us that unseen forces continue to move in the background, their intentions hidden but ever present. The calm before the storm hints at the challenges yet to come, as the web of intrigue tightens around them all. Major Rurabel reveals that the peculiar organization behind the murderers they apprehended are descendants of the serpent, and shockingly, their employer was Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper. This suggests the mission was a deliberate setup to eliminate Aruto under the guise of an accident. Despite the danger, the Major remains composed, assuring Aruto that the situation is under control. Meanwhile, Kaijin himself appears, watching the group openly without hiding, showing a clear disdain as if looking down on them. The group wonders why he would come so openly, concluding that his purpose must be to silence them. The tension thickens as they realize the threat is closer than ever, and the stakes of their upcoming challenges grow even higher. The truth about Corporal Kaijin Coral comes into sharp focus as it's revealed he is a spy from the Kingdom of Drummed and a member of the descendants of the Serpent. Despite his noble lineage from the Coral family, which was supposed to be a baron's house, Kaijin abandoned his homeland to infiltrate the imperial ranks. This revelation deepens the betrayal within their midst. Meanwhile, Kaijin stands alone on a rooftop, drawing his bow and preparing to take aim. His presence a silent but ominous reminder that the threat from within is far from over. As the web of intrigue tightens, the stakes grow ever higher for Aruto and his allies, who must now face not only the upcoming trials but also the shadow of treachery lurking close by. As the group settles into their preparations, a sudden, sharp whistle cuts through the air. A deadly arrow hurtles toward them from a distant rooftop. The arrow's trajectory is precise, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Lily. In a split second, she senses the danger and narrowly avoids the lethal strike, the arrow embedding itself into the wall behind her. The attack is a stark reminder that the threat from within their ranks is far from over, and that enemies are watching their every move, ready to strike without warning. This tense moment underscores the peril that surrounds Aruto and his allies as they brace themselves not only for the grueling entrance exam but also for the shadowy forces determined to see them fail or worse. As the group gathers, a sudden shout breaks the calm. One of them urgently warns everyone to get down. In the blink of an eye, a deadly arrow whizzes past, narrowly missing its target and embedding itself into a nearby tree. The unexpected attack sends them tumbling to the ground, startled but unharmed. Upon closer inspection, they discover a message tied to the arrow, signaling that this assault was no random act but a deliberate warning. This tense moment underscores the ever-present danger, shadowing their every move, reminding them that enemies are watching closely and ready to strike at any moment. As the door creaked open to an empty room, the group's unease deepened. Kaijin had appeared openly among them, his cold gaze unmistakably looking down on the group, a clear sign of disdain. They quickly concluded that his brazen presence was no coincidence. It was meant to silence them. The tension was palpable as they realized the threat was closer than ever. Rurabel, calm but serious, revealed that the letter they received was from Major Rurabel himself, explaining that the mission to eliminate Arudo was a setup orchestrated by a traitor within the military's upper ranks. The note warned that on the day of the entrance exam, the majors would be absent, and Arudo and his allies would be left as decoys while the real danger moved elsewhere. With this chilling message in hand, Arudo understood that they had to keep training and remain vigilant, never letting their guard down. The ominous atmosphere lingered, a stark reminder that the web of betrayal and danger was tightening around them, and the true battle was yet to come. As the door creaked open, Kaijin appeared before the group, his cold gaze unmistakably filled with disdain. He made no effort to hide himself, standing openly as if to assert dominance. The group quickly realized this was no mere coincidence. His brazen presence was a clear attempt to silence them. Whispered speculations spread among them, concluding that Kaijin looked down on them and intended to eliminate any threat they posed. Meanwhile, Rurabel calmly laid out the truth behind the mission's failure. He revealed that the assassination attempt on Arudo was a carefully orchestrated setup, masterminded by a traitor within the military ranks. The assassins were linked to the descendants of the serpent, and their employer was none other than Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper. This meant the entire operation was designed to erase Arudo under the guise of an accident. Despite the gravity of the situation, Rurabel assured them that the major was aware and had sent a letter warning that on the day of the entrance exam, the majors would be absent, leaving Arudo and his allies vulnerable as decoys. The chilling message underscored the betrayal and danger lurking within their own ranks. With the weight of this revelation heavy on their shoulders, the group prepared themselves for the trials ahead, knowing full well that the true battle was just beginning and that enemies were watching their every move, ready to strike at any moment. As the group settles into their new living quarters, excitement and relief ripple through them, especially from the newcomers Marlia and Milo, who have arrived as reinforcements for the mission. Despite some initial teasing about their capabilities, the team quickly bonds, with Milo introducing his sister and the others sharing lighthearted moments. Lara, recovering from a cold, reassures everyone that the mission is complete, though the tension from earlier threats still lingers. Meanwhile, Arudo reflects on the complex political landscape surrounding him, aware that factions are watching his every move and that his promotion might be more of a test than a reward. As they begin to familiarize themselves with their surroundings, Arudo attempts to sense any unusual mana flow, a rare ability that few possess. Though his vision is blurry, he remains cautious, deciding to appraise the area carefully. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy erupts nearby, catching everyone off guard and signaling that the dangers they face are far from over. This unexpected event serves as a stark reminder that their path forward will be fraught with challenges, both seen and unseen, as they prepare for the trials ahead. As the group settles into their new living quarters, the atmosphere lightens with the arrival of reinforcements Marlia and Milo, who bring fresh energy and camaraderie to the team. Despite some playful teasing about their abilities, bonds quickly form, and the tension from earlier threats begins to ease. Lara, still recovering from a cold, reassures everyone that the mission is complete, though the shadow of danger remains. Meanwhile, Arudo reflects on the complex political landscape surrounding him, aware that factions are watching his every move and that his recent promotion might be more of a test than a reward. Determined to stay vigilant, he attempts to sense any unusual mana flow around them, a rare ability few possess. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy erupts nearby, catching everyone off guard and reminding them that the challenges ahead are far from over. As Arudo focuses, he realizes his vision sharpens beyond mere sight. He can truly perceive the mana's flow, confirming his unique gift. With this newfound clarity, the group resolves to support Arudo together, even as Milo nervously acknowledges the weight of the classified military secrets they've uncovered. United by purpose, they prepare to face the trials looming on the horizon, knowing the true battle has only just begun. As the entrance exam's first venue bustled with a sea of hopeful candidates, Arudo found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of participants. The crowd was dense and diverse, each person carrying their own ambitions and secrets. Despite the chaos, a quiet tension lingered beneath the surface, a reminder that this was more than just a test. It was a battleground where alliances would be forged and rivalries ignited. Aruto's eyes scanned the crowd, aware that every face could hold a potential threat or ally, and that the true challenge was only just beginning. As Aruto steps into the bustling venue of the entrance exam, he is struck by the overwhelming crowd of hopeful candidates. Among them are dwarves and elves, races rarely seen outside their homelands, highlighting the exam's prestige and diversity. The acceptance rate remains fiercely competitive, never less than 12-1 each year. Underscoring the challenge ahead, amid the sea of faces, Aruto's attention is drawn to a regal figure, the queen of the Grouse Empire herself, reminding him of the high stakes and the elite nature of this gathering. With benefits and pay among the best in the empire, it's clear why so many aspire to pass this trial. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation, as every participant prepares to prove their worth in a test that will shape their futures and reveal hidden alliances and rivalries. As the door closes behind him, Kaijin stands apart from the others, his expression unreadable. The group whispers among themselves, suspecting he doesn't intend to hide his presence. Some believe he looks down on them, while others think he might be here to silence them. Meanwhile, Major Rurabel reveals a troubling connection. The assassins they confronted were linked to a secretive organization, descendants of the serpent, with their employer identified as Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper. It becomes clear that this group plans to erase them under the guise of an accident. Rurabel then presents intercepted reports from the escort unit, confirming the depth of the conspiracy. Despite the danger, the team remains determined, especially when confronted by the assassin Ghidorah, whose sudden appearance shakes them. Aruto stands firm, vowing not to let the assassin escape. Even as tension rises, amidst this Lara, still recovering from a cold, insists the mission is complete. Though the fallen bandits suggest otherwise, the arrival of reinforcements Marlia and Milo brings a fresh wave of energy and camaraderie. Easing the group's worries, Milo introduces his sister and the others, while the team shares lighthearted moments, welcoming the new members. As they settle into their new quarters, the atmosphere brightens, with Major Rurabel's subordinates, Lily and Fidrin, joining the group. The promise of leaving behind their camping out life excites them all. Yet, Aruto remains cautious, reflecting on the political intrigue surrounding his promotion and the factions watching him closely. Unlike Emiliza, these watchers see him as a dangerous threat. Finally, the scene shifts to the grand entrance exam venue, where the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testrat, appears gracefully. Her presence underscores the high stakes of the exam, as she expresses her expectation to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities, signaling that the true test is just beginning. As the grand entrance exam venue buzzes with anticipation, a conversation unfolds about the Empire's unique title for its ruler, the Queen, instead of Empress. It's explained that this distinction stems from a rumor that a woman shouldn't call herself Emperor, though the Queen is said to be more politically skilled than her male counterparts. The discussion also touches on the difference between Emperor and King, highlighting the Empire's complex hierarchy. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the exam officially begins. A commanding voice calls out to examinee number 1, Aruto, inviting him and anyone willing to take the test alongside him to step forward. The moment marks the true start of the challenge, setting the stage for the trials that will test the candidate's abilities and resolve under the watchful eyes of the Empire's elite. As the entrance exam officially kicks off, Aruto and his companions are ushered into an armory where they are greeted warmly and instructed to choose their weapons for the next phase. A mock battle designed to test their combat skills. The weapons provided have been specially modified to reduce their lethality, ensuring the trial remains a controlled challenge. While the group examines the available gear, it becomes clear that ranged weapons will be tested separately the following day at a different location, leaving one member surprised to find no bows among the immediate options. With their weapons selected and the mock battle looming, the team steels themselves for the trials ahead, knowing this is just the beginning of the rigorous challenges that will determine their futures within the Empire. As the group prepares for the upcoming trial, a young woman asks if she can use her own weapon, and the elder overseeing the armory grants her permission without hesitation. Grateful, she thanks him warmly, and the team encourages her to do her best. Meanwhile, Aruto reviews the judges' records carefully, noting with some relief that there is no mention of the descendants of the serpent. Confirming that this challenge is not a setup. With that settled, he instructs Firen and Milo to hold onto the weapons, and they acknowledge the order promptly. The tension eases slightly as the team readies themselves, knowing that the true test is about to unfold under the watchful eyes of the Empire. As the grand entrance exam begins, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. The 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testrat, makes a graceful appearance, expressing her expectation to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. The exam hall is filled with spectators, and a commanding voice urges the examinees not to focus solely on winning or losing, but to showcase what makes them unique. Aruto steps forward confidently, determined to give everything he has, drawing strength from his seniors. Major Rurabel acknowledges his resolve, commending him for not running away. Meanwhile, Aruto discreetly warns Lily and Fidrin to be cautious, revealing that some opponents are hiding weapons coated with paralytic poison. The tension rises as the trial officially kicks off, setting the stage for a fierce competition where skill, insight, and strategy will be put to the ultimate test under the watchful eyes of the Empire's elite. As the tension of the entrance exam thickens, the candidates begin to form their teams. Aruto and his companions notice a group of 3 forming a tight circle, exchanging words of encouragement and determination. On the other side, a pair confidently steps forward, declaring that the 2 of them are more than enough to take on the larger group. The atmosphere crackles with anticipation as these rival factions prepare to face off, each fueled by their own resolve to prove their strength in this critical trial. The stage is set for a fierce confrontation, where teamwork and individual skill will be pushed to their limits under the watchful eyes of the Empire. With the stage set and the candidates ready, the first round of the exam officially begins under the watchful eyes of the Empire's elite. A seasoned elder calls out the start, reminding everyone to ensure no one gets hurt during the trial. Without hesitation, the team springs into action, each member determined to end the challenge quickly and efficiently. Their coordinated movements and focused expressions reveal their resolve to prove their worth in this critical test, marking the true commencement of the fierce competition that will shape their futures within the Empire. As the trial intensifies, one of the candidates suddenly lashes out with a rope, swinging it with precision and determination. The unexpected weapon catches the attention of an opponent, who quickly reacts by planting his foot firmly and raising a shield in defense. Despite the surprise, the attacker charges headlong, showing no hesitation as she aims to overwhelm her opponent. The defender calmly assesses the situation, noting that these challengers are still cadets in training, and prepares to meet her assault head-on. The clash marks the beginning of a fierce and dynamic confrontation, where raw determination and developing skills collide in the heart of the Empire's rigorous entrance exam. As the trial heats up, one candidate suddenly lashes out with a rope, swinging it with precise intent to entangle his opponent. The defender quickly plants his foot and raises a shield, bracing for the assault. Despite the surprise, the attacker presses forward relentlessly, aiming to overwhelm his foe. Just as the rope wraps tightly, the defender reveals a hidden tactic. He unsheathes a knife and splashes a liquid onto the rope. The attacker's eyes widen in shock, realizing too late that the rope is coated with a paralytic poison, turning the tide of the confrontation in an instant. As the trial unfolds, one candidate makes a swift move, slipping past his opponent with surprising ease despite being slower. The defender, grateful to be positioned behind a faster ally, is caught off guard as the attacker maneuvers skillfully around his guard. The tension rises when the attacker suddenly uses a rope, attempting to entangle the defender. However, the defender remains composed, raising his shield and planting his feet firmly to brace against the assault. Just as the rope tightens, the defender reveals a hidden countermeasure. He splashes a liquid onto the rope, exposing its paralytic poison and turning the tide of the confrontation in his favor. The fierce exchange highlights the high stakes and cunning strategies at play in this intense entrance exam, where every move could mean the difference between victory and defeat. In the midst of the intense trial, one candidate suddenly finds himself caught off guard as a rope swiftly wraps around his legs, binding him tightly. Before he can react, the attacker pulls him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. This unexpected move catches everyone's attention, serving as a stark reminder of how quickly the tide can turn when focus slips even for a moment during battle. As the trial rages on, one candidate suddenly attempts to retreat, but a sharp voice calls him out, demanding to know why he's giving up when the fight isn't over. The challenger turns, clearly frustrated, but before he can respond, the other candidate questions his decision, labeling it foolish. The tension escalates in an instant as the retreating candidate is caught off guard by a sudden, precise strike from behind. The unexpected attack forces him to raise his shield in defense. But the blow lands hard, leaving him grimacing in pain. This moment underscores the relentless intensity of the competition, where hesitation can quickly turn into vulnerability, and every move is a test of resolve and skill. As the trial continues, a surprising display of power and speed catches everyone off guard. A young female cadet, who should be relying on magic, instead fights fiercely in close combat with a staff, defying expectations of a typical mage's style. Her swift and forceful strikes leave her opponent struggling to keep up, raising questions about her true capabilities. This unexpected approach shakes the battlefield, proving that even those still in training can possess extraordinary skill and determination, pushing the limits of what is considered possible in the Empire's rigorous entrance exam. As the trial reaches a critical point, the tension between the candidates escalates sharply. One combatant, frustrated and desperate, lashes out with a dagger, throwing it with deadly intent. The target, caught off guard but quick to react, narrowly dodges the blade, the weapon embedding itself into the ground just inches away. Seizing the moment, the defender prepares to counterattack, his eyes narrowing with determination. Meanwhile, the observers watch closely, aware that every move could tip the scales in this fierce competition. The attacker, undeterred by the failed throw, immediately draws a second dagger, ready to press the assault. But the defender remains composed, gripping his own blade tightly as he braces for the next strike. The air crackles with anticipation as the two opponents close in, their skills and resolve about to be tested in a deadly dance of offense and defense. Just as the attacker lunges forward, the defender sidesteps with precision, delivering a swift and powerful strike that forces his opponent to stagger back. The clash is far from over, but this exchange reveals the growing mastery and unyielding spirit of both fighters, each determined to prove their worth in the Empire's ruthless entrance exam. As the trial intensifies, a sudden shift in tactics catches everyone off guard. One combatant, instead of engaging head-on, deliberately dodges an attack that was aimed from behind, leaving his opponent stunned and confused. The attacker, baffled by the unexpected move, questions why his target would avoid a strike meant to catch him off guard, especially since he was facing the other way. The defender calmly explains that his killing intent was leaking everywhere, making the attacker's intentions clear and predictable. Meanwhile, the judge overseeing the trial appears disengaged, leading to speculation that he might be asleep, allowing the fighters to test their limits without interference. This moment reveals the subtle psychological warfare at play, where reading an opponent's intent and controlling one's own presence can be just as crucial as physical skill in this high-stakes competition. After a decisive victory, the atmosphere shifts as the victorious side counts their advantage. Now standing 3 against 1, the leader steps forward, his gaze steady and commanding, challenging the remaining opponent to reconsider their stance. With unwavering resolve, he urges them to cease their futile resistance and surrender, signaling that the battle has reached a critical turning point where continued defiance may no longer be an option. In a tense meeting, the major delivers grim news to a smirking man. The so-called main operation is already being crushed by the majors, and those who gave the orders are likely being arrested as they speak. The man, caught off guard, questions the capture of the leaders, but the major's calm assertion leaves no room for doubt. The man bursts into laughter, mocking the situation, but the major's steady gaze challenges him silently, underscoring the gravity of the Empire's swift and decisive crackdown on the conspirators. The man reveals that the so-called main operation was never real. It was all a trap designed to lure them in. With a confident smirk, he promises to show exactly what he means by the main operation. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes the significance of the earlier thrown knife, now understanding it was coated with paralytic poison all along. The tension spikes as the poisoned blade takes effect, leaving one of their enemies writhing in agony, confirming the deadly seriousness of the deception and the true scale of the enemy's plan. As a dark, swirling vortex of energy begins to form ominously over the city, a sinister figure revels in the chaos, declaring that the unexpected 13th sacrifice is still a sacrifice, praising the surge of powerful mana it provides. Amidst this growing threat, a determined voice urges two companions to flee the danger immediately, and they respond without hesitation, understanding the urgency of the situation. Meanwhile, the man orchestrating the dark ritual raises his arms high, calling upon a sacred ancestor to awaken and consume the nation of commoners, signaling that a devastating force is about to be unleashed upon the unsuspecting empire. Suddenly, chaos erupts as a massive explosion tears through the crowd, sending people fleeing in terror. Amidst the destruction, the enormous, coiling body of a serpent emerges, its scales shimmering ominously in the dim light. The creature's glowing eyes pierce through the darkness, signaling a terrifying awakening. This monstrous force, summoned by dark rituals, threatens to consume everything in its path, plunging the Empire into a new and deadly crisis. As the dust settles from the chaos, a massive serpent bursts forth from the wreckage, its enormous body coiling menacingly amidst the ruins. Its scales shimmer darkly, and glowing eyes pierce through the shadows, signaling the awakening of a terrifying force. This monstrous creature, summoned through dark rituals, threatens to engulf the empire in devastation, marking the beginning of a new and deadly crisis that looms over the land. As the group surveys the aftermath of the destruction, confusion and concern ripple through them. Amidst the rubble, a massive serpent suddenly emerges, its enormous jaws wide open and dripping with menace. The sheer size and terrifying presence of the creature leave everyone stunned, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the threat before them. Despite the chaos, the group quickly checks on each other. Lily is thankfully unharmed, but the danger is far from over. Aruto is urged to ready his weapon, though he realizes it might not be enough to pierce the serpent's formidable defenses. The tension escalates as they face this monstrous force, a living embodiment of the dark rituals that have plunged their empire into crisis, forcing them to prepare for a desperate battle against a seemingly unstoppable foe. As the group faces the monstrous serpent, the tension reaches a new peak. Despite their efforts to appraise the creature's strength and nature, their magic fails to reveal any information. No name, no life force, no attributes, nothing. The protagonist's expression hardens with the realization that no matter how many times they try, their usual methods won't work against this terrifying force. This unexpected turn leaves them vulnerable, emphasizing the overwhelming power of the serpent and the dire challenge that lies ahead. As the massive serpent looms ominously over the group, its dark, coiling form casting a shadow of dread. A desperate cry for help pierces the tense air. Suddenly, one of the men clutching his abdomen collapses, blood spurting from a fatal wound inflicted by the serpent's deadly strike. The terrifying creature's sheer power is undeniable, and the group is left reeling from the brutal attack, fully realizing the deadly threat they now face. With a twisted grin, the man revels in the chaos around him, urging the monstrous serpent to feast, declaring there's plenty of prey to consume. His excitement is palpable as he calls the great serpent his ultimate weapon, dismissing the arrival of a messenger from the kingdom with cold indifference. He coldly orders the capture of the fleeing appraiser, showing no concern for outside interference. His focus is solely on wiping out the country, as the serpent coils menacingly among the rubble. The man's expression hardens, labeling a certain exile as traitorous and promising that he will become snake food. But before that grim fate, the serpent's hunger must be sated, and the destruction is far from over. As the serpent coils ominously amidst the rubble, a chilling command is issued to devour even the captives tied up nearby, dismissing them as mere trash. One of the prisoners, battered and desperate, pleads in disbelief, questioning the betrayal. Hadn't they been working together to build a new nation? The cold response reveals that betrayal was the plan all along. The man's cruel smile deepens as he mocks the idea of bargaining as equals, shattering any hope of alliance. The captive's shock turns to despair, realizing the harsh truth. There was never any intention of cooperation, only ruthless domination and betrayal. The man dismisses the desperate protest of a captive who clings to a magical contract as proof of their alliance, coldly tearing the paper away and declaring that both the contract and the captive will be devoured by the serpent, without hesitation. The monstrous serpent lashes out, swallowing the captive whole as he screams in terror. The terrifying power of the creature is undeniable, and the grim fate of those caught in its path is sealed as the serpent's jaws close with deadly finality. The man clutching his wounded abdomen groans in pain, but his twisted grin only grows wider as he urges the monstrous serpent to keep devouring without pause. He revels in the power this creature gives him, confident that with such a weapon, he can wipe out their enemies swiftly. The serpent, massive and coiled around him, looms like a living nightmare, its dark scales shimmering ominously as it prepares to feast again. The man's hunger for destruction is insatiable, and the devastation is far from over. As the massive serpent suddenly coils around the man, he panics, shouting at the creature in disbelief and anger. He insists that he is a noble and the one who summoned the serpent, desperately trying to assert control over the situation. But the serpent's grip tightens, and the man's horrified expression reveals his growing realization that things are spiraling out of control. Despite his status and commands, the serpent shows no obedience, leaving him trapped and powerless against the very weapon he once wielded with confidence. As the monstrous serpent continues its rampage, it suddenly ensnares one of the men in its massive, slimy coils, lifting him helplessly into the air. The crowd watching the chaos erupts in terrified screams, the sheer scale of the creature's power becoming even more apparent. The serpent then devours its captive in one horrifying gulp, leaving the remaining survivors in stunned silence. Watching this, the group realizes with dread that the serpent is growing larger with each victim it consumes, confirming their worst fears. They are nothing more than prey to this unstoppable force. The tension mounts as they brace themselves for the next wave of destruction. fully aware that the serpent's hunger is far from sated and their chances of survival are rapidly diminishing. The monstrous serpent's terrifying presence leaves the group frozen in horror as it looms before them. Its massive scales glistening ominously, panic erupts instantly, and a desperate cry to run echoes through the air. The survivors scatter, but the serpent's hunger is insatiable, and its jaws open wide, ready to devour them all. The grim reality sinks in. At this rate, none will escape the creature's deadly grasp. Suddenly, the massive serpent's eye snaps open, revealing a cold, unblinking gaze that sends a chill through the air. From beneath the rubble, countless smaller serpents begin to emerge, their eerie, featureless faces rising in unison like a dark tide. Without warning, the colossal serpent unfurls its enormous body, its many heads slithering outward with terrifying speed and precision. The monstrous creatures surge forward, weaving through the devastated cityscape, their presence overwhelming. The survivors who can only watch in horror as the serpents prepare to unleash further destruction. Suddenly, the sky darkens as ominous black tendrils begin to spread across the clouds, blotting out the sunlight and casting a sinister shadow over the land. Alarmed by this unnatural phenomenon, a young man urgently warns his companion that something is terribly wrong and they need to act quickly. Their fears are confirmed when the northern gate is mysteriously sealed off by a creeping, viscous black substance, cutting off any chance of escape or reinforcements. As panic rises, the young man shouts for the intruder to stop their interference, but the creeping darkness continues to advance relentlessly, signaling that a new and terrifying threat is unfolding beyond their control. As the creeping black substance spreads across the northern gate, sealing off any chance of escape, the survivors find themselves trapped within an impenetrable barrier. They press their hands against the dark, shimmering wall, desperate to break through, but it holds firm. Panic rises as they realize this barrier is no ordinary obstacle. It is a magical seal designed to contain them, leaving them vulnerable to the monstrous forces outside. The group exchanges fearful glances, the grim truth sinking in that they might be doomed to be devoured alive within this prison. Outside, the ominous black tendrils continue to spread, blotting out the sky and signaling that the nightmare is far from over. At the southern gate entrance of the exam site, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon confronts an overwhelming obstacle. A dark, magical barrier with mana so strong and vile that even their efforts to break through prove futile. The tension rises as the captain acknowledges the dire consequences if the barrier remains unbroken. Fearing for the people trapped inside, with no time to waste, he urgently orders a call for a high mage, hoping that only such powerful magic can shatter the seal. Sweat beads on his face as he contemplates whether reinforcements will arrive before it's too late, knowing that even the most skilled mages of today might struggle against this formidable defense. At the exam's first site, the southern gate entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon faces an overwhelming magical barrier. Despite their efforts, the barrier's mana is too strong and vile to break, leaving them powerless. The captain fears for those trapped inside, realizing that if the seal remains intact, the people within will have no choice but to fend for themselves. He urgently orders a call for a high mage, knowing only such powerful magic might shatter the seal in time. Meanwhile, the grim truth settles in. With the mastermind dead and the barrier sealing every escape, all that's left is a monster they cannot appraise or control. Appraisals, which had never failed before, now falter, and none imagined anything could be immune to them. The situation grows increasingly dire as the survivors face an uncertain fate behind the impenetrable magical wall. At the exam's first site, the southern gate entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon faces a dire situation. The magical barrier blocking their way is far too strong and vile for their current power to break. Despite their best efforts, the seal holds firm, and the captain fears for those trapped inside. He urgently orders a call for a high mage, knowing only such immense power might shatter the barrier in time to save the people within. Meanwhile, inside the devastated area, the survivors confront a new horror as the monstrous serpent begins to lay eggs, threatening to spawn even more deadly creatures without hesitation. The group resolves that their only option is to bring the serpent down before it can multiply its threat. Rallying together, they call on their underlings for support, determined to face the overwhelming danger head-on. With resolve burning in their eyes, they prepare to fight, united in their desperate bid for survival. As the chaos unfolds, a voice crackles over the loudspeakers, catching everyone off guard. The examiner's words ring out, reminding the survivors that this once-a-year exam has taken a dark turn, forcing them to confront a threat far beyond their expectations. Despite the overwhelming danger, the call is clear. They cannot face this alone. Everyone must come together, working as one to survive. The voice hints that this crisis might serve as a harsh test, separating those who understand their limits from those who do not. The gathered group, stunned and searching for the source, realizes the gravity of the situation as the examiner solemnly declares, "The Empire upholds." Leaving an ominous weight hanging in the air, the survivors, caught between fear and determination, prepare to stand united against the relentless nightmare closing in around them. At the exam's first sight, the southern gate entrance, the situation grows increasingly desperate. Police Unit Captain Laos Leon faces a magical barrier so potent and vile that even their strongest efforts fail to break through. He urgently orders a call for a high mage, knowing only such immense power might shatter the seal in time to save those trapped inside. Meanwhile, the survivors inside the sealed area confront a terrifying new threat as monstrous forces continue to close in. Just then, a commanding voice cuts through the chaos. The 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testerot, appears, her presence radiating authority and calm. She reminds everyone that this crisis is a harsh test of meritocracy, a moment to prove their true strength and resolve. With determination burning in their eyes, the survivors steel themselves to face the nightmare ahead, united by the Queen's call to rise above and overcome the darkness closing in around them. At the exam's first sight by the southern gate entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon faces a grim reality. The magical barrier blocking their path is far too strong and vile for their current power to break. Despite their desperate efforts, the seal remains unyielding, and the captain urgently orders a call for a high mage, hoping only such immense power can shatter the barrier in time to save those trapped inside. Meanwhile, the tension inside the sealed area thickens as the survivors confront the growing threat. Just then, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testerot, arrives with an air of calm authority. Her presence commands attention as she reminds everyone that this crisis is a harsh test of meritocracy, a moment to prove their true strength and resolve. With her words igniting a renewed determination, the survivors steel themselves to face the nightmare ahead, united by the Queen's call to rise above and overcome the darkness closing in around them. At the forefront, a fierce figure with wolf-like features crouches, ready to lead the charge, embodying the fierce spirit necessary to confront the overwhelming danger looming over them all. As the survivors gather amid the ruins, a tense silence falls over the group. One of them, clearly surprised, asks why everyone has come together at this moment. A woman with distinctive horns addresses him respectfully, but before she can explain, a sharp voice cuts through the air. A striking young man with light hair and a fur-lined coat steps forward, his expression cold and challenging. He demands to know what they are talking about and, more importantly, who they are. The atmosphere thickens with suspicion and uncertainty as this unexpected confrontation hints at deeper conflicts yet to unfold. As the battle against the monstrous serpent rages on, the survivors reflect on the relentless assault of magic unleashed against the beast. They realize that everyone present was drawn here by the overwhelming display of power, instinctively gathering around the one who wielded such fierce magic. An older warrior with a helmet points out that it's only natural for those skilled in battle to attract others seeking protection and guidance. The group acknowledges this unspoken truth, understanding that their unity in the face of danger is born from a shared recognition of strength and the desperate need to survive together. At the first exam site near the southern gate entrance, the survivors regroup amid the ruins, their tension palpable as they await any sign of progress. One of them urges courage, rallying the group to defeat their foe together. But the gravity of the situation weighs heavily on another who regrets revealing his appraisal ability so openly. Despite this, the group remains focused, ready to face whatever comes next. A calm yet sharp voice breaks through the unease. A woman with distinct elven features asks if there is any new information. The response is grim. Nothing yet. The reality sets in that victory won't come easily, and the survivors brace themselves for the difficult battle still ahead. As the survivors grapple with their next move, uncertainty clouds their minds. They question what to do now, hesitant to act without knowing the enemy's weakness. Meanwhile, a lone figure watches from the shadows, confident and detached. He scoffs at the others' efforts, believing they are conspiring with a larger group to claim glory, but he intends to take on the threat alone, pursuing his own path in this deadly game. The tension between cautious unity and solitary ambition sets the stage for the battles to come, as each player prepares to face the unfolding nightmare in their own way. As the monstrous serpent looms large within the shattered ruins, a lone warrior springs into action with fierce determination. Without hesitation, he leaps forward, sword raised high, commanding his allies to first blind the beast and strip away its deadly vision. The tension peaks as the battle strategy unfolds, focusing on disabling the serpent's most dangerous asset before launching a full assault. This decisive moment marks a critical turning point, where swift and coordinated action could mean the difference between survival and devastation for everyone caught in the nightmare. At the first exam site near the southern gate entrance, the survivors gather with mounting urgency. Police Unit Captain Laos Leon urgently reports that they cannot break through the barrier. The mana is simply too strong and overwhelming. The question hangs heavy in the air. Will the high mages arrive in time to shatter the barrier and save those trapped inside? Despite the grim situation, the order to call for a high mage is given without hesitation. Meanwhile, the battle intensifies as one determined warrior launches a fierce assault, driving his sword down with all his might against the serpent's defenses. But to his shock, the blade refuses to penetrate, meeting an impenetrable force that halts his strike. This moment underscores the desperate challenge they face, as the survivors brace themselves for the next move in a fight where every second counts and every strike could mean the difference between life and death. As the battle rages on, one warrior grows impatient and charges ahead, launching a powerful attack that shatters the stone wall behind the serpent. But his reckless move draws a sharp rebuke from his comrade, warning him not to act alone. Just then, a young man calmly accepts a set of weapons handed over by a smaller companion, readying himself for the fight ahead. Meanwhile, a woman urgently calls attention to the sudden breach, signaling that the situation is escalating quickly. The tension mounts as the group braces for the next phase of their desperate struggle against the monstrous serpent, knowing that coordination and timing will be crucial if they hope to survive this deadly encounter. Amid the chaos of the battle, a young woman watches in disbelief as countless serpent eggs hatch at an alarming speed, flooding the area with writhing, venomous hatchlings. The sheer number of newborn serpents swarming out from their shells signals a dire escalation in the threat they face, underscoring the urgency for the survivors to act quickly before they are overwhelmed by this relentless tide of monsters. Faced with the overwhelming number of serpent hatchlings flooding the battlefield, the group realizes the dire scale of the threat before them. One voice rises, urging everyone to buy as much time as possible, while another resolves to uncover the serpent's weakness amidst the chaos. With determination, the team prepares to move out, ready to confront the relentless tide and hold their ground against the monstrous onslaught. As the battle against the monstrous serpent and its hatchlings intensifies, a group of warriors bursts forward with renewed vigor, their spirits ignited by the chaos around them. Among them, a fierce rivalry sparks between an older, seasoned fighter and a younger, brash combatant, each challenging the other with playful taunts as they charge into the fray. The tension of the fight gives way to a moment of camaraderie and competitive energy, reminding them all that even in the darkest moments, the thrill of battle can bring out their strongest resolve. Together, they surge ahead, ready to face whatever horrors await in the shattered ruins. Suddenly, the battlefield is overwhelmed as countless serpent eggs hatch all at once, releasing a massive swarm of venomous hatchlings that flood the area. The sheer number of newborn serpents surging forward signals a terrifying escalation, forcing the survivors to confront the overwhelming scale of the threat. Amidst the chaos, a voice rises, urging everyone to buy as much time as possible, while another resolves to find the serpent's weakness despite the relentless tide. With grim determination, the group steels themselves, ready to hold their ground and face the monstrous onslaught together. As the monstrous serpent lunges forward with deadly speed, a fierce wolf-like warrior meets its attack head-on, dodging the venomous strike with agility and determination. At the same time, a stout, battle-hardened fighter grabs hold of the serpent's massive fang, wrestling it with all his might to prevent the creature from unleashing further destruction. Nearby, a sharp-eyed warrior watches intently, his expression steely and focused, ready to seize any opportunity that might turn the tide of this desperate battle. The clash between man and beast shakes the ground beneath them, sending shards of stone flying as the fight escalates into a brutal test of strength and willpower. As the battle against the monstrous serpent rages on, a fierce warrior launches a powerful strike, smashing a massive wooden pillar down onto the serpent's scaled body. Another fighter swings a heavy mace with precision, aiming to crush the creature's head, while a third charges in with a sword, slicing through one of the serpent's writhing tails. Amidst the chaos, a determined woman steps forward, her eyes glowing with resolve as she calls upon the earth itself, invoking its power to aid their desperate fight. The combined assault shakes the battlefield, each strike a testament to their unwavering determination to bring down the seemingly invincible beast. At the exam's first site, the South Gate entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon urgently reports that the mana barrier is too strong and violent for them to handle. fearing the people inside might be in grave danger if the barrier breaks. Despite the pressure, he acknowledges the need to call for a high mage's aid. Meanwhile, a group discusses the suspicious involvement of a peculiar organization tied to the assassins they apprehended, revealing that the assassin's employer was Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper. This revelation hints at a deeper conspiracy planning to erase the area under the guise of an accident. As tensions rise, a young man confronts assassin Ghidorah, vowing never to let him escape, while others reflect on the mission's suspicious circumstances and the reinforcements who arrive to assist. Suddenly, the scene shifts dramatically as countless massive serpent heads emerge from the shattered ground, their intimidating presence leaving the group in awe and fear. One of the mages, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the threat, admits defeat, confessing that he can't defeat snakes like these. The group stands united, facing the overwhelming serpent menace that now threatens to consume everything in its path. At the first exam site, the south gate entrance, the situation grows dire as the mana barrier proves too strong and violent for the police unit to handle. Captain Laos Leon urgently reports that if the barrier breaks, the people inside will be in grave danger, prompting an immediate call for a high mage's assistance. Meanwhile, suspicions deepen within the group as they uncover a connection between the assassins they apprehended and a shadowy organization. It becomes clear that Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper, is involved, hinting at a sinister plan to erase the area under the guise of an accident. As tensions rise, a young man confronts assassin Ghidorah, determined to prevent his escape, while others reflect on the mission's suspicious circumstances and the reinforcements who arrive to aid them. Suddenly, the ground shatters, and countless massive serpent heads emerge, their terrifying presence overwhelming the group. One mage admits defeat, unable to face such monstrous foes. Amidst this chaos, a lone figure steps forward, calmly declaring she came only to take the exam, unaware of the danger behind her. Without warning, a swarm of serpents lunges from behind, forcing her to react swiftly, her staff raised in defense as she realizes the exam has turned into a deadly battle. As the tension mounts, a lone woman in a witch's hat suddenly senses danger just in time to raise her staff in defense against a swift serpent strike. To everyone's astonishment, the snake vanishes as if defeated not by force, but by the power of her staff itself. The group watches in awe, struggling to comprehend what just happened. Quickly, the woman takes command, instructing her companions, Myro, Lily, and Maruria, to handle the approaching serpents while urging Myro to stay close by her side. With the threat momentarily held at bay, they prepare to face the relentless serpent onslaught that continues to close in around them. Just as the group struggles to comprehend the sudden disappearance of a serpent that seemed to vanish by the power of a lone witch's staff, the woman quickly takes charge. She orders Myro, Lily, and Maruria to handle the snakes closing in, while insisting that Myro stay close by her side. With the immediate threat held at bay, the tension remains high as they prepare for the relentless serpent onslaught. In the midst of this, a voice calls out, asking Firen to try shooting an arrow at the giant snake looming over them. Confidently, she responds, "Leave it to Big Sis," and swiftly knocks multiple arrows, releasing them in rapid succession toward the monstrous serpent, determined to turn the tide of the battle. Firen takes aim at the giant serpent looming over them, releasing a volley of arrows with confident precision. However, to everyone's dismay, the arrows bounce harmlessly off the creature's thick scales, failing to even make it flinch. The group watches in growing concern as their usual tactics prove ineffective against this monstrous foe. Meanwhile, the young man narrows his eyes, sensing something unusual just moments ago, hinting that there might be more to this battle than meets the eye. As the battle against the monstrous serpents rages on, the group realizes their attacks are futile against the creature's thick scales. Firen, urged to take a shot at the giant snake looming over them, confidently releases a volley of arrows, but they bounce harmlessly off its hide. The young man recalls seeing a barrier earlier, suspecting it might be the reason their attacks aren't working. The witch who had appeared earlier, whose staff had mysteriously caused a serpent to vanish, watches the endless onslaught with growing concern. Despite their efforts, the serpents keep coming, and it becomes clear that no matter how many they defeat, there is no end in sight. As the battle intensifies, Lily charges forward recklessly, prompting a sharp warning not to go too deep. Firen quickly steps in to take care of Myro, assuring him that she'll protect him no matter what. Despite their efforts, the young man feels helpless, burdened by his inability to fight alongside Alto and Firen. The monstrous serpent looms closer, its massive form casting a shadow over the group, reinforcing the dire situation they face. Tensions rise as they brace themselves for the next wave of the relentless serpent assault, each member determined to hold their ground despite the overwhelming odds. Amidst the relentless serpent onslaught, the tension reaches a new peak as a young boy anxiously asks about the whereabouts of the woman they call Big Sis. His concern is met with frustration as she shouts back, warning just how persistent the serpents are. Without hesitation, she stands her ground, facing the writhing mass of snake heads that continue to close in around her. Sweat beads on her brow as she steels herself, realizing that she must take action to turn the tide of this seemingly endless battle. Suddenly, a young boy calls out urgently for his big sister, drawing everyone's attention. As he turns, he finds himself face to face with a writhing mass of serpents, their heads snapping dangerously close. He notices strange, glowing threads of magic power connecting the smaller snakes to the massive serpent at the center. Realizing this connection, he wonders if the giant snake is controlling the smaller ones through magic, orchestrating the relentless assault they face. The group braces themselves, now understanding that defeating the smaller serpents alone won't be enough. They must find a way to break the magical link to the colossal serpent if they hope to survive this overwhelming battle. As the battle against the serpents drags on, the young man recalls a past moment, realizing that if he could absorb the giant snake's magic power, something might change. Despite the chaos, he notices that he can't hear everyone's voices clearly, sensing that things aren't going well. Meanwhile, Myro begins absorbing Lily's magic power, a move that surprises those around him. Lily insists that Myro doesn't need to apologize and urges him to continue without her, showing her trust in his ability to handle the situation. The group watches tensely as Myro channels this new energy, hoping it will be the key to breaking through the overwhelming serpent assault and the magical link controlling the smaller snakes. As the battle against the serpents drags on, the young man feels the weight of his own limitations pressing down on him. He refuses to be a burden or keep relying on the protection of the woman they call Big Sis, determined to contribute however he can. He steels himself and bolts forward, shouting out to Myro. His resolve is clear. He has to do whatever it takes to help turn the tide in this desperate fight. As the relentless serpent assault continues, Firen calls out to Myro, urging him to try shooting an arrow at the giant snake. Despite their efforts, the massive serpent remains unfazed, its thick scales rendering their attacks useless. Suddenly, the witch who had earlier caused a serpent to vanish with her staff warns Myro not to leave her side and instructs Lily and Maruria to handle the snakes closing in. The tension mounts as the group scrambles to defend themselves, realizing that the key to victory lies in breaking the magical threads connecting the smaller serpents to the colossal one. In a bold move, Myro decides to absorb the magic power flowing through those threads, hoping it will turn the tide of battle. With determination burning in his eyes, he charges forward, declaring that he will fight alongside everyone else, ready to face whatever comes next. Just as the tension peaks, a young boy desperately calls out for his big sister, Myro, who immediately turns to face the oncoming threat. Suddenly, a swarm of serpents lunges at her with venomous fangs bared, forcing her to brace herself against the overwhelming assault. The ground trembles as the serpents strike, and debris flies around her, but she stands firm, determined to protect those around her despite the danger closing in fast. As the battle rages on, a massive serpent suddenly opens its jaws wide, its tongue flicking menacingly as it lunges toward a young boy sitting on the ground. He winces in pain, clearly caught off guard by the sudden attack. Without hesitation, another boy dashes forward, shouting for the serpent to make it in time. His hand glowing with a surge of magical energy, the tension is palpable as he reaches out, determined to intervene before the serpent's strike lands, showing just how desperate and intense the fight has become. Firen quickly readies her bow at Myro's urging, aiming an arrow at the giant serpent that remains unfazed by their attacks. Just as she releases a volley of arrows, the witch who had earlier made a serpent vanish warns Myro not to leave her side and commands Lily and Maruria to handle the snakes closing in. The group scrambles to defend themselves, realizing that breaking the magical threads linking the smaller serpents to the colossal one is their only chance. In a bold move, Myro decides to absorb the magic flowing through those threads, his determination clear as he charges forward to fight alongside everyone else. Suddenly, a glowing orb of energy forms in front of him, but before he can react, dark tendrils erupt violently from the orb, catching him off guard and leaving him stunned as the chaotic magic surges around him. As the battle intensifies, the colossal serpent suddenly begins to crumble, its massive head breaking apart into pieces. The young boy watches in stunned silence, unable to fully grasp what just happened. Then, a powerful explosion erupts beneath him, sending debris and dark tendrils swirling violently around. The force of the blast leaves him suspended in midair, caught in the chaotic aftermath of Myro's desperate attempt to absorb the serpent's magic. the destruction signals a turning point in the fight. But the true cost and consequences of this bold move remain uncertain as the dust settles. As the battle rages on, the colossal serpent and its countless smaller counterparts continue to press their assault, filling the ruined gate with a terrifying presence. The group scrambles to hold their ground, knowing that the key to victory lies in severing the magical threads binding the smaller snakes to the giant one. Firen, urged by Myro, takes aim and releases a volley of arrows at the massive serpent, but its thick scales shrug off the attack without a scratch. Suddenly, the witch who had earlier made one of the serpents vanish warns Myro not to leave her side and commands Lily and Maruria to fend off the snakes closing in. Amid the chaos, Myro makes a daring decision to absorb the magic flowing through the threads, hoping to turn the tide. Just as a glowing orb of energy forms before him, dark tendrils erupt violently, catching him off guard and leaving him stunned as the chaotic magic swirls wildly around him. Then, in a stunning turn, the colossal serpent begins to crumble, its massive head breaking apart into pieces. The aftermath is marked by a powerful explosion that sends debris and dark energy spiraling through the air, suspending Myro in midair amid the chaos. This devastating blast signals a crucial turning point in the fight, though the true cost of Myro's bold move remains uncertain as the dust begins to settle. Firen readies her bow at Myro's request, taking careful aim at the giant serpent that looms before them. She lets loose a volley of arrows, but the creature's thick scales shrug off the assault without a scratch. Suddenly, the witch who had earlier made one of the serpents vanish warns Myro not to leave her side and orders Lily and Maruria to fend off the smaller snakes closing in. As the group scrambles to hold their ground, Myro makes a daring decision to absorb the magic flowing through the threads linking the smaller serpents to the colossal one. Just as a glowing orb of energy forms before him, dark tendrils erupt violently, catching him off guard and leaving him stunned as chaotic magic swirls wildly around him. Then, in a stunning turn, the massive serpent begins to crumble, its head breaking apart into pieces. A powerful explosion erupts, sending debris and dark energy spiraling through the air, suspending Myro in midair amid the chaos. This devastating blast marks a crucial turning point in the battle, though the true cost of Myro's bold move remains uncertain as the dust begins to settle. As the colossal serpent's massive head begins to crack and crumble, shards of its thick scales shatter and fall away, revealing the devastating impact of the group's relentless assault. The giant snake lets out a deafening roar, its power waning as the magical threads binding the smaller serpents start to weaken. This moment signals a critical shift in the battle, as the once overwhelming threat now shows signs of vulnerability. The group, still locked in fierce combat, seizes this opportunity to press their advantage, knowing that the serpent's downfall could turn the tide in their favor. As the colossal serpent's massive head shatters into pieces, the ground around the group trembles violently, sending shards of its thick scales crashing down like jagged rocks. Both Myro and Maruria stand frozen in shock, their eyes wide as the remnants of the serpent crumble into dust. The air is thick with tension as they exchange worried glances, trying to comprehend the sudden and unexpected destruction. Myro, still catching his breath from the chaotic magic he absorbed, looks around. Cautiously, sensing that this might only be the beginning of something far more dangerous, Maruria, gripping her staff tightly, turns to him and asks what could have caused such a phenomenon. Myro admits he has no idea, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. The battlefield falls eerily silent for a moment, the usual sounds of battle replaced by the unsettling stillness that follows the serpent's collapse. Both brace themselves, knowing that whatever just happened is a pivotal moment, but the true implications remain shrouded in mystery as the dust continues to settle around them. As the dust settles from the colossal serpent's explosive collapse, the crowd watches in awe as the once terrifying giant has shrunk dramatically, now coiled into a small, harmless form amidst the rubble. The stunned onlookers exchange amazed remarks, marveling at the sudden transformation. The battlefield, once dominated by the overwhelming threat of the massive snake, now reveals a surprising calm, signaling that the tide of the battle has shifted in the group's favor. As the dust settles from the colossal serpent's explosive collapse, an old man watches in stunned silence, marveling at the impossible feat Myro has just accomplished. Somehow, Myro absorbed the giant snake's magic power, a feat so extraordinary that it leaves even the seasoned observer in awe. Meanwhile, Myro lies unconscious amidst the rubble, his body still radiating the immense energy he took in. A voice calls out urgently, rushing to his side, signaling the gravity of the moment and the uncertain path that lies ahead now that such power has been claimed. As the dust finally settles, the group rushes to Myro's side, only to find him collapsed and unconscious amidst the rubble. Maruria, clearly shaken, explains that he suddenly gave out, leaving everyone stunned. Concerned voices call out to him, urging him to pull himself together, but it's clear something serious has happened. The others exchange worried glances, trying to piece together the cause of this sudden collapse. One wonders if Myro's reckless decision to absorb the evil dragon's magic power might be the reason behind his current state. Despite the gravity of the situation, Myro quietly apologizes to Alto, expressing regret for becoming a burden when all he wanted was to fight alongside them. The weight of his sacrifice hangs heavy in the air as the group grapples with the uncertain aftermath of his bold and dangerous choice. With the colossal serpent now reduced to a harmless, coiled form, the group breathes a collective sigh of relief. Firen is quickly called upon to take a shot at the giant snake, but before she can act, the serpent mysteriously disappears, or rather, the staff itself seems to have defeated the creature on its own. The sudden vanishing leaves everyone stunned, and Maruria urges Myro not to leave her side as they prepare for any remaining threats. Alto steps up to take command, asking what their next move should be as the tension remains high. Despite the chaos, Myro, still weak from absorbing the serpent's magic, manages to sit up when asked if he can move, grateful for the support. He reveals that thanks to everyone's efforts, he has figured out the serpent's weakness. With renewed determination, he prepares to explain the plan to finally defeat the evil dragon, signaling a crucial turning point in their battle and the hope of victory ahead. As the group prepares to take down the giant snake, Alto calls on Firen to try shooting an arrow at it without hesitation. She readies her bow and lets loose a volley of arrows aimed straight at the serpent. But just as the arrows fly, the massive snake suddenly vanishes, leaving everyone stunned. Maruria, eyes wide with disbelief, suggests that the staff itself might have defeated the creature on its own. Sensing the urgency, she orders Myro not to leave her side and instructs Lily and herself to handle the snakes closing in on them. Alto steps up, asking what their next move should be as tension remains thick in the air. Despite his weakened state from absorbing the serpent's magic, Myro manages to sit up and, with renewed determination, reveals that he has discovered the serpent's true weakness. This revelation marks a crucial turning point, giving the group fresh hope as they steel themselves for the battle ahead. As the monster shrinks before their eyes, the crowd is left bewildered, struggling to understand what's happening. The once colossal serpent has suddenly become much smaller, and the group quickly realizes that Myro's risky move to absorb the serpent's magic has paid off in an unexpected way. Thanks to his absorption, the protective magic that had been blocking their ability to appraise the serpent's true nature has vanished. This breakthrough reveals critical information. The serpent, now identified as the evil dragon, has a full life force of 1260 and a small amount of mana left. More importantly, its vital points are exposed as 6 small white scales, giving the group a clear target to aim for. With this newfound knowledge, the tide of battle shifts once again, and the team prepares to strike at the serpent's weak spots, hopeful that this revelation will finally lead to their victory. With the serpent now reduced in size, the group finally gains a clear advantage. Myro reveals that by absorbing the serpent's magic, he was able to strip away the protective enchantments hiding its true nature. This breakthrough allows him to appraise the evil dragon's vital points. 6 small white scales scattered across its body, including near the mouth, on the left and right torso, back, and tip of the tail. Knowing these are the key to defeating the beast, Myro quickly organizes the team, instructing everyone to split up and target these specific scales. Despite his dwindling magic reserves, he spreads his remaining power thinly over a wide area to keep track of the scales' positions, coordinating the group's attack. The tension is palpable as the team prepares to strike at the serpent's weak spots, hoping this strategy will finally bring an end to the terrifying battle. With the team now in position, the number of baby snakes surrounding them has noticeably decreased, giving them a much-needed breather. Firen, Myro, Maruria, and the others prepare themselves, each holding their ground with shields and magical barriers, ready for the next wave. The tension rises as the giant serpent rears its head, jaws wide open, signaling that the battle is far from over. Despite the earlier setbacks, the group's coordination and Myro's crucial insight into the serpent's weak points have set the stage for a decisive strike. As the massive snake lunges forward, the team braces for the attack, determined to finally bring down the monstrous evil dragon once and for all. As the group braces for the next wave of attacks, the giant serpent blocks their path with a menacing grin, warning them that they'll have to eat through it first if they want to pass. Without hesitation, the team springs into action, targeting the serpent's vital points that Myro had identified earlier. Leading the charge, Myro aims for the most dangerous spot near the serpent's mouth, knowing that striking there could turn the tide of the battle. The tension escalates as the serpent lunges forward, its deadly fangs glistening with a potent poison that threatens to incapacitate anyone caught off guard. Despite the danger, the team presses on, coordinating their assault with precision and determination. Each member focused on hitting the exposed white scales that mark the beast's weak spots. The battle reaches a critical moment as they close in, ready to deliver the decisive blow that could finally bring down the terrifying evil dragon once and for all. As the battle intensifies, the giant serpent suddenly vanishes from sight, leaving the group stunned. Myro, ever vigilant, quickly realizes that the staff's magic must have defeated the snake on its own. Seizing the moment, he orders Maruria and Lily to handle the remaining snakes closing in. While he stays close to Alto, Firen is called upon to shoot an arrow at the serpent, aiming carefully at the vital points Myro had identified earlier. The tension rises as the team coordinates their attack, each member focused on striking the 6 small white scales that mark the serpent's weak spots. Despite the chaos, Myro remains determined, knowing this time it's not a matter of chance but a calculated strike to finally destroy the evil dragon. As Firen releases her arrow, the group braces for the outcome, hoping their combined efforts will bring an end to this terrifying ordeal once and for all. Just as the team braces for another strike, the giant serpent suddenly disappears, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Myro quickly deduces that the staff's magic must have defeated the serpent on its own. A surprising but welcome turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, he instructs Maruria and Lily to handle the remaining smaller snakes closing in. While he stays close to Alto for support, Firen is called upon to take a precise shot at the serpent's vital points. Aiming carefully at the 6 small white scales Myro had identified earlier, with the group rallying together, Firen knocks an arrow and releases it with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, Alto spots one of the tiny white scales and wastes no time, sprinting forward with a knife in hand, determined to land a critical blow. The tension mounts as he charges headlong toward the serpent's open jaws, ready to strike at the exposed weak spot. The battle hangs in the balance, but with their coordinated efforts and sharp focus on the serpent's vulnerabilities, the team moves closer to finally bringing down the monstrous evil dragon once and for all. Just as the serpent vanishes, leaving the team momentarily stunned, Myro quickly realizes that the staff's magic must have defeated the beast on its own. Seizing the moment, he commands Maruria and Lily to handle the smaller snakes closing in. While he stays close to Alto for support, Firen is called upon to take a precise shot at the serpent's vital points, focusing on the 6 small white scales Myro had identified earlier. With unwavering determination, Firen knocks an arrow and releases it, while Alto spots one of the tiny white scales and charges forward with a knife, ready to strike at the exposed weak spot inside the serpent's open jaws. Fueled by resolve, Alto leaps toward the beast, shouting that he will destroy it for sure, as the team's coordinated efforts bring them closer than ever to finally ending the terrifying ordeal once and for all. Just as Alto lunges forward to strike the serpent's vulnerable spot, the massive creature retaliates with a powerful blow, slamming him back with overwhelming force. The impact is so severe that he begins to lose consciousness, his vision blurring as the poison's effects take hold. Despite the crushing pain and the creeping darkness, the team's determination doesn't waver. They know this battle is far from over, and every second counts as they rally to protect their comrade and press on against the monstrous evil dragon. As Alto prepares to deliver the final blow, he clenches his knife tightly, determined that this time he can definitely defeat the monstrous serpent. With a fierce leap, he aims straight for the creature's gaping mouth, targeting the vital weak spot he's been told about. The serpent's eye snaps open wide, its tongue flicking out menacingly as it braces for the attack. But just as Alto strikes, the beast retaliates with a brutal counterattack, slamming him back with overwhelming force. The impact sends him flying, his body battered and his vision blurring as the poison begins to take hold. Despite the crushing pain and the looming threat of unconsciousness, the fight is far from over. The team's resolve only hardens as they rally around their fallen comrade, ready to press on and bring down the terrifying evil dragon once and for all. As the serpent vanishes, the team is left momentarily stunned, but Myro quickly realizes that the staff's magic must have defeated the beast on its own. Seizing the opportunity, he orders Maruria and Lily to handle the smaller snakes closing in. While he stays close to Alto for support, Firen is called upon to take a precise shot at the serpent's vital points, focusing on the 6 small white scales Myro had identified earlier. With unwavering determination, Firen knocks an arrow and releases it, while Alto spots one of the tiny white scales and charges forward with a knife, ready to strike at the exposed weak spot inside the serpent's open jaws. Fueled by resolve, Alto leaps toward the beast, shouting that he will destroy it for sure. As the team's coordinated efforts bring them closer than ever to finally ending the terrifying ordeal once and for all, just as Alto lunges forward to strike the serpent's vulnerable spot, the massive creature retaliates with a powerful blow, slamming him back with overwhelming force. The impact sends him flying, his body battered and his vision blurring as the poison begins to take hold. Despite the crushing pain and the looming threat of unconsciousness, the fight is far from over. The team's resolve only hardens as they rally around their fallen comrade, ready to press on and bring down the terrifying evil dragon once and for all. Alto's desperate shout of "now" echoes through the chaos, signaling that the moment to strike back has arrived. As the massive serpent looms overhead, the tension reaches its peak with Alto's desperate shout, "Everyone, now!" Signaling the critical moment to act, the team springs into motion, each member fully focused and ready to execute their roles. Firen, with her bow drawn, prepares to unleash a precise arrow aimed at the serpent's vital points, while Maruria and Lily move swiftly to intercept the smaller snakes closing in. Myro stays close to Alto, providing support as he gathers his strength. Despite the poison's grip threatening to overwhelm him, with the battlefield charged and every eye locked on the looming threat, Alto, though battered and barely conscious, braces himself to reveal the plan that could finally bring down the evil dragon once and for all. As the dust settles from the serpent's sudden disappearance, the team quickly regroups, stunned but alert. Myro deduces that the staff's magic must have defeated the beast on its own. Giving them a brief moment to catch their breath, Alto steps forward, rallying everyone with a clear plan. The evil dragon has 6 small white scales scattered across its body, each marking a vital point. He instructs them that he will first destroy the scale near the creature's mouth. Then, on his signal, the team must split up and strike all the remaining scales simultaneously. Though one member short for the task, the group remains undeterred, ready to coordinate their attack with precision. With determination shining in their eyes, they prepare to take down the monstrous serpent once and for all, united by Alto's leadership and their shared resolve. As the giant serpent disappears, the team is left momentarily stunned, but Myro quickly realizes that the staff's magic must have defeated it on its own. Without hesitation, he orders Maruria and Lily to handle the smaller snakes closing in. While he stays close to Alto for support, Firen is entrusted with a critical task: to shoot 2 precise arrows at the serpent's vital points, the first at the back and the second behind the neck. Determined not to fail Alto's trust, Firen draws her bow, with unwavering focus, ready to land both shots perfectly. Meanwhile, the others prepare to strike simultaneously on Alto's signal, united in their resolve to bring down the monstrous evil dragon once and for all. As the team faces the relentless threat of the evil dragon, Myro quickly spots the serpent's sudden disappearance and deduces that the staff's magic must have defeated it on its own. Seizing the moment, he commands Maruria and Lily to fend off the smaller snakes closing in, while he remains steadfast by Alto's side, offering crucial support. Meanwhile, Firen steps up with unwavering focus, drawing her bow to take a precise shot at the giant serpent. Her arrow flies true, aimed at the vital points they've identified, striking with the hope of weakening the beast further. The team moves with coordinated determination, each member playing their part in this critical moment, united in their resolve to bring down the monstrous evil dragon once and for all. As the serpent suddenly vanishes, disbelief ripples through the group. No one expected it to just disappear. Myro quickly deduces that the staff's magic must have defeated the beast on its own, buying them a brief but crucial moment to regroup, with the smaller snakes closing in. He urgently orders Maruria and Lily to fend them off while he stays close to Alto, providing support as the poisoned leader struggles to recover. Meanwhile, Firen steps forward, her focus razor-sharp as she draws her bow and prepares to shoot precise arrows at the serpent's vital points. Her determined shout to hit the target echoes across the battlefield, urging everyone to seize this critical opportunity. Despite the exhaustion and injuries, the team rallies around Alto's plan, ready to strike with coordinated precision and finally bring down the monstrous evil dragon once and for all. Just as the team braces for their coordinated strike, a sudden, powerful blow shatters one of the serpent's white scales, sending shards flying. The giant snake reels back, its massive head swaying unsteadily as the impact clearly weakens it. The vital scale near its mouth, the first target in Alto's plan, has been destroyed, signaling the moment to act. With the serpent staggered and vulnerable, the team prepares to move in for the final assault, their resolve stronger than ever as they seize this critical opening to bring down the monstrous evil dragon once and for all. As the dust settles, the team looks up in disbelief, Did they really manage to defeat the evil dragon? Myro, standing close to the serpent's massive body, calls out urgently, warning everyone to run as the giant creature suddenly lashes out with its enormous tail. The sheer force sends a shockwave through the ground, and a young voice cries out in pain, revealing that one of their own has been struck and injured. Despite the chaos, Myro remains resolute, facing the serpent head-on as the battle reaches its critical climax. Just as the team braces for their final coordinated strike, the serpent suddenly vanishes into thin air, leaving everyone stunned. Myro quickly realizes that the staff's magic must have defeated the beast on its own, buying them a precious moment to regroup, but the danger isn't over yet. Smaller snakes begin closing in, prompting Myro to urgently order Maruria and Lily to fend them off while he stays close to Alto. Offering support as the leader struggles with poison, Firen steps forward with unwavering focus, drawing her bow to shoot precise arrows at the serpent's vital points, determined to weaken it further. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupts nearby, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Myro is caught in the blast, and a voice cries out in shock and pain. As the dust settles, a shocked figure calls out his name. Unable to believe what just happened, through the smoke, a voice acknowledges the effort, telling Myro he did well to get this far, even as the battle's outcome hangs in the balance. As the dust settles from the fierce battle, the young leader sits on the ground, catching his breath while the elderly man stands nearby, gently resting his hand on the massive serpent's enormous tail. Concerned, the leader asks if the older man is hurt, to which he replies with a polite refusal, though his expression hints at discomfort. Suddenly, the old man shifts his weight, causing a loud crack, and he winces in pain, exclaiming that his back has been hurt. Embarrassed but in obvious distress, he hurriedly asks the young leader to help him get off quickly, revealing that despite his strength and composure, the battle has taken its toll on him as well. As the dust settles, the young leader lies on the ground, exhausted but relieved, as a magical interface confirms that the evil dragon has been defeated with its status dropping to 0. He breathes a sigh of relief, glad that everyone has survived the ordeal. However, his attention quickly shifts as he notices a sudden movement among the countless smaller snakes swarming the battlefield. The tension remains high, signaling that the fight may not be over just yet. Firen receives a direct order to shoot an arrow at the giant snake, and without hesitation, she pulls an arrow from her quiver and takes aim. Her focus sharpens as she releases a volley of arrows, each one flying true toward the serpent's vulnerable scales. Meanwhile, Myro and Maruria exchange shocked glances as the massive snake suddenly disappears, leaving everyone stunned and questioning what just happened. Myro quickly realizes that the staff's magic must have defeated the beast on its own. But the relief is short-lived as smaller snakes begin closing in fast. Alto urgently commands Maruria and Lily to fend off the approaching snakes while instructing Myro to stay by his side for support. Firen remains poised, ready to strike again if needed, as the team braces for the next wave of danger, their determination unshaken despite the uncertainty ahead. As Firen readies her bow at Alto's command, she swiftly pulls an arrow from her quiver and lets loose a precise volley aimed at the giant snake. The arrows fly true, but just as hope surges, the massive serpent suddenly vanishes, leaving the team in stunned silence. Myro quickly deduces that the staff's magic must have defeated the beast on its own. But their relief is fleeting. Smaller snakes begin to swarm in rapidly, forcing Alto to issue urgent orders. He tells Maruria and Lily to fend off the encroaching snakes while insisting Myro stay by his side for support. Firen remains poised, ready to strike again if needed. As the group braces for the next wave of danger, their determination unwavering despite the uncertainty ahead. As Alto lies on the ground, struggling to move his body despite his desperate will, a voice calls out to him in concern. He tries to reach out, but his limbs refuse to obey. Nearby, two children stand silently, watching the aftermath of the battle unfold. The tension lingers as the scene closes in on a single boot stepping firmly onto the cracked earth, signaling the arrival of someone new and potentially pivotal to the unfolding events. As the dust begins to settle, Alto's gaze sharpens on a sudden movement nearby. From the smoke and chaos, Lily bursts forward with determination, dashing toward the source of the motion. The tension in the air thickens as it becomes clear that this moving figure is something significant, an important remnant that emerged from the defeated evil dragon, though its exact nature remains a mystery. The urgency in Lily's eyes reveals its critical role in the unfolding battle. Everyone braces themselves, knowing that the fight may not be over yet, as this new threat demands their immediate attention. Just as the battle seems to wind down, a small, unexpected creature darts across the shattered ground, catching everyone's attention. Without hesitation, A determined figure leaps into action, raising a weapon high and shouting that they absolutely won't let it escape. The tension spikes as the creature scurries frantically. But before it can get far, a commanding voice orders everyone to get down, signaling that the fight is far from over and a new threat is about to unfold. Just as the team braces for the next wave of danger, a sudden, unexpected arrival shifts the scene. A firm boot steps onto the cracked earth, signaling the entrance of a new figure whose presence could change everything, without hesitation. This newcomer swings a massive staff down with tremendous force, shattering a strange, spiky creature that had darted across the battlefield. The decisive strike sends a clear message. The fight is far from over, and this new force is ready to take charge in the chaos that still lingers. As the dust settles on the battlefield, the shattered remains of the giant serpent lie scattered across the cracked earth. Suddenly, the countless smaller snakes that had been swarming begin to vanish one by one, their forms dissolving into nothingness. The group watches in awe as the threat finally dissipates, signaling the end of the relentless assault. A sense of relief washes over them, and the leader steps forward with a confident smile, declaring that they have succeeded. The team gathers. Together, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and triumph, knowing that their combined efforts have overcome the deadly challenge that once seemed insurmountable. As the dust settles in the arena, a crowd watches in awe at the aftermath of the fierce battle. The massive serpent that once terrorized the area now lies defeated, its enormous body broken and scattered across the cracked ground. The spectators can't believe their eyes, murmuring in disbelief that the monster has truly been vanquished. From a distance, the victorious team stands amidst the ruins, their exhaustion evident but overshadowed by the triumph of their combined efforts. The scene captures a moment of hard-earned victory, signaling the end of a deadly challenge that once seemed impossible to overcome. With the giant serpent defeated and its massive body shattered across the cracked earth, the team watches in stunned silence as the countless smaller snakes that had been swarming begin to vanish one by one, dissolving into nothingness. Myro quickly realizes that the staff's magic must have finished off the beast on its own. But the relief is short-lived as Alto orders Maruria and Lily to fend off the remaining snakes closing in, while insisting Myro stay by his side for support. Firen remains, poised, ready to strike again if needed. As the group braces for any lingering threats, nearby, Alto lies struggling to move, his body refusing to obey despite his desperate will, while two children silently observe the aftermath. Just then, a firm boot steps onto the cracked ground, signaling the arrival of a new figure who swings a massive staff with tremendous force, shattering a strange spiky creature darting across the battlefield. The decisive strike sends a clear message that the fight is far from over, but soon the smaller snakes begin to disappear, signaling the end of the relentless assault. As the dust settles, the team gathers, exhausted but triumphant, knowing their combined efforts have overcome what once seemed an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, at the city's south gate entrance, tension rises as the police unit captain, Laos Leon, admits they cannot handle the powerful mana barrier blocking their way. An elderly mage arrives, chiding the younger generation for their impatience and noise, lamenting that the world is coming to an end. Despite his gruff demeanor, he is called upon to dispel the barrier, and the captain expresses his gratitude for the mage's arrival, hoping this will turn the tide for those trapped inside. The scene closes with the mage and captain discussing the urgent need to break the barrier, setting the stage for the next critical move in this unfolding crisis. As the dust settles on the battlefield, the massive serpent that had terrorized the area suddenly disappears, its form vanishing as if defeated by the magic of the staff wielded by the newcomer. Myro, surprised, realizes the staff's power must have finished the beast on its own. Alto quickly orders Maruria and Lily to handle the remaining snakes closing in, while insisting Myro stay close for support. Firen remains alert, ready to strike if needed. As Alto struggles to move, his body betraying his desperate will, nearby, two children silently watch the aftermath. The tension still thick in the air. Meanwhile, at the city's south gate, police unit captain Laos Leon admits defeat against the overwhelming mana barrier blocking their path. Just then, an elderly mage arrives, scolding the younger generation for their impatience but stepping up to dispel the barrier. The captain expresses hope that this mage's power will turn the tide for those trapped inside. Suddenly, a dark shadow spreads over the city walls, and the barrier begins to crack and break apart. The group watches in stunned silence as the barrier finally starts to give way, signaling a critical turning point in the unfolding crisis. The crowd cheers as they finally break free from the deadly barrier, flooding out into the open air with relief and joy. Among them, a man urgently questions the police about what happened inside. The officer explains that during the exam, a massive snake monster appeared, laying countless eggs that quickly hatched, filling the venue with swarming snakes. The barrier trapped everyone inside, making escape impossible and leaving them fearing for their lives. Yet, thanks to the efforts of the team and the powerful magic wielded, they managed to survive the terrifying ordeal and emerge victorious from the chaos. As the dust settles, the police captain Laos Leon receives startling news. The military and several others have managed to defeat the monstrous serpent that had wreaked havoc. Though relieved, the captain presses for their current whereabouts, only to learn they are still inside the city. Despite his injuries, the captain insists on checking on the wounded, urging his comrades to handle the elderly mage who had just arrived to dispel the overwhelming mana barrier. The mage, calm and composed, raises his staff, ready to take charge of the situation as the team inside continues their struggle to secure the area and protect the survivors. The tension remains high, but hope flickers as reinforcements and powerful magic begin to turn the tide against the chaos that had gripped the city. As the dust settles, the group watches in stunned silence as the massive serpent vanishes, seemingly defeated by the power of the mysterious staff wielded by the newcomer. Myro, surprised, realizes the staff itself must have finished the beast. Alto quickly commands Maruria and Lily to handle the remaining snakes closing in. While insisting Myro stay close for support, Firen readies her bow, prepared to strike at any moment, as Alto struggles to move, his body betraying his desperate will. Nearby, two children silently observe the aftermath, the tension still thick in the air. Meanwhile, the elderly mage who had just arrived to dispel the overwhelming mana barrier reflects grimly on the recent events. He recalls that the barrier and the magic power displayed were reminiscent of a dark force from 50 years ago. An unknown entity called a living magical tool. This tool, possessing evil magic power, had once devastated many countries by devouring human blood and summoning monsters. The mage's revelation casts a shadow over the battlefield, hinting at a far greater threat behind the chaos they face. As the giant snake suddenly vanishes, everyone is left in stunned disbelief, realizing the staff wielded by the mysterious mage must have defeated it on its own. Alto quickly takes charge, ordering Maruria and Lily to fend off the remaining snakes closing in. While insisting Myro stay close for support, Firen readies her bow, prepared to strike at a moment's notice, as Alto struggles to move, his body weakened but his will unbroken. Nearby, two children silently watch the aftermath, the tension still hanging thick in the air. Meanwhile, the elderly mage reflects grimly on the recent events, recalling that the overwhelming mana barrier and the dark magic displayed resemble a living magical tool from 50 years ago. An evil force that once devastated entire countries by devouring human blood and summoning monsters. This revelation casts a heavy shadow, hinting at a far greater threat behind the chaos they face. Despite the danger, hope flickers as the barrier breaks and the survivors begin to emerge, their relief palpable. The mage's calm presence and the team's resilience suggest that perhaps, just perhaps, this world isn't so bad after all. As the massive serpent suddenly disappears, the group is left in stunned disbelief, realizing the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage must have defeated it on its own. Alto quickly takes command, instructing Maruria and Lily to fend off the remaining snakes closing in, while firmly telling Myro to stay close for support. Firen readies her bow, prepared to strike at a moment's notice, as Alto struggles to move despite his weakened body. Nearby, two children silently observe the tense aftermath. Meanwhile, the mage reflects grimly on the recent events, recalling that the overwhelming mana barrier and dark magic resemble a living magical tool from 50 years ago. An evil force that once devastated entire countries by devouring human blood and summoning monsters. This revelation casts a heavy shadow over the battlefield, hinting at a far greater threat behind the chaos they face. Despite the looming danger, hope flickers as the barrier breaks and the survivors begin to emerge, their relief palpable. The calm presence of the mage and the resilience of the team suggest that perhaps this world still holds a chance for peace. As the massive serpent suddenly vanishes, disbelief ripples through the group, with Firen and Maruria stunned to realize the staff wielded by the mysterious mage must have defeated the beast on its own. Alto quickly regains his composure, commanding Maruria and Lily to fend off the remaining snakes closing in while firmly instructing Myro to stay close by his side for support. Firen readies her bow, her focus sharp as she prepares to strike at any moment, while Alto struggles to move, his body weakened but his resolve unbroken. The tension remains thick as the team braces for the next wave of danger. But Alto's leadership steadies them. Nearby, two children watch silently, the weight of the battle hanging heavy in the air. Despite the overwhelming threat, hope flickers as the barrier breaks and survivors begin to emerge. Their relief palpable, the calm presence of the elderly mage, who had earlier dispelled the mana barrier, and the resilience of the team suggests that peace might still be within reach, even as the shadow of a far greater threat looms in the background. With the immediate threat quelled, Firen confidently takes aim. Her sharp eyes locking onto the giant snake that had just vanished, Maruria and Myro exchange surprised glances, both stunned to realize the staff wielded by the elderly mage had defeated the serpent on its own. Alto quickly regains his composure and issues clear orders. Maruria and Lily are to handle the snakes closing in, while Myro must stay close by his side for support. Firen readies her bow, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. As Alto struggles to move, his body weakened but his resolve unbroken. Nearby, two children watch silently, the tension still thick in the air. As the dust settles, Firen flashes a confident peace sign, earning praise for her skill, while onlookers murmur in awe, recognizing her as the famed snake slayer hero. However, an older man watching from a window reveals that those present are merely the hero's subordinates, hinting that the true hero himself remains unseen. The atmosphere is charged with a mix of relief and anticipation, as the team braces for what lies ahead, aware that greater dangers still loom on the horizon. At the first gate's south entrance, the police unit captain, Laos Leon, faces a dire situation as the mana barrier proves too strong and violent for his team to handle. Despite his doubts about whether the high mages could break through in time, he receives a firm confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made. Meanwhile, inside a quiet room filled with books, a young man contemplates a meeting with Major Rudolph, who was manipulated by an enemy spy. He wonders why Rudolph would want to meet him, especially after the Major's betrayal, yet the young man isn't entirely dismissive. He suggests that since the subordinates also helped defeat the evil dragon, a reflection meeting among fellow failures might be worthwhile. This moment hints at deeper political and personal tensions beneath the surface, setting the stage for the next phase of their struggle. As the battle against the serpents intensifies, Alto urgently instructs Firen to take a shot at the giant snake that had just vanished. Firen swiftly nocks an arrow, her focus razor-sharp as she prepares to strike. Meanwhile, Maruria and Myro exchange surprised glances, stunned to realize that the staff wielded by the mysterious mage had defeated the serpent on its own. Alto quickly regains his composure and commands Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while firmly telling Myro to stay close by his side for support. The tension remains thick as the team braces for the next wave of danger, but Alto's steady leadership keeps them grounded. Nearby, two children watch silently, the weight of the battle hanging heavy in the air. Elsewhere, at the first gate's south entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon faces a grim reality. The mana barrier is too strong and violent for his team to handle. Despite his doubts, he receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a glimmer of hope. Indiana, a quiet room filled with books. A young man contemplates a meeting with Major Rudolph, who had been manipulated by an enemy spy. Though wary, he considers that since the subordinates helped defeat the evil dragon, a meeting among fellow survivors might be worthwhile. This moment hints at deeper political and personal tensions brewing beneath the surface. Later, an older man reviews a report forcibly pulled before it could reach the Queen, praising the young man's efforts and acknowledging the hard work put into the mission. The atmosphere is charged with a mix of relief, anticipation, and the looming shadow of greater threats yet to come. As the giant snake suddenly disappears, Firen is quickly called upon to take a shot, her focus sharpening as she nocks an arrow and prepares to strike. Maruria and Myro exchange stunned looks, realizing that the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage had defeated the serpent on its own. Alto, regaining his composure despite his weakened state, immediately issues orders. Maruria and Lily are to handle the snakes closing in, while Myro must stay close to him for support. The tension remains high as the team braces for the next wave of danger, but Alto's steady leadership keeps them grounded. Meanwhile, at the first gate's south entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon faces a grim reality. The mana barrier is too strong and violent for his team to handle. Despite his doubts, he receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a glimmer of hope. Indiana, a quiet room filled with books. A young man contemplates a meeting with Major Rudolph, who had been manipulated by an enemy spy. Though wary, he considers that since the subordinates helped defeat the evil dragon, a meeting among fellow survivors might be worthwhile, hinting at deeper political and personal tensions brewing beneath the surface. Elsewhere, an older man reviews a report that was forcibly pulled before it could reach the Queen, acknowledging the hard work put into the mission and praising the young man's efforts. He reflects that the fact they were deceived has been erased from official records, as the country wants to present the emergence of a new hero who met expectations by eliminating the giant snake. This hero serves as a beacon of hope to ease the people's anxiety about the military. Despite the dismissal of many upper-ranking officials and the military being shaken by the incident, the narrative is carefully shaped to maintain public morale, even as enemies continue to infiltrate the highest levels, and a major incident at a state-run training school adds to the turmoil. As the giant snake suddenly vanishes, Alto urgently calls on Firen to take a shot. Without hesitation, she nocks an arrow, her eyes narrowing in sharp focus as she aims at the unseen threat. Meanwhile, Maruria and Myro exchange stunned glances, realizing that the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage had defeated the serpent on its own. Alto quickly regains his composure despite his weakened state and issues clear orders. Maruria and Lily must handle the snakes closing in, while Myro is instructed to stay close by his side for support. The tension remains thick as the team braces for the next wave of danger. But Alto's steady leadership keeps them grounded. Elsewhere, at the first gate south entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon confronts a grim reality. The mana barrier is far too strong and violent for his team to handle, despite his doubts. He receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a glimmer of hope amid the chaos. In a quiet, book-filled room, a young man contemplates a meeting with Major Rudolph, who had been manipulated by an enemy spy. Though wary, he considers that since the subordinates helped defeat the evil dragon, a meeting among fellow survivors might be worthwhile, hinting at deeper political and personal tensions brewing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, an older man reviews a report that was forcibly pulled before it could reach the Queen. He praises the young man's efforts and acknowledges the hard work put into the mission, reflecting that the deception has been erased from official records. The country wants to present the emergence of a new hero who met expectations by eliminating the giant snake, serving as a beacon of hope to ease the people's anxiety about the military. Despite the dismissal of many upper-ranking officials and the military being shaken by the incident, the narrative is carefully shaped to maintain public morale, even as enemies continue to infiltrate the highest levels. And a major incident at a state-run training school adds to the turmoil. The older man admits that while the outcome is the best possible result for the nation's prosperity, he has been reminded of his own limitations. Though he can only be promoted to major, he recognizes that he has cornered those with more power above him, and that the reality is he merely struck at the loosened parts of those confident in the nation's overthrow. Story. As the giant snake suddenly vanishes, the group is left stunned, with Firen readying an arrow at Alto's command, only to realize the serpent was defeated by the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage on its own. Alto quickly regains his composure and orders Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while Myro is told to stay close to him for support. The tension remains high as they prepare for the next wave of danger. But Alto's steady leadership keeps them grounded. Meanwhile, at the first gate's south entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon faces a grim reality. The mana barrier is far too strong and violent for his team to handle, despite his doubts. He receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a glimmer of hope amid the chaos. In a quiet, book-filled room, a young man contemplates a meeting with Major Rudolph, who had been manipulated by an enemy spy. Though wary, he considers that since the subordinates helped defeat the evil dragon, a meeting among fellow survivors might be worthwhile, hinting at deeper political and personal tensions brewing beneath the surface. Elsewhere, an older man reviews a report forcibly pulled before it could reach the Queen, praising the young man's efforts and acknowledging the hard work put into the mission. He reflects that the deception has been erased from official records, as the country wants to present the emergence of a new hero who met expectations by eliminating the giant snake, serving as a beacon of hope to ease the people's anxiety about the military. Despite the dismissal of many upper-ranking officials and the military being shaken by the incident, the narrative is carefully shaped to maintain public morale, even as enemies continue to infiltrate the highest levels, and a major incident at a state-run training school adds to the turmoil. The older man admits that while the outcome is the best possible result for the nation's prosperity, he has been reminded of his own limitations. Though he can only be promoted to major, he recognizes that he has cornered those with more power above him, and that the reality is he merely struck at the loosened parts of those confident in the nation's overthrow. He acknowledges that the country has been reborn as a good one, but with vacant upper-rank positions, he has received a promotion offer he is considering accepting, not based on recognized ability, but as a strategic move, determined to see the truth for himself. He plans to go see the top. As the giant snake suddenly disappears, Firen prepares to shoot an arrow at it on Alto's command, only to realize the serpent was defeated on its own by the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage. Alto quickly regains his composure and directs Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while instructing Myro to stay close for support. The group braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to keep them grounded. Meanwhile, at the south entrance of the first gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon faces the grim truth that his team cannot handle the overwhelming mana barrier, despite his doubts. He receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a faint hope amid the chaos. Elsewhere, an older man reviews a report that was forcibly pulled before reaching the Queen. Praising the young man's efforts and acknowledging the hard work behind the mission, he reflects on how the deception has been erased from official records, allowing the nation to present a new hero who met expectations by eliminating the giant snake, providing a beacon of hope to ease public anxiety about the military. Though many upper-ranking officials were dismissed and the military shaken, the narrative is carefully shaped to maintain morale, even as enemies continue to infiltrate the highest levels and a major incident at a state-run training school adds to the turmoil. The older man admits that while the outcome is the best possible for the nation's prosperity, he has been reminded of his own limitations. Though he can only be promoted to major, he recognizes that he has cornered those with more power above him and that he merely struck at the loosened parts of those confident in overthrowing the nation. Offered a promotion not based on ability but as a strategic move, he contemplates accepting it. When the young man comments on this, the older man smiles, saying that new paths become visible when one's position changes. He admits he's not just focused on getting stronger himself but is thinking about nurturing the next generation, hoping to bring up interesting people to carry the future forward. As the giant snake suddenly vanishes, Firen readies an arrow at Alto's command, only to realize the serpent was defeated on its own by the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage. Alto quickly regains his composure and orders Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while instructing Myro to stay close for support. The group braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to keep them grounded. Meanwhile, at the south entrance of the first gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon confronts the harsh reality that his team cannot break through the overwhelming mana barrier, despite his doubts. He receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a faint hope amid the chaos. Later, the tension eases as the mission concludes successfully. Alto praises everyone for their hard work and suggests celebrating with a barbecue. The group lights up at the idea, their spirits lifted as they eagerly agree to the plan. Even those initially skeptical can't help but join in, looking forward to a moment of peace and camaraderie after the intense battle. As the giant snake suddenly vanishes, Firen readies an arrow at Alto's command, only to realize that the serpent was defeated on its own by the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage. Alto quickly regains his composure and orders Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while instructing Myro to stay close for support. The group braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to keep them grounded. Meanwhile, at the south entrance of the first gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon confronts the harsh reality that his team cannot break through the overwhelming mana barrier, despite his doubts. He receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a faint hope amid the chaos. About a month after Alto defected, the scene shifts to the Kingdom of Dramd, where tension is palpable. A stern superior berates a group of soldiers for failing to complete their tasks, demanding answers without patience for excuses. The pressure mounts as the kingdom struggles to regain control and stability in the aftermath of recent upheavals. In the Kingdom of Dramd, the atmosphere is tense as a stern superior lashes out at the workers, frustrated by their constant slacking and the slow progress of their task. The piles of crates and supplies waiting to be processed seem overwhelming, and the older woman in charge struggles to keep up, admitting she lacks the magic power to appraise everything on her own. The younger assistant pleads for patience, but the harsh reality hits hard when the superior declares that there will be no salary this month, underscoring the dire situation and the pressure weighing down on everyone involved. In the Kingdom of Dramd, the pressure to restore order is palpable as a harsh superior berates her workers for their slow progress and constant slacking. Surrounded by piles of crates and supplies, the older woman in charge struggles to keep up, admitting her lack of magical power to appraise everything alone. Despite the younger assistant's pleas for patience, the superior's frustration boils over, slamming a fist down and demanding silence. She scorns the workers for their commoner status and makes it clear she has no interest in excuses. With an iron will, she orders food to be brought to them and commands that work must resume immediately, underscoring the dire situation and the heavy burden weighing on everyone involved. As the giant snake suddenly disappears, Firen prepares to shoot an arrow at Alto's command, only to realize the serpent was defeated by the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage. Alto quickly regains his composure and orders Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while instructing Myro to stay close for support. The group braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to keep them grounded. Meanwhile, at the south entrance of the first gate, police unit Captain Laos Leon faces the grim reality that his team cannot break through the overwhelming mana barrier. Despite his doubts, he receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a faint hope amid the chaos. As the giant snake suddenly vanishes, Firen readies an arrow at Alto's command, only to realize the serpent was defeated on its own by the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage. Alto quickly regains his composure and orders Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while instructing Myro to stay close for support. The group braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to keep them grounded. Meanwhile, at the south entrance of the first gate, police unit Captain Laos Leon confronts the harsh reality that his team cannot break through the overwhelming mana barrier. Despite his doubts, he receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a faint hope amid the chaos. Later, news arrives that they have located Appraiser Alto, the former appraiser who fled from under Excellency Ameliza. The commanding officer demands Alto be brought in immediately, warning that any delay will cost them their heads, while the messenger nervously tries to explain the situation. Just as the giant snake suddenly vanishes, Firen prepares to shoot an arrow at Alto's command, only to realize the serpent was defeated by the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage. Alto quickly regains his composure and orders Maruria and Lily to take care of the snakes closing in, while instructing Myro to stay close for support. The group braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to keep them grounded. Meanwhile, at the south gate entrance, police unit Captain Laos Leon faces the grim reality that his team cannot break through the overwhelming mana barrier. Despite his doubts, he receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a faint hope amid the chaos. Later, news arrives that Appraiser Alto, the former appraiser who fled from under Excellency Ameliza, has been located. The commanding officer demands Alto be brought in immediately, warning that any delay will cost them their heads. When asked who Alto is, the messenger nervously explains his background and current status, revealing that Alto has been given the rank of warrant officer in the Empire. This revelation shocks the officer, leaving him speechless as Alto's unexpected rise in rank becomes clear. News arrives that Appraiser Alto has been located, sparking a tense exchange as the commanding officer demands he be brought in immediately, warning that any delay will cost them dearly. The messenger nervously explains Alto's background, revealing him as the former appraiser who fled from under Excellency Ameliza. The revelation that Alto now holds the rank of warrant officer in the Empire shocks everyone, especially since in their kingdom, such a rank is an honorable position reserved for nobles of proper lineage born to baronet families. This leaves Ameliza utterly baffled. How could a commoner who fled their kingdom now hold such a prestigious military title in the Empire? Meanwhile, back with the group, the giant snake suddenly disappears, leaving Firen ready to shoot an arrow at Alto's command only to realize the serpent was defeated by the mysterious staff wielded by the elderly mage. Alto quickly regains his composure and orders Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while instructing Myro to stay close for support. The team braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to keep them grounded. At the south entrance of the first gate, police unit Captain Laos Leon faces the grim reality that his team cannot break through the overwhelming mana barrier. Despite his doubts, he receives confirmation that a call for a high mage has been made, offering a faint hope amid the chaos. Urgently reporting to a high-ranking official, a messenger announces that Appraiser Alto has been located. The official demands a precise report on where this commoner was found, eager for details. The messenger reveals that the location is Karasorum, the Empire's capital, and that the man they seek closely resembles the celebrated snake slayer hero. Along with this information, the messenger presents a document for the official to examine, signaling that this discovery could have significant implications for their ongoing conflict. As the tension escalates, a messenger urgently announces that Appraiser Alto has been located, prompting a high-ranking official to demand immediate details. The messenger reveals that Alto, the former appraiser who fled from under Excellency Ameliza, was found in Karasorum, the Empire's capital, and closely resembles the celebrated snake slayer hero. Presenting a document for scrutiny, the messenger's report hints at significant implications for the ongoing conflict. Suddenly, the official's expression hardens with recognition and disdain as he slams a paper to the ground, angrily calling Alto scum and recalling him as a piece of trash. This reaction underscores the deep-seated animosity and complex history surrounding Alto's unexpected rise in rank and his role in the unfolding events. The news that Appraiser Alto has been located sends shockwaves through the ranks, When questioned about his identity, the messenger nervously explains that Alto is the former appraiser who fled from under Excellency Ameliza. The revelation that he now holds the prestigious rank of warrant officer in the Empire leaves everyone stunned. Especially since such a rank is typically reserved for nobles of proper lineage, this raises a troubling question. How did a commoner like Alto manage to cross the border and gain such status without orders from another noble? The officials realize this must be a deliberate challenge, likely fueled by jealousy and political maneuvering. Meanwhile, Alto remains calm and composed, quickly issuing orders to Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in. While instructing Myro to stay close for support, the group braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to guide them through the chaos. The news that appraiser Alto has been found sends shockwaves through the ranks once again. When pressed for details, the messenger nervously confirms that Alto is the former appraiser who fled from under Excellency Ameliza's command. The revelation that he now holds the prestigious rank of warrant officer in the Empire leaves everyone stunned. Especially since such a rank is traditionally reserved for nobles of proper lineage, the officials struggle to believe that a commoner like Alto could have risen so high on his own. One officer speculates that this must be a deliberate scheme by a noble to abduct Alto and elevate him within the Empire, making a mockery of their authority. The bitter accusation that Ameliza can't even control a single commoner underscores the deep resentment and political intrigue swirling around Alto's unexpected rise. Meanwhile, the tension remains high as Alto's group faces the encroaching threat of snakes. Firen readies her bow at Alto's command. But the giant serpent suddenly vanishes, defeated by the mysterious staff wielded by an elderly mage. Alto quickly regains his composure, ordering Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in while instructing Myro to stay close for support. The team braces for the next wave of danger, relying on Alto's steady leadership to guide them through the chaos. The tension in the Empire's capital escalates as the officials confront the shocking reality of appraiser Alto's whereabouts. Despite his former status as a fugitive from Excellency Ameliza's command, Alto has now risen to the rank of warrant officer, a position traditionally reserved for nobles. This revelation fuels bitter accusations and political intrigue, with some officials suspecting a deliberate scheme to undermine their authority. Meanwhile, Alto remains composed amid the chaos, directing his team with calm precision, when a giant serpent suddenly vanishes, defeated seemingly by the mysterious power of an elderly mage's staff. Alto quickly orders Maruria and Lily to handle the snakes closing in, while instructing Myro to stay close for support. As the group braces for the next wave of danger, the officials continue to grapple with the implications of Alto's unexpected rise, suspecting that Harmel and Maribam's second son may be involved in the unfolding conspiracy. The atmosphere thickens with tension as the Empire's elite watch closely, aware that the stakes have never been higher. As the Noble Council prepares for their next meeting, the tension is palpable. One aristocrat smugly remarks that if anyone is going to laugh, it will be at the upcoming session, confident that the shocking developments surrounding appraiser Alto will become the center of ridicule. However, another voice cuts through the arrogance, revealing that Alto has already been retrieved. This revelation leaves the nobles stunned, their confident facade cracking. In the shadows, a figure chuckles quietly, anticipating the shock and upheaval that this news will bring to the council. The stage is set for a confrontation that promises to shake the very foundations of the Empire's political hierarchy. Behind closed doors, the tension among the Empire's officials reaches a boiling point. One commanding voice orders the gathering of skilled infiltrators, making it clear that they will stop at nothing. Even if it means killing appraiser Alto, the urgency is palpable as they stress the need to retrieve him with complete secrecy. Underscoring the high stakes involved, watching from the shadows, a figure peers through a curtain, their expression steely and resolute, fully aware that the mission to capture Alto is as much about preserving their fragile political power as it is about the man himself. The scene sets the stage for a covert operation that promises to deepen the intrigue and danger surrounding Alto's unexpected rise and the Empire's desperate attempts to control the fallout. 1 month after the defeat of the evil dragon, the Empire prepares for a significant event. Before the entrance ceremony begins, an announcement is made to conduct the promotion ceremony. Among the gathered officer candidates, appraiser Alto is called to step forward, marking a pivotal moment in his journey and setting the stage for the challenges and intrigues that lie ahead. As the exam's first sight at the South Gate entrance buzzes with tension, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is too strong and violent for them to handle, raising fears that the High Mages might not be able to break through in time. Despite the urgency, the call for a High Mage is made, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testrat, watches closely, expressing her expectation to witness the full extent of The candidate's abilities. Among the gathered officer candidates, Appraiser Alto stands out, his presence commanding attention as the promotion ceremony begins. The recognition of their victory over the evil dragon is fresh, and the atmosphere is charged with anticipation for what lies ahead. Yet, beneath the surface, whispers of conspiracy and danger linger, hinting that the challenges Alto and his companions face are far from over. As tensions rise within the empire, the officials watch closely, suspecting that Harmel and Maribom's second son may be behind the abduction of Appraiser Alto, the former appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza. Their suspicions deepen when a sharp deduction confirms Alto's location, sparking urgent orders to bring him in immediately, with severe consequences for any delay. Meanwhile, Alto remains calm amid the chaos, directing his team to fend off the approaching giant snakes. Firen takes aim at one of the massive serpents, while Maruria and Lily prepare to handle the others, and Myro stays close to Alto for support. To everyone's surprise, an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the giant snakes on its own, momentarily easing the threat. At the same time, the first site of the exam at the South Gate entrance faces a dire challenge as Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is too strong and violent for them to break through, prompting a call for a high mage to intervene before it's too late. Observing the unfolding events, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testerat, expresses her expectation to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Amidst this, the officer candidates, including Alto, prepare for the promotion ceremony, aware that their victory over the evil dragon is only the beginning. Yet, beneath the surface, whispers of conspiracy linger, especially as Major Rurabel and others discuss the involvement of a secretive group tied to the assassin's employer, Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper. The scene culminates with Alto standing before the queen herself, ready to receive her words. Fully aware that she holds the power to end his life in an instant, he steels himself, determined to remain composed as the weight of the empire's fate rests on this moment. As the tension mounts, a sharp deduction confirms the location of Appraiser Alto, the former appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza. Orders come down swiftly and harshly. He must be brought in immediately, with no room for delay or failure. Meanwhile, Alto remains composed, directing his team to fend off the giant snakes threatening them. Firen takes aim with her bow, while Maruria and Lily prepare to confront the others, and Myro stays close to Alto for support. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the massive serpents on its own, momentarily easing the danger. At the same time, far from Alto's immediate battle, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports from the first exam site at the South Gate entrance that the mana barrier is too strong and violent for them to handle. The call for a high mage is urgent, as the lives of those inside hang in the balance. Watching all this unfold, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testerat, expresses her high expectations to see the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Behind the scenes, whispers of conspiracy deepen as Major Rurabel and others discuss a secretive group tied to the assassin's employer, Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper. They suspect this group, descendants of the serpent, may be involved in the chaos, possibly planning to erase the candidates under the guise of an accident. As Alto stands before the queen, the weight of the empire's fate presses down on him, despite warnings that appraising the queen would mean instant death. Curiosity gnaws at him, yet he knows the risk is absolute. There can be no opening for error in this deadly game of power and survival. Just as the tension reaches its peak, the queen herself breaks the silence, speaking directly to Alto. Her words are calm but carry an undeniable weight. He need not be so nervous, for she won't eat him. The unexpected kindness in her tone catches him off guard, and despite the fear of execution for any disrespect, he manages to respond. The queen's rare gesture of addressing him personally leaves Alto both stunned and honored, a moment that underscores the precarious balance of power and the dangerous game he's caught in. A sharp deduction confirms that Appraiser Alto, the former appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza, has been located. The urgency to capture him is palpable, with strict orders demanding immediate action and no tolerance for failure. Alto, however, remains composed amid the chaos, orchestrating his team's defense against the giant snakes threatening them. Firen takes precise aim at one of the massive serpents, while Maruria and Lily prepare to handle the others, and Myro stays close to Alto for support. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the giant snakes on its own, providing a brief but crucial reprieve. Meanwhile, at the first exam site near the South Gate entrance, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent. Beyond their ability to break through, the situation grows dire, prompting an urgent call for a high mage to intervene before it's too late. Observing these developments, the 24th Queen of The Grouse Empire, Spulria expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Behind the scenes, Major Rurabel and others discuss a secretive group linked to the assassin's employer, Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper. They suspect this group, descendants of the serpent, may be orchestrating the chaos, possibly planning to eliminate the candidates under the guise of an accident. As Alto stands before the queen, the tension is thick, knowing that appraising her could mean instant death. Yet, the queen surprises him by speaking calmly, assuring him he need not be so nervous and that she won't harm him. Her unexpected kindness catches him off guard, and despite the risk, he responds. The queen's rare personal address leaves Alto stunned but honored, highlighting the precarious balance of power he navigates. She then playfully asks if she is scarier than the snake from the report. Teasing him gently, Alto nervously denies it, but she smiles warmly, admitting she thought she was just an ordinary woman but sees herself as scarier than the snake after all. Her lightheartedness seems to ease the tension, and as she sips her tea, Alto wonders if she's trying to calm his nerves, a small moment of respite amid the looming dangers. As the tension escalates, a sharp deduction reveals that the mastermind behind the chaos is likely Harmel and Maribom's second son, lurking somewhere nearby. The discovery that they abducted the commander adds a chilling layer to the conspiracy. Meanwhile, the hunt for appraiser Alto intensifies with the announcement that he has been found. The former appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza, orders are clear and ruthless. Bring him in immediately or face severe consequences. Amidst this, Alto remains calm and focused, directing his team to fend off the giant serpents threatening their position. Firen takes aim with her bow, Maruria and Lily prepare to confront the approaching snakes, and Myro stays close to Alto, ready to support. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the massive serpents on its own, providing a brief but vital respite. At the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent, beyond their ability to breach. The urgency to summon a high mage grows as the lives of those trapped inside hang in the balance. Watching all this unfold, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Spulria expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Behind the scenes, Major Rurabel and others discuss a secretive group tied to the assassin's employer, Corporal Kaijin, the gatekeeper. They suspect this group, descendants of the serpent, may be orchestrating the chaos, possibly planning to eliminate the candidates under the guise of an accident. Then, in a moment charged with significance, the queen herself steps forward to honor Alto. She addresses him directly, bestowing upon him the rank of warrant officer and recognizing him as the Snake Slayer hero. Her declaration is firm and commanding, but also carries a weight of expectation. This honor is for one generation only. The queen's words mark a pivotal moment, underscoring the dangerous and delicate balance of power that Alto must now navigate. As the tension in the grand hall mounts, the queen herself steps forward to deliver an unprecedented honor. In a voice that carries both authority and solemnity, she grants Alto the surname Snelliana, a distinction never before bestowed by the crown. The room falls into stunned silence, the weight of this moment sinking in for everyone present. Alto, caught between surprise and apprehension, realizes this honor was not part of Major Rudolph's plan. Yet he knows he must accept it and play along. Around him, the audience reacts with a mixture of awe and disbelief, sensing the significance of the queen's personal recognition. This unexpected bestowal marks a new chapter for Alto, elevating his status and setting the stage for the challenges that lie ahead. The tension thickens as a sharp deduction points to Harmel and Maribom's second son as the likely mastermind behind the abduction of the commander, lurking somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, the hunt for appraiser Alto intensifies when news breaks that he has been found. The former appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza, orders are ruthless. Bring him in immediately or face severe consequences as giant serpents threaten their position. Alto remains calm and directs his team with precision. Firen takes aim with her bow, Maruria and Lily prepare to confront the approaching snakes, and Myro stays close, ready to support. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the massive serpents on its own, providing a crucial moment of relief. At the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent. Beyond their ability to breach, the urgency to summon a high mage grows as the lives of those trapped inside hang in the balance. Watching all this unfold, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Spulria expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Back in the Grand Hall, Alto humbly accepts the rank of warrant officer bestowed upon him by the Queen herself, vowing to devote himself to further improving his abilities. The room fills with applause as the new student representative, Sarah, is called forward, signaling the next phase. The entrance ceremony for the Imperial Military Central Training School. The story moves forward with the weight of honor, danger, and expectation hanging heavily over Alto and the others. As the tension escalates, a sharp deduction narrows down the mastermind behind the commander's abduction to Harmel and Maribam's second son, who is believed to be lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the search for appraiser Alto intensifies when news breaks that he has been found. Recognized as the former appraiser who fled from Excellency Animaliza, the orders are clear and ruthless. Bring him in immediately or face severe consequences. Alto, calm and composed, directs his team amidst the chaos. With Firen taking aim at a giant snake, Maruria and Lily preparing to confront the threat, and Myro staying close to support. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the massive serpents on its own, providing a crucial moment of relief. At the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent, beyond their ability to breach, increasing the urgency to summon a high mage as lives hang in the balance. Watching these events unfold, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testrat, expresses her high expectations to witness the candidate's full abilities. Back in the Grand Hall, Alto accepts the rank of warrant officer bestowed upon him by the Queen, vowing to improve further, as the new student representative Sarah is called forward, signaling the next phase of the Imperial Military Central Training School entrance ceremony. Alto reflects quietly, the weight of honor, danger, and expectation settling heavily upon him. As the tension begins to ease, a quiet moment unfolds where Alto reflects on his nerves during the promotion ceremony. Despite his anxiety, he maintained a dignified and composed presence throughout. Nearby, a conversation reveals the high regard for the Queen, who is rumored to be a master spearman with exceptional strategic insight. Her undefeated strength in both military tactics and single combat has earned her the admiration of the people, not just as a ruler but as a kind-hearted figure. Beyond the battlefield, with warm congratulations on entering the Imperial Military Central Training School, the scene closes on this blend of honor, expectation, and the personal challenges awaiting Alto and his comrades. The sharp deduction points directly to Harmel and Maribam's second son as the likely culprit behind the commander's abduction, believed to be hiding somewhere close by. Meanwhile, the search for appraiser Alto reaches a critical moment when news breaks that he has been found. The former appraiser who fled from Excellency Animaliza, the orders are clear and merciless. Bring him in immediately or face dire consequences. Alto remains composed despite the pressure, calmly directing his team as giant snakes threaten their position. Firen takes aim with her bow at one of the massive serpents, while Maruria and Lily prepare to confront the others, and Myro stays close, ready to assist. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the giant snakes on its own, providing a crucial reprieve. At the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent, beyond their ability to break through, heightening the urgency to summon a high mage as lives hang in the balance. Observing these developments, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testrat, expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Back in the Grand Hall, Alto humbly accepts the rank of warrant officer bestowed by the Queen, pledging to devote himself to further growth. As the new student representative, Sarah, is called forward, the weight of honor, danger, and expectation settles heavily on Alto and his comrades, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. The sharp deduction points directly to Harmel and Maribam's second son as the likely culprit behind the commander's abduction, believed to be hiding somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, the search for appraiser Alto reaches a critical moment when news breaks that he has been found. The former appraiser who fled from Excellency Animaliza, the orders are clear and merciless. Bring him in immediately or face dire consequences. Alto remains composed despite the pressure, calmly directing his team as giant snakes threaten their position. Firen takes aim with her bow at one of the massive serpents, while Maruria and Lily prepare to confront the others, and Myro stays close, ready to assist. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the giant snakes on its own, providing a crucial reprieve. At the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent, beyond their ability to break through, heightening the urgency to summon a high mage as lives hang in the balance. Observing these developments, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testrat, expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Back in the Grand Hall, Alto humbly accepts the rank of warrant officer bestowed by the Queen, pledging to devote himself to further growth. As the new student representative, Sarah, is called forward, The weight of honor, danger, and expectation settles heavily on Alto and his comrades, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. As the tension around the commander's abduction thickens, the sharp deduction points squarely to Harmel and Maribom's second son as the likely mastermind, believed to be lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the search for appraiser Alto reaches a breakthrough when news arrives that he has been found. The very appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza. The orders are ruthless. Capture him immediately or face severe consequences. Despite the mounting pressure, Alto remains calm and composed, directing his team as they face off against giant snakes threatening their position. Firen takes careful aim with her bow at one of the massive serpents, while Maruria and Lily prepare to confront the others, and Myro stays close, ready to assist. Suddenly, an unexpected turn occurs when an elderly mage's staff seemingly defeats one of the giant snakes on its own, providing a crucial moment of relief. At the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent, far beyond their ability to break through, escalating the urgency to summon a high mage as lives hang in the balance. Observing these developments, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Spulria Testrad, expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Back at the academy, Alto humbly accepts the rank of warrant officer bestowed by the Queen, pledging himself to further growth. As the new student representative, Sarah is called forward. The weight of honor, danger, and expectation settles heavily on Alto and his comrades, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. In a quiet moment, Alto encourages Lily to work on surpassing the Queen over time, inspiring her to do her best. With that, the entrance ceremony safely concludes, and the group resolves to work hard together moving forward. The tension thickens as the sharp deduction points to Harmel and Maribom's second son as the mastermind behind the commander's abduction, believed to be hiding nearby. Meanwhile, news breaks that appraiser Alto has been found. The very appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza. The orders are clear and ruthless. Capture him immediately or face severe consequences. Despite the pressure, Alto remains composed, directing his team as they face giant snakes threatening their position. Firen takes aim with her bow at one of the massive serpents, while Maruria and Lily prepare to confront the others and Myro stays close, ready to assist. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff unexpectedly defeats one of the giant snakes on its own, providing a crucial moment of relief. At the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent, far beyond their ability to break through, escalating the urgency to summon a high mage's lives hang in the balance. Observing these developments, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Spulria Testrad, expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Back at the academy, the new students are guided to receive their electronic terminals and proceed to their rooms. Alto accepts his new rank with humility, and as the entrance ceremony concludes, the group resolves to work hard together moving forward, ready to face the challenges ahead. The scene shifts to a grand lecture hall filled with countless students seated in tiered rows, their eyes wide with awe as they take in the vastness of the room. Among them, Alto and his companions exchange impressed glances, marveling at the sheer scale and grandeur of the space. The atmosphere buzzes with anticipation, hinting at the significant challenges and lessons that await them in this impressive setting. The tension rises as the sharp deduction points to Harmel and Maribom's second son as the likely mastermind behind the commander's abduction, believed to be hiding somewhere nearby. Suddenly, news breaks that appraiser Alto has been located. The very appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza. The orders are clear and unforgiving. Capture him immediately or face dire consequences. Despite the mounting pressure, Alto remains calm and composed, directing his team as they face a dangerous threat. From giant snakes, Firen takes careful aim with her bow at one of the massive serpents, while Maruria and Lily prepare to confront the others and Myro stays close, ready to assist. Then, unexpectedly, an elderly mage's staff seems to defeat one of the giant snakes on its own, providing a crucial moment of relief. Meanwhile, at the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laos Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent, far beyond their ability to break through. The urgency to summon a high mage escalates as lives hang in the balance. Watching these developments, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Spulria Testrad, expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Back at the academy, the new students receive their electronic terminals and head to their rooms, while Alto humbly accepts the rank of warrant officer bestowed by the Queen. As the entrance ceremony concludes, the group resolves to work hard together moving forward, ready to face the challenges ahead. The scene then shifts to a grand lecture hall filled with countless students seated in tiered rows, their eyes wide with awe at the vastness and grandeur of the space. Among them, Alto and his companions exchange impressed glances, fully aware that significant challenges and lessons await them in this impressive setting. As the tension mounts, it becomes clear that the mastermind behind the commander's abduction is likely the second son of Harmel and Maribam, hiding somewhere close by. Meanwhile, the news that appraiser Alto has been found spreads quickly. He's the former appraiser who fled from Excellency Ameliza. The orders are strict. Capture him immediately or face severe consequences. Despite the pressure, Alto stays composed, leading his team as they confront giant snakes threatening their position. Firen takes aim with her bow at one of the massive serpents, while Maruria and Lily prepare to fend off the others, and Myro remains close, ready to assist. Suddenly, an elderly mage's staff unexpectedly defeats one of the giant snakes on its own, offering a crucial moment of respite. At the first exam site near the south gate, Police Unit Captain Laus Leon reports that the mana barrier is overwhelmingly strong and violent, far beyond their ability to break through. The urgency to summon a high mage escalates as lives hang in the balance. Observing these developments, the 24th Queen of the Grouse Empire, Shpulria Testrat, expresses her high expectations to witness the full extent of the candidate's abilities. Back at the academy, the new students receive their electronic terminals and head to their rooms, while Alto humbly accepts the rank of warrant officer bestowed by the Queen. As the entrance ceremony concludes, the group resolves to work hard together moving forward, ready to face the challenges ahead. In a lighter moment, for students, Galba, Karina, Rulist, and Ralph interact in their dormitory, with Karina scolding Galba for sleeping through the ceremony, while the others debate who is the strongest, emphasizing the importance of muscle and strength among them. In the dormitory, the mood shifts to a lighter, more casual atmosphere as four students, Galba, Karina, Rulist, and Ralph, interact with one another. Karina scolds Galba for having slept through the ceremony, while Rulist and Ralph engage in a spirited debate over who among them is the strongest, emphasizing the importance of muscle and physical strength. Their playful banter highlights the different personalities and dynamics within the group, setting the stage for the challenges they will face. Together, meanwhile, a nearby group of students, Irara, Shala, Kelvin, and Galterius, are seen getting acquainted with their new electronic terminals, trying to figure out how to use them as they prepare for the demanding journey ahead. As the new students continue to familiarize themselves with their electronic terminals, a familiar voice calls out, drawing everyone's attention. Shala and Irara share a joyful reunion, their smiles bright as they congratulate each other on passing the entrance exam. Their warm embrace highlights the bonds already forming among the students. Meanwhile, nearby, a couple of male students notice the two girls and begin to whisper, debating which one they find cuter, adding a light-hearted moment to the otherwise serious atmosphere. This scene of camaraderie and youthful energy perfectly captures the hopeful spirit as the students prepare to face the challenges that lie ahead in their journey. As the new students gather, a teacher steps in to help them navigate their electronic terminals, guiding Shala, Kelvin, and Galterius through the basics of using the devices. Shala and Irara share a warm reunion, their smiles reflecting the excitement of passing the entrance exam, while nearby, a couple of male students quietly debate which of the two girls they find cuter, adding a touch of lightheartedness. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Galba is scolded by Karina for having slept through the ceremony, sparking a playful argument between Rulist and Ralph over who possesses the greatest strength. Their banter fills the room with youthful energy, contrasting with the serious challenges that lie ahead. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a familiar voice calls everyone to attention, signaling that it's time to settle down and prepare for the next phase of their journey. As the students continue to get accustomed to their new electronic terminals, a teacher steps forward to guide Shala, Kelvin, and Galterius through the device's functions, helping them navigate this unfamiliar technology. Shala shares a warm smile with Irara, their reunion a bright spot amid the serious preparations, while a couple of nearby male students quietly debate which of the two girls they find cuter, adding a light-hearted touch to the moment. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as an older man with a commanding presence enters the room, drawing everyone's attention. Recognizing him as Major Rullabale, the students are surprised to see him again, especially when he acknowledges one of them with a familiar greeting. The Major clears his throat to address the gathered students, signaling the start of an important announcement or lesson, marking the next phase of their journey at the academy. Just as the students begin to settle in and familiarize themselves with their new electronic terminals, a commanding presence fills the room. Major Rullabale steps forward, introducing himself as their instructor and assuring them that he will be looking after their progress. He explains that from now on, all information regarding lectures, training, and mission-related matters will be accessible through the terminals they were given, and that their salaries will also be deposited there. With a firm yet encouraging tone, he dismisses the group, signaling the start of their rigorous journey ahead under his guidance. Major Rulyabale steps forward with a commanding presence, instructing the students to follow him as he reveals a special menu on their electronic terminals. The group listens attentively, understanding that this marks the beginning of a new phase in their training. As they prepare to move out, one of the students casually asks about the whereabouts of the kid who wore the pointed hat, hinting at lingering questions about their fellow recruits. With a confident smile, the major announces that they are moving out too, signaling the start of their next challenge and the continuation of their journey under his watchful guidance. As the students settle into their new environment, a conversation unfolds about a missing comrade who wore a distinctive pointed hat. One student admits he never saw this person during the re-exam, suggesting they might have been too scared and given up. However, an older, battle-hardened man challenges this notion, reminding them that they fought together as comrades and that the battle is far from over. In fact, it's only just beginning. His words carry weight, urging them to think beyond themselves and prepare for the challenges ahead, signaling that their journey is entering a critical new phase. As the students continue to adjust to their new electronic terminals, a familiar voice cuts through the chatter. Major Rulyabale steps forward, commanding attention with his imposing presence. He reminds them that all their training information, lectures, and mission details will now be accessed through these devices, and even their salaries will be deposited there. With a firm but encouraging tone, he signals the start of their rigorous training under his watchful eye. As the group prepares to move out, a question arises about a missing recruit, the kid who wore the pointed hat. Some speculate he might have been too scared to continue, but an older, battle-hardened student challenges that notion, emphasizing that their fight is far from over and that they must think beyond themselves. Later, the focus shifts to a determined young man who declares his intention to serve under the legendary Snake Slayer hero. He understands that excelling in training will grant him the opportunity to choose his desired department or unit. When asked about his plans, his resolve shines through, leaving his companions surprised by the seriousness of his commitment. The scene closes with the weight of their future battles looming, as the students brace themselves for the challenges ahead. As the students prepare to move out, a confident young man addresses a comrade, pointing out that everyone else has already made their intentions clear, except for him. The surprised response reveals the gravity of the moment, emphasizing that decisions about their futures are imminent. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a dimly lit room filled with mysterious equipment, where two crocodile heads are preserved in glass containers, hinting at deeper secrets and experiments yet to be uncovered. This contrast between the students' immediate choices and the hidden machinations behind the scenes sets the stage for the challenges and revelations that lie ahead. In a dimly lit laboratory filled with strange equipment and preserved crocodile heads suspended in glass containers, the atmosphere is heavy with mystery. Amidst the eerie setting, a young woman named Saris works diligently, her focus unwavering as she handles test tubes and various alchemical tools. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and an older man steps inside, calling out her name. This quiet moment hints at deeper secrets and experiments unfolding behind the scenes, contrasting sharply with the students' preparations and decisions, and setting the stage for revelations that will soon impact their journey. In a quiet, dimly lit laboratory filled with strange equipment and preserved crocodile heads suspended in glass containers, Saris works diligently, carefully handling test tubes and alchemical tools. Her concentration is interrupted when an older man enters and calls her name, requesting her assistance. Without hesitation, she responds warmly, ready to help. Together, they head through the grand, arched hallways toward a large door, signaling that something important awaits beyond, hinting at deeper secrets and experiments that will soon play a crucial role in the unfolding story. When the young man spots Major Rulyabale unexpectedly appearing, he quickly asks what the major is doing there. With a confident smile, the older man reveals that he was sent by Rudolph himself. Then, stepping forward with an air of authority, the major declares that from now on, he will personally demonstrate what it means to be a real appraiser. Behind him, shadowy figures loom, hinting at the weight and experience he brings to this new phase of their training. The scene shifts to a bustling appraisal room filled with students diligently sorting and evaluating various items. Orders are called out briskly as they work to complete their tasks, with some urging each other to hurry so they can finally go home. Among them, a focused young man wearing glasses meticulously handles jewels, announcing the rank and value of each piece with precision. The atmosphere is a mix of urgency and concentration, highlighting the demanding nature of their training. This environment of intense appraisal marks the next step in their journey, where skill and speed are crucial to proving their worth and advancing further. As the group observes the bustling appraisal room, it becomes clear that appraisers are present not only at the training school but also within the military and the guild, with some even running their own businesses. The trainees watch as items brought back from missions are carefully evaluated, underscoring the importance of this skill in their world. An experienced man explains that the appraisers in this room are particularly exceptional, having been assigned specifically to the training school, emphasizing the high standards expected here. This revelation highlights the diverse roles appraisers play and sets the stage for the challenges the trainees will face as they strive to prove themselves among such skilled professionals. The scene shifts to a lively appraisal room where several evaluators call out ranks and prices with practiced ease. One woman announces an A-rank item valued at 15,000 N before quickly moving on to the next. A stern man follows, assessing a D-rank piece at 1,500 N, urging for the next item without pause. Another appraiser, a young woman with a sharp gaze, evaluates a B-rank item at 8,500 N, signaling for the next to be brought forward. Suddenly, excitement breaks out as a man enthusiastically declares an A-rank item priced at a staggering 13,000 N, capturing the attention of everyone present. This bustling environment highlights the precision and speed required in their craft, underscoring the importance of appraisal skills as the trainees continue to hone their abilities in this demanding phase of their journey. The group watches in awe as the speed and efficiency of the appraisers at the training school become clear, a stark contrast to the slower pace of guild appraisers. Major Rullabale, standing confidently beside the young man, points out just how impressive their skills are. Curious, he asks how long it would take the young man to appraise an item himself. As the question hangs in the air, the trainees and observers alike prepare to see if he can rise to the challenge, underscoring the high standards and intense pressure that define this next stage of their journey. As the young man focuses intently, he begins to gather magic power within himself, concentrating so deeply that a glowing orb of energy forms at his chest. This radiant core pulses with growing intensity, spreading magical energy throughout the entire room. The atmosphere shifts as the power radiates outward, filling the space and signaling a significant moment in his training. This display of control and mastery over magic marks a pivotal step, demonstrating not only his potential but also the profound connection between his inner strength and the environment around him. The scene bursts to life as the command to release echoes through the appraisal room, signaling the start of a rigorous evaluation session. Students and appraisers alike spring into action, their movements swift and purposeful as they handle a variety of items laid out on tables. The atmosphere is charged with energy, the air thick with anticipation and the sound of rapid assessments. As the process unfolds, countless magical signals and data streams emanate from the objects, filling the room with a dynamic display of power and precision. This moment captures the intensity and skill required in their craft, emphasizing the high stakes and demanding nature of their training as they push themselves to master the art of appraisal. After the intense display of magical power and rapid appraisal, the room falls into a brief moment of calm. Major Rullabale breaks the silence with a hearty laugh, acknowledging that even for someone as skilled as the young man, completing the appraisal would normally take several months. To everyone's surprise, the young man confidently declares that he is finished. The major's eyes widen in disbelief, confirming that the task is indeed complete. Around them, the atmosphere buzzes with magical energy as countless items on the shelves emit glowing signals, each waiting to be assessed. The scene then shifts to a spacious, well-stocked appraisal room bustling with appraisers, each deeply focused on their work. The trainees and professionals alike move with purpose, surrounded by shelves filled with various artifacts and equipment, underscoring the scale and seriousness of their craft. This moment highlights the extraordinary speed and skill required to succeed in this demanding environment, setting the stage for the challenges that lie ahead. The room falls silent as Major Rullabale, clearly astonished, asks if the young man has truly appraised every single item present. The confident reply of yes leaves everyone in disbelief, especially the major, who finds it hard to believe but knows the young man isn't the type to lie. With a serious expression, the young man promises to appraise the names of the items as well. Seizing the rare opportunity, someone requests to hear the appraisal results of the items he has assessed. The scene closes with the young man acknowledging the request, setting the stage for a detailed reveal of his impressive findings. The young man begins revealing the results of his appraisal, listing each item's name, rank, and price with remarkable precision. He identifies a medicinal herb as a D rank worth 380 N, a small magic stone ranked B valued at 4,980 N, and an A-rank item called Crowned Bream's Crown priced at 11,200 N. Adding up the 3 herbs, he totals 17,320 yen. Major Rulyabale listens in awe, admitting the results are beyond imagination, just as expected. When asked about the speed of his appraisal, the young man explains that the real time-consuming part is the pre-processing and sorting of items, noting that all 13,653 items had already been pre-processed. This insight clarifies that while the appraisal itself is swift, the groundwork behind it demands significant effort. The scene closes with the young man confidently standing by his impressive feat, highlighting not only his skill but also the meticulous preparation that makes such rapid appraisal possible. The young man explains the nuances of appraisal, emphasizing that for minerals, one must remove the surrounding rock before assessing the core, since magic power must pass through directly. He illustrates this with examples, showing how the value of an item can change depending on whether it's appraised before or after dismantling. When it comes to monsters, he clarifies that the appraisal should be done on their state before dismantling. As their worth fluctuates accordingly, he then outlines the entire appraisal process, noting that after evaluating an item, the appraiser must record its name, rank, price, and quantity while sorting everything. Reflecting on this, he recalls how Fire and Sand had done the same for him during their time in the military forest, tying his current understanding back to past experiences and reinforcing the thoroughness required in their craft. Reflecting on the appraisal process, the young man recalls how thinking about it this way brings back memories of his past experiences. He explains that in this setting, all the items have already been pre-processed, which means the heavy lifting of sorting and preparing has been done beforehand. He breaks down the roles involved. There are those who appraise the items, those who record the details, and those who sort the appraised goods. This division of labor highlights the complexity and teamwork required to manage such a vast inventory efficiently, reinforcing the meticulous nature of their craft and the importance of each step in the appraisal chain. The young man reflects on the efficiency of the Empire's appraisal system, noting how dividing the work reduces individual burden and boosts overall productivity. Observing the scene, he realizes that Amelisa hadn't considered this approach. He explains that since the items had already been pre-processed, the appraisers only needed to focus on determining rank and price, which kept magic consumption low and allowed him to finish quickly. Despite this, a woman points out that over 20 people are usually involved in appraisal work here, yet he managed to complete it all alone, which she finds astonishing. She insists that even with the pre-processing, his appraisal speed is beyond abnormal, emphasizing just how extraordinary his talent truly is. As the appraisal demonstration concludes, the atmosphere shifts to quiet admiration. A woman nearby admits that Alto's rapid appraisal skills are truly astonishing, though she herself has grown somewhat accustomed to his abilities. Another, however, confesses that Alto's growing prowess is becoming increasingly intimidating. Meanwhile, the young man reflects inwardly, considering that if the appraisers here represent the true standard, then what he has just accomplished might be considered normal for someone of his ability, yet this realization leads him to question the very nature of his talent, wondering if what he calls appraisal is really something else entirely. With this contemplative thought, he stands amidst the others, pondering the true extent and meaning of his unique skill. As the scene unfolds in a well-stocked room filled with various drinks and snacks, some people continue their work while casually enjoying refreshments like water, tea, juice, and coffee. Despite the relaxed atmosphere, the young man remains focused, his expression tightening with a mix of admiration and longing. Surrounded by this efficient and comfortable environment, he can't help but feel a deep yearning, wishing he had been born as an imperial appraiser too, moved to tears by the thought of such a prestigious and skilled role. As the tension breaks, the young man finds himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as his comrades shout teasingly about his new rank as a warrant officer and the sting of being called an idiot by his older sister. Major Rulyabale approaches with a gentle, understanding smile, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and acknowledging the hardships they've both endured. He encourages the young man not to worry about the past and offers his support, inviting him to visit anytime if he ever needs anything. Grateful and uplifted, the young man responds with heartfelt thanks, surrounded by his fellow soldiers who watch quietly, their expressions a mix of contemplation and respect. This moment of vulnerability and camaraderie highlights the bonds forged through shared struggles and the promise of support that lies ahead. As the scene shifts, a group of soldiers and appraisers gather, carrying various items and documents. Their expressions a mix of anticipation and focus. Without hesitation, they begin to move in an orderly fashion, descending a staircase together, signaling the start of a new phase in their duties. The atmosphere is charged with quiet determination as they prepare to face the challenges ahead, united in purpose and ready to apply their skills in the ongoing appraisal process. As the group descends the staircase, their focus sharpens with a sense of purpose. At the bottom, an older man with a weathered face and long light hair steps forward, greeting a young man with curly hair and glasses warmly. The older man, Major Rullabale, apologizes for the intrusion, but the young man, Kloba Darren, a first-class appraiser, assures him it is no trouble at all and offers his full cooperation. Their exchange hints at an important collaboration about to unfold, setting the stage for the next phase of their appraisal duties. As the group settles into their new phase of work, Major Rullabale steps forward, having been waiting for the young man. He apologizes for the intrusion, but the first-class appraiser Kloba Darren warmly assures him that it's no trouble at all and offers his full cooperation. Kloba explains that Major Rudolph requested trainees be allowed to observe, though he never expected the Snake Slayer hero himself to appear. With a respectful handshake, Kloba introduces himself properly, and Alto returns the greeting with equal politeness. The Major then inquires about the progress of the appraisal, setting the tone for an important collaboration between these skilled individuals as they prepare to face the challenges ahead together. Kloba Darren diligently reviews the appraisal progress, noting the impressive 100% goal achievement rate and the training school's consistent first-place ranking for 3 years. Despite the increasing daily workload, he remains determined, expressing his hope for a military assignment to handle the growing demands. Major Rullabale, ever stoic and composed, observes Kloba's dedication with a knowing smile, acknowledging that even Kloba can't quite match his own steadfastness. Nearby, a curious voice asks about the significance of a first-class appraiser, highlighting the respect and recognition that title commands. As the conversation unfolds, Major Rullabale approaches Kloba, apologizing for the intrusion but revealing he has been waiting for him. Kloba warmly assures the Major that it's no trouble and offers his full cooperation. He explains that Major Rudolph requested trainees be allowed to observe, though none expected the Snake Slayer hero himself to appear. With mutual respect, they exchange greetings, setting the stage for a crucial collaboration. This meeting marks a pivotal moment as these skilled individuals prepare to face the challenges ahead, united by their shared commitment to the appraisal process and the responsibilities it entails. Major Rullabale approaches Kloba Darren with a calm and respectful demeanor, apologizing for the intrusion but revealing that he has been waiting for him. Kloba, ever polite and composed, assures the Major that it is no trouble at all and offers his full cooperation. Their exchange is warm and professional, setting a tone of mutual respect. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet laboratory where Saris is diligently working with test tubes and various alchemical instruments, her focused expression highlighting her dedication. As the conversation continues, the topic turns to the significance of the stars on the appraiser's uniforms. It is explained that these stars represent their rank, a qualification earned by passing the national exam. The ranks progress from 10th grade up to 1st grade, and beyond that, appraisers can advance through levels from 1st Dan to 5th Dan, followed by titles such as Semi-Master, Master, Grand Master, Semi-Expert, and Expert. This hierarchy underscores the rigorous standards and expertise required in their profession. The explanation is accompanied by a visual of an appraisal book, showing the pyramid-like structure of these ranks, emphasizing how appraisal abilities are systematically ranked through examinations. This moment of insight deepens the understanding of the appraisal system and the prestige associated with each level, framing the challenges and expectations that lie ahead for the characters involved. Major Rullabale approaches Kloba Darren with a calm demeanor, revealing he has been waiting for him. Kloba, ever polite, assures the Major that it's no trouble and offers his full cooperation. As they stand together, Kloba presents the items he has been appraising, the very same ones he reported on earlier. He explains the ranks and prices assigned to each. The ore is rated B rank and valued at 4,980 yen, while the fish head holds an A rank with a price just below that of the boy they appraised. Before, Major Rullabale listens intently, his expression thoughtful as the appraisal details unfold, underscoring the precision and importance of their work. Major Rullabale approaches Kloba Darren with a calm and respectful demeanor, apologizing for the intrusion but revealing that he has been waiting for him. Kloba, ever polite and composed, assures the Major that it is no trouble at all and offers his full cooperation. Their exchange is warm and professional, setting a tone of mutual respect. As they stand together, Kloba presents the items he has been appraising, the very same ones he reported on earlier. He explains the ranks and prices assigned to each. The ore is rated B rank and valued at 4,980 yen, while the fish head holds an A rank with a price just below that of the boy they appraised before. Major Rullabale listens intently, his expression thoughtful as the appraisal details unfold, underscoring the precision and importance of their work. At that moment, Alto's curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks if they mean the magic stone and Crown Bream's crown. Kloba turns to him, surprised, and asks if he has a question. Alto quickly tries to brush it off, worried his reaction might have been too obvious. But Kloba's keen eyes suggest he's not so easily fooled, leaving the moment hanging with unspoken understanding. As the conversation deepens, Darren suddenly turns to the group and asks pointedly if they can appraise, his tone carrying a quiet challenge. The question hangs in the air, drawing the attention of the young trainees standing before him. Their faces reveal a mix of surprise and unease, each processing the weight of the inquiry. This moment underscores the gap between seasoned appraisers and those still learning the craft, highlighting the journey that lies ahead for these aspiring talents, as they strive to master the complex art of appraisal. After their detailed discussion on appraisal ranks and values, Darren turns to the group with a challenge, asking if any of the young trainees can appraise. The question catches them off guard. Their expressions a mix of surprise and uncertainty, highlighting the gap between their current skills and the mastery required. Then, with a confident smile, Kloba shifts his focus to the hero, proposing a competition to test his abilities. He extends an invitation to compete, eager to see the hero's skills in action, setting the stage for a pivotal moment that promises to push the boundaries of their appraisal journey.